expectation. Month over month, slight uptick, 0.2 versus 0.1 expected to the upside. Core PPI, 0.3 on the month over month versus 0.2 as well. Consensus forecast there, but the core PPI year over year, 2.4 versus a forecast of 2.3%. So more or less the same as what we saw yesterday with CPI, 1.7% there. Versus, I mean, this says 2%, but I see on another platform here it's 1.7 as well. So depending on where you look, basically flat across the board here. Initial jobless claims just coming through, 230,000 versus 231,000 forecast for the week over week number. Continuing claims, 1.85 million versus 1.845 million on that number as well. That's about it for economic data this morning. Slight downtick here for the overall market, slight downtick there for Google. NASDAQ back to basically flat on that number this morning, was up about 0.2%. ES 0.15 still in positive territory. So back and forth we go here with these economic numbers.
What a buy up yesterday in the afternoon, Brendo, on the NQ. We started off red and we were, digesting that CPI print, the debate from the night prior. And then we didn't really look back. If I could show the chart over here, crazy. Fabian, because we did not look at 10:30 onwards. We did not stop. We took 19,000 like it didn't matter, and we really got into that 19,250. Above 19,300, lots to talk about today, Brendo, but PPI coming in line here. Yeah,
I mean, pretty much that chart actually gives you a little bit better perspective of this move in the overall market this morning compared to yesterday. I mean, basically nothing here on that number at 8:30. A little visual for you to kind of put that into context. This is getting pretty tight as far as the consolidation on the month-over-month number for PPI. A little bit of a downtick there on the final demand for goods number. Everything else, though, pretty much in line for PPI. So yeah, back to 0.2 right now for the SPY. NASDAQ I'm seeing still positive, but only just here. Happy Thursday, guys.
Ooh, happy Thursday.
Like that.
Happy 2-0 day is what I'm calling it. Well, the Bills are going to go 2-0.
No, I was like, I knew it was going to be the Bills, but I was thinking like 2 wins. But yeah, week 1 and week 2. I can't believe Arizona. Those guys are. I mean, I'm glad the Bills got the win. I don't really have any favorites on the Cardinals.
You can't be down 17.
I just know, but it can't be like Marvin Harrison gets 1 ball or something. It's so crazy, those guys. But today's going to be a different story, man. They're going to use those weapons in Miami, and then Bills defense is the thing that everybody questions.
Yeah, but that's making the assumption that that Tyreek Hill doesn't get pulled over and arrested.
Even if he does, it's not a big deal. Even if he does, it's not a big deal.
It is.
Just gets up. He got a touchdown last week, didn't he?
He did score a touchdown last week.
You don't want him to get arrested, man.
No, actually, I have Tyreek Hill in fantasy, so I was pretty pleased by the end result.
I might get arrested coming into work the next time because you know what? What's his name? Scotty Scheffler. That guy gets arrested, and then he just took home $63 million this year.
That was insane. It's almost as if there's my theory on that.
I don't have a record, but
my theory on that actually is it gets you like laser focused. Like there's something like it's like
I would just think it would throw you. I would think it would throw you off.
Well, you know what's weird? There was a day. So I've been getting driven in. Since the Achilles. There was a day that it was a minor fender bender, but the driver got rear-ended. And I remember it woke me the you-know-what up. And what was crazy about it is I didn't even need a coffee that morning.
Oh, yeah, it was, because you're all of a sudden.
No, it was just, I was very alert, despite the fact that I hadn't had my coffee, all that kind of good stuff. But look, and when it's a nothing burger on the number, which we kind of expect, I don't think you want to change the tone too much here today. Most of the chips are strong. This is the one that's going to stand out. Basically, all of the chips look pretty solid going into today after what happened yesterday. But Micron got a downgrade and looks nasty, and we're going to talk a lot about them. It might not be a very good day for Micron, the same way it's not a good day for mRNA. But the NASDAQ just gave a little bit of a dip back in here. Okay, wait, AMD lost 150 in there. All right, nowhere near 147. Not necessarily too worried about that. I see you're already in NVIDIA. I like the close.
Yeah, this is the close right here, isn't it?
Yeah, I have it just under 117.
Yeah.
So I think we get there. If it doesn't, I only have 2 levels on this stock today if it's not breaking out the top. And it's prior close, because that's just I like close prices. They usually mean more than open prices. And then $114. So if it loses the open price, I think you're looking back to 114. Google's up today, and there's not any news. I like a day like that. And Moderna. Yikes. Moderna already flat bottom broke a 52-week low well before we even came on air.
So I don't want to make this too much rocket science. Look, yesterday we had a dip down at 8:30 on the number. We were able to get NVIDIA long at 108. It closed the day at 108 to 117, as we just discussed. So that was a wicked opportunity. Could have you got it again? Yes, you could have. Right here at 11 o'clock, and then boom, to the upside. So I'm just going to try to play the same thing again. We're 17 cents in the money right now on NVIDIA. There's the drip down. There's the buy. And there's 30 cents already right there for NVIDIA. So let's just see where it can go. It's going to be, it was such a huge name for us yesterday that I'm going to be trading it again here. It could still lose it. I mean, we have 116.80 right there, maybe 116.50. Like, if we're going to try to make $1 on this trade, we should be able to lose $1. So like 116.50 or so would be a spot for me here. And it's a very, very, we'll have like 5% of the shares we would have now than we would post 9:30. So light trade, but it's still a trade. Yeah, so NVIDIA, we're on our minds there. Micron, I was saying to Neil, I was like, why would anybody even invest in anything right now other than in NVIDIA, Broadcom, or AMD? You know, right here, Micron, just the stories keep getting worse. Now you have a downgrade down 4%. It's
what about ARM?
You're going to, ARM is nice too, actually. Yeah, but ARM is a little bit different because ARM is
No, I know. I was like,
yeah, like ARM gets the Apple bump and all that stuff.
They don't actually count the same way as the other chip makers.
Yeah.
There's very different, we lump them all together, but they're all very different.
Oh, plus ARM is still, it's not a relatively new IPO, but, that's still, I think that's still under-owned. There's probably still people that want to get into
very
it.
institutional.
But Micron right here is at $87, and it's like about to slip up pretty good here. So, all right, we'll wait to see what happens in the open market. But right now, 30 cents in the money on NVIDIA.
There's no bid on Moderna.
McLaren.
Want to hear?
We'll talk about it. Kroger. A few earnings names to discuss this morning. Kroger, one of them. I just saw pop up again. I was trying to find whether or not, Maxim is a Lambo driving by. Not a McLaren. I was just trying to see when their call was. There's a couple of comments I see flying by, but not a lot of volume here. But Kroger, one of the few earnings names to deal with today.
Yeah, up 0.75% here, Brendo. Good look for them. They beat earnings expectations. They also raised the outlook, so good look there. What I want to hear on the call is exactly how the company plans on going forward if the deal with Albertsons is kiboshed by the FTC or the DOJ, whoever's blocking it at the moment, because that's really been the topic of conversation. They say fundamentally the government doesn't understand how the supermarket business works, that margins are not inflated. We're talking 1% to 2% margins. So we'll have to see how this all works out.
Yeah, 10 a.m. for anyone that's going to be looking at KR today. Keep that in mind. Earnings call at 10.
Yeah, it's not, it's not doing a heck of a lot of volume. I'll give you that much. But the crazy thing is what is doing volume? I'm going to show this chart just because like Moderna doesn't even have much of a bid. And every time there's more than a couple of hundred shares on the bid, and we're like, oh, there's somebody bidding 50 cents lower. Like it gets there and then they pull the bid. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, there's someone for 1,000 shares, 50 cents lower. And then it goes down and then they pull the bid and rinse and repeat. Moderna is absolutely bleeding. But I think when it comes to Kroger, like you can see what's not going on here. It's just a couple of thousand shares, maybe 60,000 shares that have gone off. And really, it's done a round trip from bottoms back into essentially where it closed. It's dead flat. Weirdly enough, it would be more interesting if it flat bottom broke than anything else. But unless this is breaking down in the 200 period, I'm not seeing much that I'm going to like out of Kroger. We'll see what happens with that deal and everything. But yeah, this could be a bit of a nothing burger. I think you got to be looking at, the chips obviously are going to move. Big cap tech moved yesterday, so you got to respect something like an Alphabet. But I'm looking over at how nasty Moderna is, maybe some continuation in DJT. I don't think there's that much of a place for Kroger when it's not doing anything after reporting. You'd like to see a break away into a new price level, which is just not happening here on KR. If it does, you can always join a trend later. But when something is flat after a report, that's usually a no-fly zone. I can't think of the last time I wanted to trade something that was flat after earnings.
Yeah, not a big possible play there, but we'll wait to see. We have Adobe tonight, which should be pretty good. There's this level here on Pfizer I was looking at. It's not. It hasn't really done 1.5 million. There was that's what it says on our account, but I don't see really any volume here. But anyways, this 30 break. I just wanted to look at that because we've been playing breaks lately and they've been working. No specific catalysts regarding Pfizer right now, but this is not a horrible little area. As we'll talk about Moderna a little bit later on, as well as that's been heading to the downside here. Now breaking through 70. Okay.
It's so
When I sat in here, Moderna was like 71, 72 right here. And now we're starting even higher, actually. And now we're starting to break below 70. That was a little bit of a shocker. Okay, I guess we'll have to look at this name. Moderna has been really, really hit down there. And there is some kind of support, like right here, that goes all the way back to November of 23. Okay, so last November. So right in there. So a year ago lows coming into play right now for Moderna. So watch out now. This is a name, another name. So one name, Pfizer, cracking one way. Moderna possibly cracking the other. So let's get ready to rumble here as Biotech's possibly in play right now. All right, we are loaded a little bit more up here on NVIDIA. So now we have a little bit more of a position. Let's see if it goes up. We're going to wait near 50 to see if that gets anything going there. And then a break higher into 118 again for NVIDIA. But yeah, there's a couple biotech names there that I think are worth looking at.
We'll touch on Micron here real quick. Just bounced off 87. There was a pretty decent move there on volume to the downside at 8:30. There's a double downgrade this morning coming through on Micron. BNP Paribas, double downgrading to underperform, right from outperform to underperform. So a decent gap initially here this morning. Back to session lows here for MU.
Yeah, and it's Raymond James was chiming in on this one too, Brendo. So it looks like this is widely understood here to be the case with analysts. Let's talk about why Micron. First, I want to show the weekly chart on Micron. This is one hell of a topping tail candle. Neil and I were talking about this in the morning, got into that 160, and he really has not looked back. Here's the deal. So Exane Paribas believes Micron will underperform its AI peers into 2025. The main reason is the oversupply, the glut of inventory now with this high bandwidth memory and DRAM as well. There's just too much of it on the market. It's dropping in price and it's eating into their margins. So it's a bit of a tough look. And to the individual who asked me about this yesterday on the Midday show, I didn't know this information, but if you're with us today, now you know.
Yeah, we've essentially given back the year almost. I just checked 45% off the highs for Micron as of the close yesterday.
It's like
45%.
Double downgrade at a double bottom. Like that obviously smells like a trap. The only thing that it's like, but their argument makes a lot of sense, right? So, you know, if there's a glut of supply, which has been an issue for Micron, it's not untrue. It hasn't been a good stock. There's no question about that. But I just feel like there's going to be, like the last time it was at this level, this was obviously that early August bottom, which was nasty, and everything rebounded from there. So how many, like the stocks that have gone back to this level have generally been the things that you really don't want to have. And maybe you bounce off it again. I just have to think if there's a chip name to be short, I don't think we're going to get it at the obvious levels, which is like the 90. Ideally the top of the consolidation, because I don't think you want to be short anywhere near that 85 bottom unless it's clearing out and dumping. So I think this is a very, very cautious one where it's diddling in the middle. If this was at the top of the range, I feel like it would be an easier short today here on Micron. But you are back at that August. If it loses the August 5th low, I think all you know what's going to break loose on it. Just smells like a bit of a trap at that 85 for a flat bottom break. I would only want to short back into 90 on Micron.
Yeah, so that's basically, we'll drop down the sticky note right there. Now, first of all, NVIDIA is starting to go, which is turning out to be a really nice trade here off the open. There's Micron. It's going to be the number one idea. Yeah, I would love the 90 short, the 85 break short as well, focusing on oversupply only short today on this name. I don't know if it's true or not. I thought things were still pretty much sold out, but Micron right there, 90 short sell, 85 break short. Neil just sort of dropped down sort of the technical look there. But yeah, I mean, anything back into where we were sort of closed yesterday, I like that trade. And then the break of the bottom, so there's 90. I mean, if we have to hold it up to 91, I don't know if it shouldn't get there, but if it does, we'll just be singing on NVIDIA anyways. But right there, 90, 91 would be a great short. I'll try it, starting it at 90. And then I really like the break of that bottom. So I think this would be one here that we would smash. NVIDIA's now, so we are able to get a dip down in and able to more than double our position down there at 117. But there it is right there, 85. So yeah, I think that's worth hitting to the downside. But look at this rebound here in the market, and up goes NVIDIA. We're waiting for 87s. I don't know where it just stopped. There again, we have multiple tranches to get out here. So it stopped at 8, so now it's come down to 82. So I was waiting 87 where the 50 period was. Well, we can change that right now. Even if we just get something out even right now, would be pretty good at 79. So one more, ooh, that's us, there it is. We'll take another out right there for another 55 cents. Let's just keep on going with NVIDIA. Obviously, we're both long here, but you know, we took a much better position as it came and filled the quarters for 20s there for us. So good out there on NVIDIA. Let's see what happened. Look at the market. I mean, it's the same. It's the same as what happened yesterday. I mean, we could show you. I'd already showed you that NVIDIA play that we had yesterday, right? I mean, it was basically the exact same play. Let me just find it here on our watch list. Sorry, on the sticky note from yesterday. That's Amazon yesterday. Wow, what a monster that was. Here it is right here. Here's NVIDIA from yesterday. So there's my dip buy yesterday in the morning at 8:30, and there's the out up there. More dip buys, and we saw that's just 112, man. It closed at 118. So at the end of the day, NVIDIA just repeats itself, rinse and repeat all over
these are like
again.
babies. Yeah.
Don't pick the size.
Why are they? Yeah, what
They're
happened?
like little baby ones. That's all
I'll have
right.
to have it.
It's all good. It's not half. It's just a little. I mean, it's a little bit smaller than normal. Thank you so much, Randy.
Del Monte.
I feel like they're always Del Monte.
Ooh, product of Guatemala.
Ooh, Guatemala.
I like it.
Why not? No.
What are you looking at, Randy? You buying some XOM on that dip? Or
You gotta do something with his
Good out
energy
on
stocks,
NVIDIA,
bro.
By the way,
Yeah.
Problem.
Hurricane Francine causing Gulf.
I heard that
oil's
hit
gonna-
landshore there.
Yeah.
Oil's gonna do some dipsy dives, but I don't think it's gonna last. I think they're well prepared, and we've got shale as a backup, so we'll just buy it.
Was this you at 108 yesterday?
No,
On-
but I had an
XOM?
eye on it. I mean, it's interesting, but can't do anything about the weather. So
Not yet. You can't do anything about
no,
the weather.
not yet, not yet.
Trust me. One day we're gonna control the weather.
All we can do
it's a
is-
matter of time. Like
All
the
we can do is make
technology will
coffee.
get- Well,
Yeah, that would be great, Randy. Thank you. That's a
since you mention it,
make
I
coffee,
mean,
bring bananas. I just want
I'm
to
down
show.
with
I just
that.
want to show everybody. We'll go to the desk in a second here, but like you even have to respect these lines here in the pre-market, right? I mean, it comes right up to the 50-period moving average. So we always talk about this going from the 200 back up to VWAP. I mean, they're very, very similar. So one out there, and now we still have half of our position on. So we got out of half there. We'll hold it back, but you know that was just showing people that you have to stay sort of disciplined in a little bit of it. I want to try to hold this, but now we're out of half. So that was my play right there. But yeah, these are quite small bananas, and Randy's going to come back with the coffee. So hope everybody out there gets their coffee and all of that. So all right, guys, let's move. So there's a lot of people. I always see people asking about Frank Caberna. Unfortunately, he has other commitments. So
Yeah.
Frank will not be joining us anytime soon. But when those commitments shore up, maybe he'll be back. But you know, that's what happens in this world. We get guests, they come, they go. But one person that doesn't come and go are those two gentlemen at the
Never.
desk. It's Brendan and Sharif.
maybe not never.
Is Luis is here?
We were equally as surprised. Yeah, Luis Barbado going to join us here from Barcelona in a couple of minutes. We'll talk to him, see how his summer's going. Yeah, I mean, shout out to Frank. It was IG did a rebrand, and they wanted to go in a different direction. So yeah, all is well as far as Frank Caberna is concerned. So we wish him well. I wanted to mention Google real quick here. It just made a session high. Quick reversal though. It's up 1.4%. on the day. This is another one that had a great day yesterday, went out on the highs. If you're in Poland, good news. Google's going to permit beer-related advertising just in time for Oktoberfest.
That's fantastic, Brendo. I mean, I don't mind that, but I didn't even really realize that there were restrictions on beer advertising, but you and I were talking off camera. I haven't seen Google advertise beer in Canada, so maybe that is something. It's obviously doing well on the day, 1 1/3, guys, but here's the headline. The Irish regulator to probe Google over AI training models. So here's the deal. There is something called the Data Protection Commission out in Ireland, and basically they want you to do a data protection impact assessment. We've heard about environmental impact assessments. Now there's data impact assessments, Brendo, and you got to do it if you have a high-risk project that includes personal data. They didn't do it here, and now they're being investigated for it, so we'll have to see how this all works out, but the market really digesting this in stride.
Did you catch that OpenAI headline at the end of the day yesterday on that funding raise?
150 million, Brendo. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Unreal. They're doing something right, that's for sure. Google, though, guys, relatively strong here.
I looked at our note and I was like, oh man, I was so excited because Google was up. And then I looked at the note and it was kind of like some negative news. So I was like, I don't know. But yeah, you know what? The most profitable Mag 7 name here. I really like, obviously I like the stock, but I don't like to trade it yet. I mean, I still think we got to get above this 157, 158 area here, clear the 200 period moving average, get above this 160 into 165. I mean, this is sort of the area of interest for me. If you're going long up here, I think this could be a decent sell spot ahead of the 50-period moving average. But if we fall back into this area today, the market's flat, right? I mean, we just had back-to-back data days, and let's just let that sort of absorb. We saw the market take off into the close yesterday. So for me on Google, hard to trust the long. Honestly, it's just it has the DOJ, people questioning ChatGPT and how that's going to affect search and revenues but their cloud is the highest growing piece, and YouTube alone is huge. I really I like the stock here. It's just not as aggressive long as the others, but today it is. I mean, it's outpacing everything. 151 would be fine, but that's $2 down.
That's the problem for me.
I don't know. To me, Google's not really setting up yet. It's still kind of in no man land.
Yeah, I think it's got room to get to that 200 period on the daily.
Bring red cups. This is
you know what?
Taking long, but
see what's interesting is usually Randy will bring the McDonald's. Like he'll do one. I don't know why I call it McDonald's. It's more like ketchup and mustard, but it's McDonald's colors too. He'll do the one red and the one yellow. He very rarely brings both red. I feel like that's a little bit ominous, to be honest with you. But I like what Google's doing, and I like the 151. Again, it would be nice if it was pulling back into prior close, because I think that gives you a kind of a runway that if you're not breaking out from the 9th, like Monday's top, which we're essentially wicking right now, you have a huge gap to fill up to 157 on the 15-minute, but you're right there trying to test it. It feels like you're much more likely to look for something around the previous close. So it would need to, that's nasty. Like it would have to drop a couple of bucks in there when it's looking strong. But that's the look for me, because it's right at the spot where it dumped on Monday. So I'm not saying it's going to dump here. I just say that I'd rather be playing a dip buy. And my note, I was like, I like a 151 long. But at the time, like it was here at 52, looking like we might pull back in, and then we knew we had numbers this morning, which can take you in either direction and sometimes cause dip buys. Well, it didn't happen here for Alphabet. On the daily chart, it is what it is. It's still in a bit of a downward pattern. I'm not interested in this until I get a stronger close on the weekly, but in the long term, to add to it, because I'm still in it, but yeah, Google, maybe we'll get a dip in 151. It's entirely possible that happens. I think you look over this and then you compare it with something like an Apple here. Not that Apple and Google are the same thing, not that Amazon and Google, it is what it is. It's just you see Apple, it's riding its 50-period moving average, just begging to break away from it one of these days. Whereas you're trying to get the move back to the 200 on Alphabet. It's just very, very different. And this is what I mean. If you look at Apple, almost every single day, it is tagging or touching this 222 area. Like it's just doing everything it can to get there, that 50 period on the daily. It's rejecting or breaking away from it. It's like the obvious over-under level. Like when it fails the 50 period on the daily, you get a good down move in Alphabet. Every time that there's been buyers above, it's been explosive off of that level. I think it's a clear over-under play here on Apple at the 222. We are ready. We got him. Let's go to the desk. He's back
again. Shape.
It's fall, so Luis Barbato joining us from Barcelona, the real trading office over in Barcelona. How are you? How was your summer?
It was very good. I'm glad to see you. So happy to see me again, Neil and Sean.
We missed you. Come on, we missed you. We missed your insight into small cap world. How has so let's rewind for anyone who's maybe seeing Luis for the first time. You've been a part of real trading for how many years now?
21 years.
21 years. So
yeah,
the expertise and the insight coming from Luis, we appreciate your input into the show whenever we can get it. So welcome back. Let's talk on, and I mean, it's a great time, Luis, because we've all of a sudden, I mean, just this week seen small caps pop up again and start running around. So I don't know if you were paying attention.
Well, we are back from holiday.
Exactly. Yeah. So you're paying
the sector, right?
Yeah, paying attention on the sideline and saying now's the time to go back to start trading. So, give me an overview here of the week so far. There's been so many of these little ones running.
Yeah, a lot of runners, a lot of small cap gapping up. It's been very interesting week, and it's going to be a crazy day again today. Although the market has a lot of volatility and volume in the Nasdaq and semiconductors and all these blue chips, we still have a lot of volume on a small cap. So we have few tickers today, very interesting.
Yeah, I just pulled up SMFL, top of the volume list on my screen anyways. 18 million plus here, $1.31. Something like this seems to be maybe right in your wheelhouse here. What are you thinking here for SMFL?
Yeah, it's been active for the last days. Today we're gonna look for a bleeding day below VWAP. It's trading below VWAP. It doesn't seem so crowded as last days. So we're gonna check some rebounds, some VWAP rejections, and try to go short in those 140, 145 if it gets there.
We've seen the resurgence of a few familiar names on the small cap list for anyone that's maybe coming from a world that we've been in over the past 6 months or so, where the Mag 7 mega cap stocks have been all the rage and stealing all the headlines. This is normal, where you start to see this cycle of small cap runners popping back up, and for the most part, sometimes you see the same names over and over again.
Absolutely. It's like a cycle, as you say. Actually, we created this summer, we used to create one tool. It's a very interesting tool. I'm going to show you here, sharing the screen. I don't know if you can see it now. You see here. It's very interesting because we wanted to analyze in what cycle, in what part of the cycle of the market we are. If we are in a runner cycle, if we are in more downside and backside down. So we create this tool that, you put some filters like $1 to $15 and percentage of the gap that you're looking for, and it tells you, you can do it weekly or daily, whatever, or monthly, and it tells you how many gappers up over 25%. In this case, there were this week, and how many of them close red on the day. It's very interesting to see if we are having a lot of gappers above 20, 25, or 30%, and how many of them are keep running during the day, and how many of them are going down and losing part of the gapping up. It's a very interesting tool. And for example, today we have this OBLG, which is gapping up. Let me check again. It's gapping up right now 34%, but it have been like 60% or something like that. And we have for the last 4 years 10 gaps, but the probability of closing down is 90%. So 9 of over these 10 gap, it has closed red. And you see here during the pre-market and the day how it moved on average. So it's a very interesting tool to see what's the data and where is more likely to go the stock. Statistically talking, of course.
Let's quickly here, we're getting close to 9 o'clock. Let's get through a couple of other names. Great insight on that. With that tool, are you relying heavily on the end of day prediction, or is it more an indication of a group moving in one direction?
First of all, we analyze if a group of, if the market itself, the whole market, it's running up more or going down. And then we go every ticker to see the probability of closing down and during what part of the day is moving up and down, which is very interesting because some of them has this typical movement of squeezing up in the opening and then all the way down. And some of them just hold during the day when they gap up. So first we see the whole market and then we go each ticker on its itself, how is statistically moving during the day.
If I know we're going to get a lot of people asking about where they can get more information on that. If anybody wanted to reach out, where's the best place to do so?
Yeah, they can reach me on info@daytrading.com or on Twitter @daytrading.
Great stuff. Anything else? Anything else top of your list this morning?
We have 3 tickers. OBLG, as we talked about, it was moving up 60%, but the probability of going down before the market opened was very high. Then we have TNON, which is a tiny float, 500,000 float only, trading already 10 million shares. So it rotates the float like 20 times. So it gives us a lot of probability to move up, but right now it's trading under VWAP. So we will look for these shorts against the VWAP, against the 850 price. If it gets over there and hold during the day, we might see a squeeze up later because of the rotation of the float. 20 times the whole company has traded already and the market hasn't opened yet. And then we have, again, MNPR, which is another tiny float, around 2 million float, and trade a lot of volume already. Expensive locates on this one, but it's kind of strong around the VWAP, around the 520. So if it opens there and hit the highs of the pre-market, we might see a nice run with this one.
Luis, great to have you back. Great insight as always. Here's to a great Thursday. Best of luck, and we'll touch base again soon.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
And I know there's some viewers who are like, oh, I'm hungry for the paella. I wish I was in Barcelona.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And it's a pleasure to have Luis back. That Tenon with that ridiculously low float, that looks a little bit spicy. It's a little spready, though. I'd be cautious with that. But it is doing the typical, like that reverse split dip and then breakout has been it's been a solid setup in a general sense, where you've had some continuation, at least the first day when that happens. So I think this one, it stands out to me based on that float, but it is trending. Unfortunately, it's trending down for now. But sometimes they lull you to sleep, these low float runners, a little bit earlier on in the morning or late into the morning. If they haven't broken back above VWAP, people give up on them, and then all of a sudden the volume comes right back in. So you're going right into the market's not doing a heck of a lot. NVIDIA comes right back into that closing range. It needs to break back to the 117. I'm in here at 90s, but I want to see it get back into VWAP as well. What's weird about today is when you look at, I don't remember the last time I saw an overnight that kind of looked like this. So this cuts in both directions. The NASDAQ was dead flat pretty much the entirety of this morning and the overnight and all that stuff. So if we were to break down, there is a sizable gap back into 19. And we're going to go over the futures in a second. But if that happens, I don't even want this long again unless we're at 114. I feel like the gap underneath 116.5 can take you to 114 easy, or at least the 115 area on NVIDIA. And that's because of what the futures have done. We had such a big rally yesterday. For there to be no dip, no pullback, no break, nothing in the afternoon is a bit odd. So be a little bit cautious here. Also, Moderna still has no bid. It's wild. Hopefully there's some liquidity on when that stock opens up. But it might be really, really bad for Moderna today. It's ridiculous. I thought we'd maybe get a shot if they open at a flat bottom break, but it broke early, like an hour ago, unfortunately. Moderna's at $69.
Right, yeah.
I mean,
looking at that breaking through. Yeah, the 70 would have been key. It's great to have Luis back on because now we get some more talk about some of those, the low float runners and some different strategies that perhaps Neil and I, don't trade obviously as often as other places. So it's great to have his expertise back in there. Sharif is one of the guys that trades some of these names on the Midday show. So get ready for that as well. I'll put Sharif on the spot right now. What are you guys doing this day on the Midday?
Fibonacci fan lines, Katina, man. We started with GAN lines yesterday. What would it be if we didn't do Fibonacci fan lines? Fibonacci. I'll get it.
Who's this Fibonacci?
You want to say some of these Italians or what? What's going on?
Hey, man. Look, I may look like a plumber, but I don't know. I don't pronounce it like a plumber, Katina, man. So
I like that. Shout out to the Mario brothers.
Yeah. All right, let's do the future. All right, guys, 55.61 is where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're well above that 5,500 area that we had trouble with yesterday, taking that level decisively. The next level we're looking at here is 55.80 as resistance. We already got above there in the pre-market. If we clear 55.80, we're using it as support. Then we got to look at 5,600. We had resistance there back in July, and then we also used it as support all throughout August, guys. So let's see how we do.
All right. If you haven't done so, go down to the description of this video right now. There's a link waiting for you there for the watch list. Very, very simple. All you have to do is enter your email address, and then we send you everything you need to know every single day in the pre-market, including individual stocks with fresh news. And coming soon, the Fibonacci predictions from Sharif every single day. That was great.
All right, thanks.
That was great.
Thanks, baby.
No, it was great.
That's
it was
enough.
great. You have to trademark that immediately. Let's talk about chips, semiconductors. I mean, NVIDIA it continues to lead. There's no significant news as far as NVIDIA is concerned this morning. I just saw AMD lagging a little bit here, 0.4%, trying to bounce, a little bit of volume coming into that. We mentioned Micron, if you were with us in the first half an hour, 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Double downgrade coming through for MU today.
Yeah, so NVIDIA had a monster day yesterday, guys. Over 400 million shares traded on NVIDIA. Jensen Huang was obviously at the Goldman Sachs, I think it was Cornucopia conference or something like that. Anyway, in any event, the market liked what it heard yesterday. NVIDIA had a monster day. Can't say the same for Micron. We mentioned this in the earlier part of the show, but it got a double downgrade there from Exane BNP Paribas from outperform to underperform, dropping the price target, Brendo, from 140 to 67, essentially saying the market now is filled with high bandwidth memory and it's dropping the price and eating into margins.
At some point, this comes into significant levels. I was just checking. If you go out a month, we're still positive, but only 4% here. Only 4% on the month now for Micron.
Like, that's basically a fluke on the timing of when the month started. Like, it allows you to just absolutely cherry pick it. It is what it is. Micron does not look good, and it has been one of the worst. I mean, obviously, Intel's had a rougher time of it, but it's been one of the worst. The only thing, like I said, the only thing for caution for me is when you get like an upgrade or a downgrade, when you're already upgrade at the highs, downgrade at the lows, tend to be a little bit finicky. I thought we'd get maybe a little bit of a press to short, whether you get 90.91, like that seems a little bit nuts, but at least a press back into pre-market highs where this thing held 88.80 or 89 from the morning range. Like, I'd rather pop and fade this, have it trap some people into a reversal play, and then look for shorts on something like Micron. And as rightfully mentioned, we're like, obviously NVIDIA's starting to come back in here, but as mentioned, AMD lost the 150 level. And the difference between AMD and NVIDIA, obviously, one's been a lot stronger than the other, is it's like it did a very good percentage move, but it's where it got to here and the way that it got to the 50 period and is now just stalling out at the 150. I'm a little concerned if it can't break 150 today. You don't want to be long unless it's holding over 150 on AMD or allowing it to try to fill in some of this gap. Like 147 is a level, 144 I have as a level on AMD. I'm worried about the fact that it couldn't hold on to this 150 level. And the difference is, AMD did a nice move yesterday and then goes right into a bit of a chop zone here at the 150, unfortunately for them. And so I'm not as bullish on AMD as I was yesterday at all. NVIDIA is now holding above 117 again, just a little bit different, holds that gap really nicely. And on NVIDIA, sorry, I've not split adjusted our charts there. On NVIDIA, I love the strength in which it's able to hold right in here on these dips. But the bid is starting to come back in again on NVIDIA. So it's coming right back into this bid. It's now the third time we're going to retest yesterday's close. I don't know if I want to reload it a third time before the open. But yeah, I'm going to short pops on Micron. I just don't know if we're going to get a big enough one. I'll be open to other ideas like maybe VWAP or something that sets up. But I don't want to chase it at the lows. Feels like a trap.
Yeah, I'm going to be waiting at $90 for sure. So I actually just tweeted this out, and it's actually here. We go. The Fibonacci tool right here. So if you don't, so I put some levels on some stocks with the Fibonacci, and it's actually quite nice, that tool. So thanks to Sharif for bringing that up. That was a good one. I will be looking into that, as a technique to trade with the Fibonacci. So Micron right there, same thing. I actually wanted to look at Intel and ARM. I think Intel could break 20, and I think ARM could break 140.50. So we're already into we're already in NVIDIA, so we don't have to talk about that too much. Neil's already talked about Micron, so let's just go over quickly on ARM. So I already have this order in to break 140.50. I mean, it's had a nice move down. That's it right there. It's yesterday's high. If we could take that out, let's go long on ARM. ARM down 2%. So yeah, it's going to have to get going. Normally we don't like to go long on weaker names, but it won't be weaker if it takes that out. So that's what we'll try to do that up here, 140.50. That's ARM. I mean, it's funny because Intel just keeps going down. Like when I was looking at it this morning, it's not down that much, but it's down 10 cents. Like if it was up 10 cents, we'd get a lot closer to this $20 level. So I like it. We'll see if we can break higher here. Here's 20 right here. So we've been here before, only last week. We failed at it and fell off of that. So I just thought strength in the market, play momentum is what I wrote down on the sticky note today. The momentum's been long the last couple of days. Nice move yesterday for Intel. It's very possible that it continues it. The thing is, I don't want to get discouraged and not put that order in, because yesterday at noon, if we're going to talk about noon. Yesterday at noon it was 1870. It ended the day at 1970. So you get $1 up at the end of the day. So there is some continuation play here possibly in Intel. Not down as much as Micron or ARM or anything like that, but also not up. So we'll wait to see what happens with NVIDIA here, trying to hold that 117. And then we didn't really talk about AMD. I haven't looked at AMD in a while. I wanted to sort of look at this. It's been around that 150 marker, and that was a good level yesterday. So instead of trading ARM, I mean, you could. The thing is that I always look at AMD and NVIDIA as kind of the same. If that's a great break spot as well. So, wow, that was almost $10 too. I just talked about Intel going $1.43. Yeah, this from the very bottom.
ARM did it too.
We had 107.50. That's 107.50 on NVIDIA, and NVIDIA closed up $10, and so did this. So this is again more expensive than NVIDIA, but you could definitely play this break, I would think, as well, 150.50 if you're an AMD bull. I don't know. I didn't even look at the AMD, so that's a little bit surprising. SOX L we traded yesterday. We'll maybe on that today, but for me, NVIDIA, ARM, Micron, Intel.
This portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at Moomoo. Once again, they're shaking up the investing game with their cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. This all-in-one app is backed by the NASDAQ and the SEC and ensures your funds are safe with FDIC insurance up to $500,000. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now, snag 15 free stocks as a bonus, and up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you. Anyone with money in Moderna, not working for them today. 14%, just surpassed 14% to the downside here this morning. I mean, you and I were just going over some of these numbers. I mean, they weren't actually that bad, but this is kind of how Moderna trades on news. Either way, really, it can be up 20%, it can be down 14%.
Very volatile. And anybody who lived through the pandemic will remember this one going to several $100s, now trading obviously 68 and change. Big move down, 14%. Here's the look. So they want to reduce costs by about $1.1 billion. They want to pause or discontinue some of the efforts that they have and focus on what they call their high potential projects. They have about 10 products that they want to launch by 2027. 5 are respiratory shots. The other 5 are not. Some of the things that are in the product pipeline, Brendo, RSV vaccine, flu vaccine, these are the ones that caught my eye. The norovirus vaccine and a cancer vaccine that they're actually working with Merck on. So I'll have to see how that all works out, but the market making them pay today.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to distance themselves, as you were saying, from the pandemic talk, but don't think it's working yet. I was just double checking. Yeah, I mean, it's almost 1 million shares here so far this morning from Moderna.
It's doing volume, and just none of that volume is sitting on the bid right now for Moderna. So you're going to get, well, I shouldn't say for sure, but the next thing for Moderna, you've got this low from 2023, which is in the mid 60s. but you've already flat bottom broken the 52-week low $4 ago, which was 71.5, and it just continues to fall. So it's frustrating because you look at it, it's like 8 o'clock is when you had the breakdown, and there has not really been much of a bid since on Moderna. It's going to open up well over 10% to the downside, obviously 15% down, so it would be in play for an SSR bounce. But my first thought is, if it gets to VWAP, why not fade it again on mRNA? As he said, maybe you don't think it's all that bad, but if the street wants $3.7 billion in revenue for next year, and you give a guidance range of 2.5 to 3.5, that's not going to cut it when it's already an out-of-favor stock. You know what I mean? Like, this is not, you don't get the benefit of the doubt when you look like this. That's just not how it works. So, they're not getting the benefit of the doubt whatsoever, and that's something to do with it. If a better company has that same report, maybe things work out differently. I'd rather fade pops on this. I wish we had a chance at that flat bottom break. Maybe it pulls back up to reclaim that 71.50 or give us VWAP or something along those lines here with mRNA. Nasty, nasty day for them.
Yeah, I can't believe it's already that low right now. I feel like you want to play pops and then drop it, but I don't know. Moderna could just keep on falling, and if you don't get in immediately, it may not stop. I was just looking at Pfizer right now, $30. We talked about this. Again, another play that's a little different. Not anywhere near bottoms right now. We did bottom out back in April, down to $25, which was, again, a really well-supported base. They have that dividend, and, always working on new things. So I'm not going to pretend to know enough about any of the pipelines. But to me, just technically, you're above the 50-period moving average. You're now above the 200. Look at this thing. Love the 200-period moving average. Was resistance there, then broke it and ripped, then bounced right off of it. I think Pfizer is a great trade, and I'm long the name, and I down here to 28 looks healthy to me. I think we can get to 31, and if it breaks 30, I think it keeps going. So to me, you want to take a little bit less risk, maybe 20 or 30 cents of risk to try to make 20 or 30 cents. I think a break of $30 here. And again, if you're on a prop floor, you can hit that with 1,000 shares and make or lose $200. Like I just think it's worth doing something like that on Pfizer. If it breaks 30, it still has a ways to go. It's flat on the day. NASDAQ flat on the day. ES basically flat on the day. So, this could be a name that eventually whoops, what am I doing? This could be a name that eventually goes up, Pfizer. So we'll wait to see where that goes here today. So I'd rather look at that than Moderna, but Moderna's going to be on watch. So just bounced off 67 again. Yeah, 70, 71. Here, I'll just show you Moderna because I'm talking about it. We still have 13 minutes or so here. I would still say that's where VWAP is. So I would say 71. We always like to play fades back up to VWAP or dips into VWAP. And right now, because the stock is so down, you'll have to play the rip back up if you wanted to fade anything. So between 70 and 71 for Moderna for me as a trade.
Roku, next on the list here. I was just checking 1.5 times relative volume so far in the pre-market this morning. Short float's not that much. It's about 9%, but that's 3.5 days to cover, which might be the more important part of that. But 2 days in a row here. Huge day yesterday for Roku. Went out on the highs, as most tech did. But here we go. Wolf Research with the upgrade this morning. About to take out the highs here. 74, back to 74 for Roku.
Yeah, it's up $10 in 2 days. Not a bad look. We'll see where it closes. Here's a look, though. Wolf Research upgrading this from peer perform to outperform, boosting the price target to $93. Basically, the analyst who's covering this says the company is now focused on monetization more than they have been in the past, and that supports acceleration of revenue. So we'll have to keep a look out there. Also, cost structure being well taken care of there. They're trimming their costs, and they're seeing that as a positive factor. But Brendo, I got to show this double top over here. It wouldn't be doing this chart justice if I didn't show this double top at $500 back in the pandemic, and the break in the neckline there at $300. Lots of room to get back.
Yeah, like we were just saying, $10 billion market cap, revenue is $3.7 billion. There's definitely a gap there somewhere. They have $2 billion cash on hand, but zoom out if you want to look at Roku today.
That's not as bad as some other companies. What was that other? There was some stock they were trading, or not trading, but talking about last week that was 3,000 price. like price to sales, which I had never seen before on a name that was up like ASTS. I think it was it Astis? Maybe it was Astis. It doesn't really matter. But Roku here, 200 period gone. It's got a big gap to be filled here. Obviously, everyone can look at it. It got absolutely dumped from $100 down to 60. So it feels like a continuation play, and you're dead on, you guys. It matters more about the bid to cover for that short flow. So yeah, it's not gigantic, but it's 3 days to cover. That does mean it's a significant short float name. What's weird is the lack of volume in the pre-market. Like it feels like I'm seeing a couple 100,000, but then some of that was in this dark pool dump in here. So it's not really a ton of volume here on Roku. And you always play that game of previous resistance turning into support. Oops, wrong way. And that support level in theory would be about $71 in here, like 70, 75 into the 200 period moving average, which doesn't provide you with a lot of, I don't like it if it goes all the way down there. If we fall all the way back into 71, that's nasty. This might just be where you have to find a way to trend into it. So from let's pick a level and go, nothing stands out for me on Roku except that I would like to be joining a trend if I can find it. Could be a 75 break. Maybe we get dips into VWAP, but yeah, this isn't one I'd want to necessarily be short. Like even if the market comes down, I feel like this is a squeeze type of name. And if the market does reverse on us, this can be the kind of thing you can look for possibly to the long side. But a good look for Roku in here. Not a lot of pre-market volume. Surprise. Up 6%. Good shortable name, but it's not really doing a lot of action. Weird.
I like what Brendan was talking about there as far as the market cap and the cash on hand and its revenues and everything like that. I mean, I think it can definitely work out. Just averaging in right here. 2 NVIDIA came into 75, so we'll take another bid right here. We're long at 117. Let's just see if it wants to hold. We're going to get out if it breaks 116. Yesterday's close is right here. Like we've already sort of mentioned that. So we'll wait to see 116.50, something like that as an out. Wait, hold on a second. No, I put 116 break. Yeah. So we're gonna have to get down into here, lose about $1, which is right in and around here. Could happen right off the jump. So we're well prepared for this. If it does come down, we will punch ourselves out of that trade. All right. We still have a couple names to go through. So let's do this right now. Google, is it a long? Let's go find out.
Yeah, let's talk about Google here. There's a couple things to understand. Reversing right now, once again, after it just made a new high, about 1.6%. To the upside, we learned a little bit more about some of the regulatory restrictions they're going to put into place when it comes to their AI. Nothing terribly exciting yesterday from that end of the spectrum. I mean, another one that went out on the highs yesterday, along with the rest of tech. So can we make it 2 in a row here for Google?
It's interesting. Yeah, we already kind of mentioned that issue that they're having in Ireland with the digital protection impact assessment that they didn't conduct, that they were required to conduct statutorily. There's also the issue of OpenAI now being possibly valued here at $150 billion. Obviously, Google not short on money, but I kind of feel like most of the players are really putting their betting on the OpenAI horse to really win the race here. I use Gemini every day, and I got to tell you, the difference between ChatGPT and Gemini is becoming stark every day. You feel ChatGPT is going one way, Gemini not so much, and that's just the way I use it. So
you begrudgingly use Gemini every single day?
I don't.
Yeah, it's 21% off the highs as of the close yesterday. That was a weekly chart. So the close of last week, 21% off the highs for Google.
Oh no, begrudgingly.
No, I mean, but the key thing is uses it every day.
That's what I'm saying. Like you don't begrudgingly use something every single day. Like
I mean, that's what they want to do, right?
You know what? I begrudgingly go home to my loving wife and daughter every single day.
Yeah.
It's hard to do, but I find.
I mean, you can lay the Fibonacci's on Google and get a really, really good.
Okay, I need to explain myself for a second. So Gemini is a lot faster than GPT because it has a lot fewer users. But it's a lot weaker in terms of actually what it's able to do, guys.
Oh,
so I use it for speed. I don't actually use it because I'm enjoying how bad it is. Thank you.
Fair enough. Look, I actually like Google.
How much slower is it to use it to have them? How much slower? Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. No, because I think if I just think if it's producing a weaker quality thing, like I could wait 20 seconds.
I've never had look, I don't have really much trouble.
I
find whatever I'm in, like whatever. Like I'll use Llama, I'll use Perplexity, I'll use Gemini, I'll use ChatGPT. It's like whatever's at the fingertips. I feel like they're all pretty comparable. Just quickly on Alphabet, look, I don't think we're going to get the 151 that we want. So in lieu of that or the previous close, which is at 151, a little bit higher than that, I think I just got to look at pre-market lows and VWAP. I mean, the market is starting to come back in here, so maybe you do get a deeper dip dive into Alphabet. I was saying adjacent to Alphabet was just going to be Apple 222 over under for me because the 50 period on Apple has been, whoops, that's Blue Ocean. The 50 period on Apple on the daily chart has been like a gravity well towards it. It has retested that level almost every single day. I think there's a decent chance it happens again. I think it's longs over. I think it's shorts under on AAPL. But Google 151 is a price I like, and we really have to wait for it to get all the way down there.
All right, yeah, I didn't. We started talking about this earlier. I didn't write anything down for Google. I mean, it's up. It's up too much in my opinion. The Nasdaq's down. This has been a beat down name. I would rather go short on it than long, but hard to ignore the strength today. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at a 20-minute chart to sort of spread it out a bit. I mean, I would think then if the long is going to be good, then any dips into 151 would be great. I don't know if we can get to that. And then we talked about this. I almost think a fade in around 156 if we can do that. So we'll wait to see what is happening now with Google up here at 156 versus 158. So, you know, some decent opportunities to short Google if we come into this early September levels. Still only one position. We're still holding on to NVIDIA. But yeah, so I think a decent short up there, 156 to 158.
Live demonstration ready. All right, baby, let's go. So it's going to summarize an article. So we're going to actually launch ChatGPT first to give this one a bit of a head start. Brendo, why not? You know, I'm making the claim. All right, so it's going to summarize the article, identical articles. Let ChatGPT work. Let Gemini work. Wow. Gemini's done. ChatGPT still are. All right. All right. Point mail. Too bad.
Come on, ChatGPT.
I'm right.
All right, let's wrap things up here. A couple of minutes ago, Palantir, back to the highs. We almost took out the highs there this morning from yesterday. We're basically flat on the morning compared to the past couple of days. Nothing new on Palantir to talk about today, but all kinds of strength so far this week.
Oh yeah, after the addition, Brendo, into the S&P 500, it's been a good look, but it's kind of been consolidating a little bit between that $34 and that $35 area. Had a nice bump up there with the overall market when we really moved up, but there's really nothing new except that blue box yesterday that apparently we're all waiting to hear about. I still haven't heard anything about it.
I don't think anything ever came from that, but we'll keep waiting, I guess, for whatever's in the box.
What's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box? What a great
What's in the box is faster processing speeds. That's why Gemini is attached to the box.
Oh, it's not a head?
Nah.
Oh.
All right, Palantir right here. I mean, it's on the sticky note. It's in the sticky note again right now. Breaking through $35. I mean, I think this high of 35.20. It's the 52-week high. The last time we were here at 52-week highs, we busted it through, and it was a huge trade. So that was back at 33.10, I think. It really worked the rest of the day. But again, it's just, when Palantir went that day, it was already up 8%, right? It was coming into a big move overnight, and then we took it out right here at 33.10, and then we just kept on going the rest of the day, closing basically where we are right now. So I think that break right there of 35.20 could come into play. It happened again. So that's 2 times that we have that indicator. I like the stock. I like everything about it. But we're already been up here a couple times. Let's just play the break. If it doesn't work, we can get out at 35. It's a pretty easy. I wrote down on here easy. It's just the play is there. If you like it, you take it. If you don't, you don't. But I mean, I'm going to take that breaking through 35. I think I wrote down 35.25. But at the end of the day, that high of the 52-week high is what we want to play on Palantir for me. Pretty simple stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, we have like 1 minute to go. I mean, I tweeted the same thing. I actually have 35 as the actual even break because there was one crazy wick at the open that took you to 35.25 up here just a couple of days ago. But we did have the imbalances drop in here, guys. So there wasn't a heck of a lot. Let me just quickly sort there. There wasn't a heck of a lot. See gold up there, ABEV, but nothing really doing on the imbalance locator early. Palantir is a small buy at 116,000. The dump zone on Moderna, I don't want to say it's ended, but for the first time, it actually bounced pretty significantly. Moderna bounced off 67, got to 69.5. It was on its way to that 71 in VWAP, but now pulling back into the lows. Want to look for a place to short this one. 71.50 was the previous 52-week low. So if it gets into that 71 area, I think the pop and fade can be on for mRNA. The other, I paid for locates on DJT. It made a high yesterday on DJT. You can see it very clearly at 16.8. It was a short at the open, but then after that, pre-market high was the afternoon high. If it gets through this, it could squeeze, but as long as it's under 1680, I think it's a continuation short for them. Whoops. The countdown, which is a little bit late because I hit it a couple seconds late there, is brought to you by Firefly. But Adara, ring it now because the market is open on this good Thursday. What was that? On this Thursday.
Thursday, yeah. Okay, so NVIDIA, we're waiting for that one. It's still waiting to go. Palantir,
wow, Micron.
We're in. Yeah, I mean, Micron's instantly tanking down. I still have that 85 break. We'll try it, but wow, it's coming in a lot now, Micron. $86, $85.50 now.
Oh,
I mean, the whole market's coming in, so watch out now. Here comes
Except
NVIDIA.
for Google.
Google's going up, okay. NVIDIA might break 116. That's our out if it does that. Micron just bounced off that low of 85, like almost to the penny. So wait out for that one, 85.13. Yeah, here we go. So we'll be out of these trades when they break. This is not a catch the falling knife situation right now. Let's just wait on this one. We'll get stopped out once, there we go, once it breaks. So there it goes through 116. We should have been a little bit more diligent on that and maybe taken 116.50 when that happened in hindsight. But okay, so a quick little loss there on that play. Now let's wait to see that. Again, we talked about how many shares we use in the pre-market versus every other time. So, all right, here comes Micron right now. We're in.
Yeah, it just made the break. Palantir, obviously no 35 break incoming, and Moderna, you've got to be kidding me. That was absurd. To the downside on Moderna. It broke the low and just went another $1.50 to the downside. So you can almost stick a fork in that. You're getting a huge reversal on not just NVIDIA, but Google's making a pullback as well. So I'm trying to get into this Moderna after this flat bottom break in here. Do want to be short this. I thought we'd be able to short the pop, but this stock doesn't care.
There you go. Back to Greensville right now as we hit Micron. So Micron just goes down. Our best fills there in the 30s, by the way, on Micron. That might have been it. We got 36s out on Micron out of more than half of that trade, but it is coming back up. So watch out for that play. I mean, where are we going to be wrong on it is sort of the question right now. We're already wrong if it keeps on going back up, but that just wicked up to 85.60. So again, you got to let some of these stocks settle down a little bit. VWAP's at 86.30 right now. So I think that's probably where we'll wait to see where Micron can go from here. But we are short that name. Neil keeps saying Google over there. Is it still going up like the market?
No.
Okay, because I was going to say the
monster reversal on Google. So I did jump into Micron underneath 67. Look, it's always risky going short at the bottom. I'll try to give it a buck. It's already traveled like $10 this morning. It's ridiculous. I should have had that first pop to the south side. But Google might want to get that 151. I said I'd look at pre-market lows for Alphabet, but it's really a kind of a loose level. It's like 152.5-ish. Where there was some support on this bad boy. Just going on over to Tesla. I know there's a lot of names that we didn't talk about today. Apologies. Tesla's breaking highs as the market goes lower. So just very quickly, this is all of a sudden looking very strong again. Remember the breaks that couldn't get through that 227 in the afternoon? Well, we're almost there right now on Tesla. So relative strength in Tesla. So apologies for not mentioning that stock, but Moderna took it through 67. It just tagged 66 and is flying back up. Wow. Remember, this is SSR. This could be a trap at the bottom here. I'm starting to think on Moderna. I feel like if this is holding, I feel like if this is holding, should have been all out for that dollar because Moderna, we wanted it short at 71 and you're taking 67. I'm jumping out of this thing and letting it get back in and settle down. Because I feel like trapping yourself at the low of the day in there, maybe not the best way to go. That wasn't the plan of action
what a flush.
On mRNA was to short the bottom. I took it anyways, but I'm going to jump out of Dodge and let this one calm down a bit. You can see down 15%. That's always tricky at the open, taking one of those breakdowns. If you're trapped, this could go $4 to the upside and then be a short then.
We went over and tried to punch Google long and missed it.
Wow,
That's
Tesla.
so stupid. What a move back. Well, look at this move down on Palantir, man. It gets to 34.53 as if.
34.
Huge move down and then a huge move back up on Palantir. So the market got flushed there, like as if. Like, I don't know. NVIDIA's all the way back up now into 117 again. So play the strength in like many strong names and you would be fine. Right now we're playing weakness in Micron, and we're short right now at 85.10s. Looks like it wants to keep going to the upside right now, which is fine. We've taken out some, but we put those shares back on. We were going to use VWAP. It's now at 86. I was going to give it a little bit more than that, just because of how violent the name is, and I want to try to hold on to things for a little bit longer if we can. So we'll wait to see if Micron wants to be that name for us today. Palantir still at 35, so we've got minutes to go before that one tries to take out the top. Let's just see what happened on Intel. We did want to look at 20. Everything is going to look like this, so we still have to be patient and wait for our levels to come in because everything dumped and everything's back. So we'll have to wait on all of those plays. Nothing over there and only Micron right here right now.
No, Palantir's at 99.
Yeah, I know.
So Palantir's breaking imminently. That 35 level. Man, Tesla's really on one. I didn't get over there fast enough as that took out previous close through 228. So we're gonna have to go dip buy hunting on Tesla. Palantir, every time I say it's about to break and then I'm staring at it, it goes right to 35. It's still at 34.98, 99. It's trying to break. I have a limit order to go through when it finally does. Hey, that's the first time that I've mentioned the breakout. And then it actually broke while we were alive here instead of just me sitting around waiting for it to happen. So let's see. Like, obviously, there's that 35.25 wick from a couple of days ago. I think it was 2 days ago, I'm pretty sure. 35.25, there was a wick the last time it got above 35 even. I think there might be some sellers in there. I have my stop underneath VWAP because I think if we pull back, you could get to yesterday's close. If you lose that, that's at 85. If you lose that, I think you could go anywhere to the downside. The market's trying to do a bit of a V-shaped recovery, on the first wick, because it's only 5 minutes in. But the market now headed back into the upside. Some strong names out there. Google gave it to you. Palantir gone. Tesla is absolutely flying, as I mentioned. But it's Google, I feel like it was the biggest miss. Because Google was strong all morning long. There was never a moment that Alphabet looked bad for the long, except for like a couple of seconds at the open. That shouldn't have been enough to get away from this dip buy.
We have Amazon written down here as being strong, and I actually just went over there and put in the wrong. I put in 185, and I was going to put in a VWAP trade here at 184.60, but instead I put 185.60. So you're going to see me get in and out there for flat on Amazon. So if you saw that pop in there, we're waiting for down here VWAP at 185. Now it's changing, but I was at 05. So it's still basically right there as it continues to work higher there. I like Amazon higher than the market. The market's down, Amazon's up. VWAP here, 50 period there. I like the long, but obviously it's got to come in there. I see Palantir is getting
Moderna is the biggest
level.
mistake.
Yeah, Moderna. And then Micron. Micron just went into the money, man. It just bounced off 85 again. So I'm just wondering, like we're short there. It just bounced off 85 flat. So watch out now as we get VWAP right here at 86 now for Micron. There goes Palantir. We just took a break of 20. And again, let's just try to get some more out here. Hopefully, not some more out. Let's get some out here. And hopefully it continues to break a little bit higher.
The carp are flying around here. You just got to catch them all over the place.
There's
They're
so
like
many trades.
I don't know, Alex Carp.
Carp. Yeah. I think he said cart.
Oh, the carp. I was trying to do a pun on Palantir. So
yeah. Let's see.
No, but it's at that 35.20. I have an off. Man, the second I saw 25 on the offer, it kind of stalled there for a split second. I threw one in there. I think we're going to go dip buys back into the 35 even. Apologies for not going to the daily chart once. That's the daily chart. It looks fantastic to set upside. But there was a mistake by me on MRNA. I jumped out of that trade thinking I didn't want to get trapped at the bottom. Look at the wick. That's me. We're able to get 67 down into like 66.40 was an out, and then it comes right back in and to the low of the day. Like I wick out there back through 67 even, and look at this thing absolutely fly to the downside. VWAP's going to be in play for me on that bad boy, and NVIDIA, NVIDIA lost a bit, and now NVIDIA is all over it once again. So I think it was one of those like rinse jobs, was trending to the downside. It now just seems to want to take out the top. This market is doing it again. They're doing that thing where they rinse everybody only to go ham to the upside. Dara?
Beware here of GRRR coming back down right now, but increasing volume here off the open. This one announcing here that they're going to have this $6 million share buyback because they believe the stock to be undervalued, saying that explicitly. Worth noting as well here, we got a float of about 9.5 million shares, 4.5% of which are sold short for GRRR.
Grrr.
Right.
My favorite character from Invader Zim.
Palantir there goes down, and not great right now, breaking back down through, am I still on Palantir? There it is, breaking through $35 now to the downside. So we're going to get some out here and just be like, okay, maybe we're wrong. We do have some shares on board, so my average price will be about 10 or 11 now. Let's just sort of lick some of these wounds as Palantir does not continue its upside move. That's three times failed at 35.25. So we take that break there. We were able to get that at the 200 period moving average, but that still has to work out for us if we're going to do anything here today for PLTR. Let's see if it wants to work. All right, and what was a good trade early might not be late here as Micron is starting to go back up there to the upside. I mean, I'll take a market rip because that will be good for Palantir, but definitely right now not great for our positioning on Micron up to 86. We were going to use VWAP. At the time, it was 86.40, so that's kind of where I've left it now. But yeah, the market's getting spicy here to the upside on some of these chip names as wow, NVIDIA. This one's I mean, we didn't have that many shares, so like P&L wise, this is why I'm not like panicking about anything. It's fine, but that was huge move right back up to the top here for NVIDIA wanting to work out, and looks like it's going to here for anybody long that name. Dip buy opportunities again on NVIDIA seem to be the case.
Yeah, it'll be one of those types of mornings because, I mean, Tesla's at $230. So, that 228, you can pretty much forget about that. It's absolutely gonzo to this point. I think you still have a chance for NVIDIA because it could pull back into VWAP. That previous close that I liked at 116.5, like it lost that, came right into the 16 level, lost that and went to 15, but higher lows can be the play here. So you just got to be patient with it. If we can get a trend into the pre-market high before it breaks, all it has to do is hold the 17, the higher low of the 116.5, and we'll jump into this one looking like it's going to be one of those like dip and rip type of mornings. Palantir did come into the previous close. I got out when it broke VWAP, but the previous close was 34.85. VWAP was just a line. And that's 34.85 immediately came back in. So I got back in when it broke back above VWAP. I'd like to see it break 35.05 again because you don't want this to turn into a topping tail wick candle. So I'm not going to reload this unless it's holding above the 35 level. Google's starting to come back in here as well. So with the market making that bounce, Google just lost VWAP. That's not necessarily good. Alphabet was strong. I don't like that. All right, we were thinking dip buy in Google, but usually I want it holding that higher low. Hold the VWAP in here and hold me that higher low, and I'll like that a little bit better. Moderna is still slowly bleeding to the downside. No, 17% doesn't seem like it's slow, but compared to what it was doing earlier, not a lot of movement. I don't want to short at the bottom. I'd like to get a pop in here to VWAP to be able to short that. So Palantir's back above 35 even. It's starting to stay the course, and NVIDIA doesn't seem to want to dip for us to get into this bad boy. It might just be a top side break here on NVIDIA. 118. Ooh, might just have to.
What is ARM doing? Yeah, we're still in Palantir, trying to take a little bit out here as it goes. ARM is not near that 140 marker. NVIDIA is still going. So again, we just had a great. There goes Palantir. So Micron, we just had another opportunity to get out for basically flat. I mean, it went down to 50s. We would have lost 25 cents there. Feel bad because now it looks like the whole market wants to start ripping again. So this Micron trade of a short of 85 is not going to be the play for me today. But we're still holding it out. If it breaks higher than what we've been at right now, we are out of that trade. Good outs for Palantir again. We were able to get some of that bottom, and then we just got some there again at 14s, at 12s, and at 14s or 15s. So now it's starting to come back in. Wow, what a roller coaster day. Just on 3 names so far today. NVIDIA, Micron, and Palantir. We do have some shares on board. So would like to see one of them work out for us here. And hopefully that one can be, well, hopefully it'll be both. But right now Micron is struggling at that $86 mark. It looks like it wants to go higher here. Was that a call for somebody, or we're all good?
So speaking of...
You're on DJT.
Yeah, speaking of things that, just very quickly, things that broke out or didn't break out, DJT just went straight to the downside. I said I wanted to short 1680 on a continuation. Well, it broke down right away. I'm going to look for VWAP or 1625. I want to see it curl and pop and fade here to join the trend back in. Let's go over to Adara. That was a call.
Just keep an eye on 10 on medical here, TNON. This one up more than 200 or around 200% as of right now. It's already halted. Strong volume off the open. No new catalyst on this, though this stock did undergo a reverse split effective September 6th. So it's been trading post for that 1 to 8 reverse split for a few days now. They do have a really small float, around 425,000 shares, $1.5 million market cap. Lots of social media attention for TNON, guys.
Enon? Oh,
that's the one Luis was on.
Yeah, that is.
Good luck, Luis.
Look at
that bad boy.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA just took 118. What's interesting is pre-market high technically is at the 25 level. So it kind of didn't break the pre-market high. We always talk about this with even, don't always play the even dollar levels there. And the market's really trying to go. I don't know how much I love it at this level. I should be taking the break at the quarters instead of the evens on NVIDIA. It is what it is. I'll just trim some and then take the break. If it breaks to the top, I'm going to have this one again. So I'm going to try and be relatively tight with this stop, I think. I just took some out there. The high is 118.25. It's here. It's not at 18 at all. It's 118.25 on NVIDIA. So I don't think we got the right level on it. If we break underneath 117, look, it's now starting to come back in here. So let me just adjust. I said I want to tighten the stops. I'm going to go ahead and do it. It needs to break the high of the day. Then we'll be a little bit better off. Palantir just lost a bid again.
Yep.
But when it wicked me out again. So the Palantir, the 35 even break was good. The dip buys just keep challenging the low and taking me out. But it's still looking okay. Like, it's green on the day. It's usually managing to recover above VWAP. You're just not getting the trend continuation that I think you want on this one yet. But I still want to give it chances above VWAP here. As long as it's holding on to the previous close price at that 34.85, we'll keep giving it some shots. So NVIDIA doesn't seem to want to go past this 118 again, so I'm going to pull back off this. It never broke the high. That's at 118. Actually 30. It's not even 25. Let's back off in this until VWAP, because the real break should have been 25 cents higher. It's Tesla that's really going, or was going. Wow, now that's really dipping in here. None of the shorts do I have, because I am not in Moderna. And it's starting to feel like there should at least be a couple. And as I'm getting into NVIDIA, of course, that's when Moderna goes to VWAP. Already dropped $1 off of VWAP the second it got there. Moderna is sick today.
Yeah.
Not like the good kind of sick.
No. Micron, again, so it's too bad. We said one of these is probably going to work and one isn't, and it looks like Palantir is the one that does not. So we're going to go we made a lot of money on the first day on Palantir and then nothing the last two. We didn't trade it yesterday, but since that ad, so there goes Palantir. We were actually lucky on the reloads. This could have been infinitely worse for us, but I'm just holding out a very, very small piece here of this name, Palantir, as the market comes way in right now. What a good trade this has been here for Micron. It took a minute to do it, and we almost got stopped out, and we should have better pricing than we have on this name, that is for sure, but Micron right now, good levels. We just got out at 85 11s. So hopefully we can break that 85 on negativity right there. I see NVIDIA just slipped up again, failing on that 118 break. It was a good try though. And then now here it comes right back in. So yeah, this market is definitely slipping up. 70 cents now in the money on Micron though, so I'm glad we have that one. We'll wait for Palantir. I don't really have a level other than where we've already bounced off today, which is also the 50 period moving average down here on the 20-minute chart. So that could be a level to reload, which is why we're holding a little piece of this just to see if we can get some actionable levels to come in and we can watch it a little bit better. But Amazon, new position alert right now for AMZN. We talked about wanting to buy this one. We're long at 185.05. We'll put something out for 30 cents if we can get it back near, a little bit higher than VWAP. I was going to wait in this area for 35 or so, but we're dropping down right now. Watch out for 180. I think I should have a stop here. That's a small position, so I got to figure this out. But that's what I'm in right now. Amazon, Micron, and Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir, it lost the bid for me, and I feel like now that it's under the previous close price, I'm going to stay away from that. I'm finally into DJT, but not Moderna. We'll see what happens with that. DJT tagged VWAP, came underneath, broke the low, so shorting it back at that low into VWAP. VWAP's at 1605 with a local high at 1610. I am short this. Again, Moderna might just be... So every single chance, when it goes up, that's your opportunity to get into this thing. So that's not necessarily on the breaks down, but the next time it does a big green candle to the upside, gotta look for the curl on this thing. It's absolutely bleeding to the downside as we speak, but this is starting to get a little bit nastier. Like NVIDIA is about to retest underneath the pre-market lows here. You might just double tap the 115 even. So I think it was right to get out of the trade. 118 was an even number. The high of the day was above that. It wasn't even breaking out the top anyways. Let's work back into this 115. If there's going to be a bid, that could be the place that it comes. Apple, I said over under 222. It's well under 222. That sets it up. I should really be short a few things in here. Unfortunately, Moderna, the one we got out of right away, should have got out way too early on Moderna. Even if it doesn't matter if you're up or down on the stock, you should follow your plan of action. Apple looks like it's going to be heading into this 220. It's breaking 220 right now. So let's look for a pop to be able to fade. The NASDAQ's gone full reverse. We wicked the bottom and looked like we were breaking out the top, but we never broke the top. And all of a sudden that consolidation that happened all overnight, now we're trading lower. That does not look good. We went sideways the whole way only to break down. After the exuberance of yesterday, there's a lot of profit that can get taken in here. Let's go up to the desk with Adara. Oh,
yeah, not yet.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, that's okay. All right, so here we go, man. We're taking $1 now, so it's your first Dollar Club winner. We did lose on NVIDIA earlier, so we did lose $1 on NVIDIA, but we'll make it back on Micron. And again, the nets will be similar, so we're all good with that. By the way, fired off again for the hot dog cannon. We did buy some more. Amazon down near this bottom. I just want to see this one go to the high side now. Amazon 185.20. I mean, we just bounced off that. So let's stick an order right in and around there. Come on, get to the downside, please, and thank you. Micron, if that would happen, that would be nice. We'll wait to see if that can come through. But right now, Amazon, 17 cents. Micron, 80 cents. Palantir, looking for a bottom. Where will we find one? Maybe soon. Let's go see Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you were too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
All right, thank you, Adara. So we just said, right when we went back from Adara, or to Adara, we said, let's go try to go some long Palantir. So we just punched in at 68s, I believe, there on Palantir. So let's see if we can get a little bit higher now. We went right immediately to 80 on that play. So we'll see if that one wants to work. It looks like we're starting to get going now again. So let's just go. Hopefully, we'll get a little Hydration Nation in us and feel a little bit better, because right now Amazon is trying to get back up to the upside. So we're trying to play strong names. We like Amazon for the bounce back. This name can go multiple dollars. Let's see if it wants to do that. Our breaking spot here is 184.50, which should leave us basically flat on the day if we get broken out to the downside on that one. Still $1 in the money on Micron. And that is about that, man. I mean, pretty simple stuff. I think if you were scalping NVIDIA, great job up there at 118. Just pulled back in again. I mean, these names are pretty off today. Like, I'm not sure where a lot of these trades are going to wind up happening. Still really early. It's only 9:52. NASDAQ makes a move down again, now making that move back up. It looks like, Neil, buying the dips is what's going to work out. It sure is now on Amazon. 40 cents in the money over here now on AMZN. And the reload on Palantir starting to work out a little bit. 85 coming into play very soon for Palantir.
Yeah, it looks like Google might be relatively strong in here as well. But just very quickly, DJT double bottom at 1580. So we grabbed at 95 on the way back down from VWAP, but it's going right back to the upside. It's going to try and rinse and repeat this out in front of VWAP to the low as long as it wants to trend. But it does feel like Alphabet is looking like the strong one. It's just hanging on. Well, the market was making those lows. Google refused to go any lower off of 153. I kept waiting for it to test some of the pre-market bottoms here underneath 153. There was nothing happening while the market went down, so it held 153 and a third. It looks like a pretty good one here for Alphabet. So I think it's time to get long Alphabet off that level. If it breaks, if we break down the clear line of support, it's a pretty relatively easy stop to just throw it underneath the 30 level when it's held it for like 15 minutes now. So I do like what's going on with Alphabet. We're not going to get 151 unless disaster strikes in the market anyways. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I don't think we're getting there. But if we do, I'll be out of this trade before we break 53.
All right. The props. I mean, Amazon right now is 50 cents in the money. It's going to be a pretty clean trade for us now. It's going to be this is Micron. We only have two winners. Palantir is going to be a losing trade for me today. And then NVIDIA, of course, off the jump, also a losing trade. But I did want to make sure that we still looked at names that were moving around here. ARM was something that was on my radar here today. It's trying to bounce back, it looks like, here on ARM. So there's that 138 level. Just looking to see if we like a break out into the long. I mean, this could be a decent spot, 138.50. We've seen this a couple times. Maybe a 139 on ARM if you really wanted to go. We've canceled our other trigger to get up at 140.50. We kind of liked that trade. That didn't hit. That's a bad wick there. We were just looking at it from into here, 140.50 sort of. I don't know where we found that level from. Oh, it must have just been the pre-market high. Yeah, so kind of where we were yesterday. Looking for a break, a smooth break higher, but it looks like ARM now wants to get going upside, which is fine by us, man. I mean, we're into Palantir. We got a nice little fill there. Micron, we only have 25% left of this position. We got some good outs there at 85. We were really happy to do that as we watched out for, to fall down there, NVIDIA. Yeah. Amazon does make that move again. We got to put another order up here. It just looks like it doesn't want to get too much higher than where we are right now. We'll put an offer in the teens again, and hopefully we'll get that and sort of wash that out there. Palantir, more outs if we come up to $87. Please, guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe, support the channel, tell everybody about it, get notifications. You're going to get Sharif and Adara for Learn to Trade in the afternoon, where we'll go over some Fibonacci bands, I believe, or Fibonacci's. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I prefer those.
Or if you like, you go some Teppanyaki, get some Hibachis, things like that coming through. But that will be during lunchtime with Sharif and Adara. So stay tuned for that. All right, Amazon pulling back in, Micron pulling back down, and Palantir basically doing not much. But hey, that one trade was ARM. Yeah, we didn't set that up, so we should.
It's about to break.
Is it? Okay, yeah. So there's ARM right now, trying to break these little wicks. We can see what happens there, 138.55, 139. Decent area here for ARM if you like the long. But the market's still down, so I'm going to change my opinion on ARM for now.
Yeah, I'm looking to find something that I'm going to like to the short side. I mean, outside of DJT and Moderna were names that we're looking at short the entire way. But I just saw what's going on with Intel here. And I know it's low-hanging fruit, and not to pick on them all the time, but it's down 3%. NVIDIA is up 0.2. NASDAQ's down 0.1. It's clearly weaker than everything else. You saw the rollover that it's already put in. I think this can be a nice little short-to-pop situation here for Intel. VWAP's going to sit right at afternoon support, like right at 3 o'clock. It's like 19:30. So I think if we get into there, we're going to try and short this one. Into DJT. Ooh, Google, Alphabet. Now you're going to retest that low. Here we go. We're going into that 153. So just as I say I want to grab something to short, that 153 is about to get tested on Google. If it breaks 53, I don't like any longs till close to 151, which is a ways away on Alphabet. But it's one of the few stocks that has managed to hold out some of these highs when the market was testing low. So I'm in here at 40s. We'll see if it breaks that 153 in earnest. I'll be out of the trade if it does. I'd like it to get above VWAP, and then we can work into it. But the short that I'm now looking for is going to be the next available pop on Intel, which might not even be the quarters. It might just be these 15s in here. Just take the consolidation. You take what the market gives you, not the price that you think is the absolute right place, or the only place you can take the trade has got to be VWAP. No. If it's just going to break and only go 10 to 15 cents up, then you short it there. And if I want to join the trend, that's where it might let me in here on Intel. Still not much going on for me on Moderna. It's holding the lows, and I'm waiting for it to make a pop into VWAP.
All right. Still trying to do the same stuff there. We'll take some more out on Palantir. We did get that 90 fill or 87 fill, which was the 200 period. So even though we got, really the only problem was this part, that first break of 20s. And the thing is that our best out was only 24.25, which happens to be the high of the day, and then it fell off of that. We didn't even put that, we put like 5% of our shares there. I really thought it was going to go. Then we were able to buy some back, and then that was good. That was good as well, until eventually we broke through what I thought was a decent spot there of 75. There's another fill. We just get 93s there on Palantir. So there we go. So then the rebuy at 70, out now in 90s. So it's going to, like, Palantir's fine. I don't know what else to say to everybody, but it's a good trade there to buy the dip. It was not a good break early, but you got to have a little bit more risk, right? I mean, the thing is that I can't just sit here and worry too much about this stock when it only drops down 40 cents. So that's fine. We are completely comfortable with all of that. It looks like Micron wants to bounce off 85 again. I'm still a little bit lower on that play. Amazon, we got some out there at 185 when it broke a little bit lower for 40 cents. Remember, we're still 35 cents in the money on Amazon, although now it's only 20 cents, but that was a 35-cent take there. So we're lucky enough to get some of these nice bids. We could try it again right now, but we have numbers, I believe, are at least happening now at 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, that right.
No numbers here for the rest of the day, though we will have the 10:30 a.m. natural gas change, but no other major economic data prints. This morning, however, we did get PPI pretty much flat. Same with what we saw yesterday with CPI. So we'll have to wait and see what the Fed does ahead of next week's FOMC meeting for September. Should be an interesting one for sure. In terms of the market, we have both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ down about 1/3% as of right now. So we'll have to see how this continues, because we know there have been some reversions as of late in the market. Roku, a stock on watch here, up more than 5%, getting this upgrade to outperform from Wolfe Research with a $93 price target for ROKU. Next up here, mRNA, trying to find a bit of a bottom here, but still down about 18%, announcing some business updates, including a lower than expected 2025 revenue forecast, and that they're cutting its R&D expenses by $1.1 billion by the year 2027. Last but not least, Kroger here, kind of coming down a little bit, still up about 3%, though, after a pretty mixed Q2 earnings report for KR, guys.
There you go. Good look for Kroger. Just very quickly, that ride stock from yesterday that tanked a bajillion percent, down 70 points, halted to the downside, shockingly, at $3.97. It is, it's not looking good. If it opens up, even a slight move down, goes through yesterday's bottoms at 375. So it's looking pretty nasty for the stock. Again, there was a question in the chat, what is the short float on DJT? I actually don't know, because we don't have any data for the short float on DJT. What I can tell you is that the expiration locks up. It looks like it's going to be on the 20th. But I don't have any short float data for DJT. So if you guys have a source, I don't have one at all. That just headed to the low of the day. But as that headed to the low of the day to break lower, Intel wicked me out. But if I get wicked out, I want back in. I thought if we broke here, we'd get to VWAP where my original target entry was going to be. But if it's just going to do the wick shimmy, where it breaks that high by like a cent or two and comes back in, I want to jump right back into the trade into these teens as long as we can get it. So it's heading back into the downside, down 2.5 points in here. But it's NVIDIA that's doing something different. NVIDIA gone again.
Yep.
Not the first time, it's the second time, apparently, that you have to have the breakout. NVIDIA, just higher lows and now higher highs, is scamming everybody, because as the market's going nowhere, NVIDIA wants to go higher. So the impulse to be long NVIDIA was right, the prices that we got. Not necessarily, maybe it's not the price, it's more the timing, because any price that we would have had would have been in the money. It's the timing. Got to look for the dip. If it's going to do this, higher highs and higher lows, then the safer way in the trend is to join the dip. If it's going to do this channel the entire way here. So NVIDIA 1.5 points to the upside. It's the one that's on one today.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. We're in a new position right now. It's too bad because we had that NVIDIA, but like Neil said, it's all about timing. All right, so right there, Apple, we're going to go long into quarters now. We just take something out for, we got 138s there, something like that, so we'll take a quick little bid. Our offer there as it gets lifted, so now we'll wait to see if it can go. Breaking through VWAP, still down on the day. There's no doubt this is not a super sexy stock right now. What I mean by that is it doesn't have those jets underneath it. I think we could definitely get that going. We'll wait to see if it breaks through 221. I'm pretty comfortable with that as a bid, and if we lose it, maybe 220.80 as our stop. Let's average into this one. Here it goes. We'll see if we can get Apple going. And then Amazon, we were able to get 25s there. That was a good take. And then Palantir, wow, what a recovery for Palantir. Let's go over to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we are set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on the NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
Yeah. We talked about how important stuff like that is. So definitely check out all of these sponsors, and that's a good one there with Firefly. Go check them out again. All right, so just real quick, I don't know, man. We got some more out of Apple there. Apple went as high as 45s. We take that, Phil. So we'll take 20 cents here on Apple. That's where the 50 period is. Now let's see it break higher. No more offers for me on Apple. Micron. So I got nervous. Here, Micron's still a fine stock. We got more shares here at O's. We just punched some out there at 82s. And the reason why we did some of that, I mean, it's basically a flat trade. We are bidding lower, and there it comes. So yes, sir, is that I didn't want to get caught one way here with NASDAQ starting to go back upside, and I'm going long Apple, I'm long Amazon, and I just didn't want, I was too many shares here for Micron. So that's, long story short, we had to let this one breathe a little bit, so I wanted to punch a little bit out there on Micron. Looks like it could still work to the downside, but it's like Apple continuously going. That's 20 cents in the money. We just put this trade on. Amazon, not great. Palantir doesn't want to go too much. So we are out of now 70% of our Palantir as we get to the upside. Next target, like right around here, 35.15. If we can get that, great. Micron target back into the 30s, 85.30 right here. That's where I'm bidding. And then Apple bombs away, man. We already talked about that. We'll buy some more down here at 221. It actually just touched 221. Is that true? 221.20? We should have bought some there. Let's just wait to see. We're going to give it to this little cliff there to see what winds up happening. So yeah, Apple. I mean, I've got 4 positions and they're all doozies. So we're going to have to try to manage these.
Yeah, apparently Neo's bleeding.
Apple.
See battles. We'll get to that
Apple.
one in a quick little second, but the market's making another bounce in here. Oh, there's a bottoming tail candle if I've ever seen one on DJT. So I'm just gonna cover and then explain. It's self-explanatory. That is the biggest volume candle on DJT since the open to the downside, and it's a recovery one. So I'm jumping out at 15.6. This is adjacent to yesterday's bottoms anyway, so kind of like the bottom here at 15.35, and it does a bottoming tail candle at 15.4. So I'm going to jump out, take the profit, and then move on to the next. That's a big time move to the upside. I know it's a bleeding stock, but I want to take profit somewhere. If it gets back to VWAP, we'll go back into it again. So we shorted 16. We're able to get 15.6 on the best of the outs. NVIDIA definitely. Okay, so NVIDIA's done the pattern of, instead of taking breaks, you got to try to buy the dips in here. I don't know if we'll get back into VWAP again. I thought we would. Seems like that 118 where we tried the breakout, that's starting to hold in here on NVIDIA, looking pretty strong. I'm just going to double check to see if there's something looking better. AMD is not. ARM maybe is, but it's not really moving a heck of a lot there on ARM. The other one, yeah, it still hasn't really broken out. Oh, yeah, it's Broadcom's the one that's going right now. So Broadcom looks a little bit better on a trend, but it's still trying to buy the dips, which is the same thing we'd be doing anyways here on NVIDIA back into VWAP. So Google, I don't know, Google's gone like 10 cents in the money, 10 cents out. It's not really going much of anywhere as we speak, but NVIDIA feels like the one we need to join this trend. If it continues the trend of the upside, got to buy the next dip into VWAP as long as we can get it. And I promise C Battles, I'm like, okay, we'll look at Neo. Neo absolutely flushing today, down 8%. So what goes up must come down. If you're a Chinese ADR, there is your 200 period lost. Just as soon as it gained it, it's lost it again. I'd suspect $5 looks like a pretty good level. Maybe the 490 for some support on Neo if you guys are looking for a bounce spot. Not sure why you'd want to catch the falling knife, but if you felt compelled to, SSR 10% down would also be out in front of $5 as well.
Yeah,
Wow,
so the
10%.
one stock that fell back in here for us was Amazon, and we did not reload it. Luckily to get out there and now back in. So it can be a flat trade actually for us on Amazon. We got out of about half and then lost about half. So it's pretty flat. That first trade was 185 O's, which is why it looks like it might be up, but it's pretty flat as a trade there for Amazon. Apple's working, Palantir's just sort of sitting here with it. So we will wait to see here. About all of that, I do want to not forget about, again, NVIDIA. Wow, what a move up to 119 again. Remember, this name was like weaker off the open, and then now straight back up. So I would say that right here is a definite buy, 117.50 here for NVIDIA. We'll wait to see if that can go. Yeah, me too, Tiago. That was a good one. Tiago bought Amazon at NVIDIA at 105. I mean, I said this, that I only really want to buy strong names. All right, crypto, 57.6, sorry, right now for Bitcoin. You can see that on the bottom. So we'll have a quick look now to see if we can get anything going now on, Mara looks kind of blasé right now, not doing too much here for Mara. I just want to make sure this Micron doesn't get too carried away here. 85.30, 85.85. Okay, so 86.40 is still our target. We haven't changed it. It looks like it wants to break now. I guess the chip names are starting to go a little bit. This is well within the reason of a loss for me now. If this 40 cents of a hit for Micron, I think the risk is better than this. We're down 4%, although it is retracing back upside. We have a pretty aggressive stop now, so 86.40, just to make sure that's still there. Yeah, if that breaks, we're out. So 40 cents worth of risk. If we're nervous, we could take the middle spot right here and get out at 20s. But right now, that's what we're doing. Seems like we're doing fine now. Palantir starting to get going. We do have, that target at 10. Let's switch it to 10s. We were up at 15s. Let's put an offer at 10 now. Yeah, cancel our 15s. There it is. Did we get it? Yes, we did. We got some 09s there. So a little bit of a change. We get a little more aggressive there on our out as we see some of those wicks. It's a good thing we just turned over to that. So again, a good retracement back up for Palantir. Looks like it would have been a bad stock. There it goes. There goes Micron. So we will turn red on Micron as well. So not dropping money down, losing money out of our pocket there. But that was just a sort of a fun thing to watch. But at the end of the day, it's a losing stock there. So look at the market.
The market is chopping. It's just
hard
chopping.
To put risk on right now.
Yeah, like look at, exactly. Like look at the market. Chop, up, chop down, backing around and forth. Like we've been underneath these pre-market support levels, like every single candle on a 15-minute, and then we haven't broken out any of the lower highs. So you gotta find ranges to trade, which is like, why am I shorting when we're not at VWAP yet? So again, wait for a price level and then get to that price level. So Intel breaks 30, I want to jump out of it. Google is essentially just consolidating in here. So it's actually, it's kind of doing what you want, which is that the market's choppy. Each time the market breaks a low, it's not really breaking its low. That's good, but it's also not breaking out the top. So if it gets to VWAP, I'm going to take some out and we'll try to reload right at the absolute bottom. Now, the thing that I'm trying to still see, every single time I think I'm going to get picked up on Moderna, I'm not getting it. So I'm kind of determined to try to find my way back into this short. But each time I try to get picked up on the offer, I'm not really getting filled. There's just not a lot coming through. Even when there's a bid on Moderna, it's not really going anywhere to the upside. So I think you got to be a little bit careful there. I'm going to try and reevaluate a good way to get into that. So I'm still looking at the same stocks, man. Like we're in Google, Intel, looking to get the bid at NVIDIA, which doesn't seem to want VWAP. And Moderna, I'd like to re-enter the short. It just doesn't even care about going enough to the upside to get me a good fill. So when NVIDIA doesn't get to VWAP, we'll have to find somewhere else to join that long, as this is the one time it doesn't get all the way down to some of those bottoms, NVIDIA, when we want in. Wow, Oracle's going as well. Now I got to keep eyes on NVIDIA here. NVIDIA is going to break 119.
Wow.
Because the last break at 18 was no good, I'm going to look for a false break. Like ideally, it false breaks 119, and then that's going to give us the dip buy that we're looking for.
Yeah, it's
NVIDIA.
It's going to go. It's probably going to take this out right now.
Only long today on NVIDIA.
Yep, I know. Yep. Apple's trying to go as well. Palantir's huge right now, so we're all good on pretty much on all fronts right now. A break of 119, I think, should be taken a little bit here, so we will take it for a little bit. Apple's really starting to go. He is actually here. We have Jeff Mendel. How are you, my friend?
What the?
Yesterday we get Mark O'Keefe. Today we get Jeffrey Mendel. Must be here for you here for the event tonight? Tomorrow. Okay, good. All right, this guy's here ready to go. Look, he's got sharp little glasses going on there.
Always dressed sharp.
Always looking sharp.
Microphone on and go over there?
There's a mic right here.
Oh, hi. What's up, guys? How's it going?
So this is Jeff.
Good to see everyone.
Yourself here from OTC Markets.
Yeah, Jeff Mendel, OTC Markets, everyone. What am I over there? Head of broker dealer sales?
Let's put on our glasses.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Here we go. We're trying to relive our the days when we were cool.
The days,
I don't know if I was ever cool.
The days of the cocktail table
The
over
days of
there.
the yeah,
in the
that was
webcam.
we still have the
webcam.
cocktail table.
Oh my God!
All right, we just
that's
Jeff.
what-
I would love to talk. You're more than welcome to go grab a mic.
NVIDIA just broke.
But right now we are long NVIDIA. NVIDIA just breaks 119 right now. It's upside, baby. Let's go see what's happening right now with NVIDIA. We'll check out some OTC market symbols for everybody in a couple seconds as well. So there it goes. Yeah, it does always look like this guy's on vacation. You know, I mean, this is what this guy does.
Just saying.
He's looking sharply dressed over here, making an appearance. One more.
It's easy to have a good handicap if all you do is golf, right?
Is that what he does? Is that all you do is golf?
Oh, I'm joking. Oh, I kid.
I will say this: I played golf my own ball one time this year. Lots of scrambles.
Oh, okay.
Lots of scrambles.
No, you can't be worse than I was. Trust me. There's a 0% chance you were worse than I used to be. I don't golf anymore because I got back issues. But
118. Yeah.
NVIDIA broke. Google broke VWAP.
Trade this.
The market's at the high of the day. So apparently, every time Jeff comes live, the market actually does something.
Apple's
we were
huge
range
right now, by the
bound,
way.
and all of a sudden, we're breaking out some tops here. So Jeff is good luck, apparently. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you very much for that one, Jeff. There goes Apple again. We'll go sirens alert for Jeff Mendel from OTC Markets and for Apple, as there goes Apple taking out 222, baby. We're long right here, Jeffrey. Right here off of VWAP. He's liking that look. Right there off of VWAP. Nice move up to 222. So there we go. Again, Palantir gave me a nightmare today. We were long, and then we got stopped out. Then we just went long again, and now that's trying to go back up to the upside. So, yeah. This is a heart attack waiting to happen here with NVIDIA, though, because it is failing off that 119 again. So we just tested the long. Let's see if it holds this little dip area of 118 again here for NVIDIA. So we're involved in a couple names right now. Yeah, the big one that I always try to look at here on the show is LKNCY. Of course, Luckin Coffee right now, only 234,000 shares. We can double check here. I love the website, Jeff. This is the most active section. You can see easily for me to pull up because it's on one of my tabs. There we go. Yeah, we got some Roche there. We got Tencent coming through as well. You brought to our attention before Rolls-Royce. Yeah, right here, LVMUY. So a lot of names going through. Trading is a little bit light today. I would feel like it's even light in the market. So just another look there. Go over to otcmarkets.com under market activity, Jeff. I really, really like that one. But I got a fish to fry here. So let's see what's happening with NVIDIA. I'm going to buy some more dips on this one. Dips with chips. You more of a queso guy or more of a guacamole? Is that what's actually live
Always
right now? Just Jeff's face? Okay. I feel like he likes that there. He was doing. You were doing your blue.
Oh, here is it gonna? Oh no.
You were doing your blue steel thing there. I look like.
I will.
You gotta give him the people's
Can we
elbow.
get back to the queso and guac?
I was going to say, yeah. Why not both?
Why not both? Like, why
If you're
not,
paying,
why
let's
not
go.
both Apple and NVIDIA making new highs right now?
Yeah, this is what I'm
Why
talking
not
about.
both?
Let's
I
go.
want
Let's
both.
drop that
Let's
money.
go.
Why not everything?
Where's that money?
Why not everything? I'll take just
Everything. Let's go.
a
Everything.
little bit of everything. You ever walk in and just be like, I want to order everything on the menu?
So at our office down in New York, there's a yacht that's been parked out there like since 2020.
Yeah, I should
The
move
name
it.
is To the Moon, and I'm actually
that
pretty
one.
sure it's a crypto billionaire. His yacht obviously makes sense, right?
Yeah,
Pretty sure I know who it is. He pretty out there, pretty
Is it Mr.
famous
Sailor?
guy. But
Mr. Sailor?
I'm pretty sure it's. I'm not going to say any names, but
okay, but you
know.
got your. Okay, well,
To
look,
the Moon.
Look at this.
Oh,
Look what
is
you've
it
done.
going?
Look what you have done,
Here we
Mr.
go.
Mendel. Here we go. Keep talking more about that boat, whatever you want to say. Here we go. Nice upside move for NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Bang, bang, and bang. It goes to P&L number one right there. It's NVIDIA. It's trying to go higher.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, to the moon, baby. Let's go. Mendel, we love you, brother. It's like, I'm telling you, every time the mic goes on you, the market goes back into the upside. So I feel like we want to stay there while we're breaking out to the
Mr.
tops
Mendel,
here.
this is for you.
It is.
Apple now $1 in the money now for
we go.
Apple. So there it is. There's the buy off VWAP. Here we go. We're getting into the 200 period moving average right now. I'm going to take another out here, Jeff, and then we
Give us
will
the
spin it
20s.
because there it is there. Now it's official. You could put, hot dogs aren't too bad. You can get a little.
I prefer the
sauerkraut?
I prefer the Costco brand hot dogs.
You do?
Kirkland.
Oh, do you?
Yep.
No,
All right,
no,
all right.
no, no, no.
It's $1.50. You get the hot dog and you get the and you get the drink there.
You get what you pay for.
I think they're Pepsi people over at Costco, right?
Are they Pepsi people?
Yeah, I can't remember, but
imagine Costco moved over to the OTC markets. That would be nice.
I mean, we'll
I'm just
take it. We'll take it.
We'll take all of those listings, baby. All right, so yeah, just continuing to go on, man. Palantir, nice little move there. I don't know if you heard it. Now included into the S&P 500 as of September 23rd, and Palantir up and away. There's the gap, Jeff.
It's crazy, isn't it?
On that announcement, it is crazy, as if you could see the future with the Palantir. We do have to go to Adara. Does Jeff know Noel Biderman? You know a Noel Biderman?
I do not.
He does not, Mr. Westermeyer, but thank you for the $2. Please, if you guys want to super chat more random names for Jeff.
Who is Noel Biderman?
Okay, well, the question is for you.
Are they trying to trick us into saying something?
All right.
No, it seems pretty harmless to me.
We got to go over to Adara quickly.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you'll first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You get to keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
Yeah, that's Trade the Pool. So yeah, you don't. Jeff, you want to trade on a funded account, man? You just log in back there, and you don't worry about it. You just log in as Neil and just start going crazy. It'll be fine. Yeah, no problem.
Take Brankel's account.
Don't tell Hugo because you're not supposed to. We're not going to worry about compliance. There's no compliance. Compliance?
The volume's not on out there. Right
No, is my mic still on? Oh, shoot, it is. Okay. All right, so here we go.
Don't mess with compliance at a trading firm.
Ever. We got a host. We got to host our friend here. But NVIDIA making the move to the upside. Is there any stocks that you're thinking about these days? Make any moves in your long-term portfolio or anything like that? You still like tech names? I don't know what you can and can't say, but.
Listen, I mean, overall, right? I actually can't trade any OTC names in my portfolio. So, that's one of the downfalls, I guess.
Yeah,
right? Because there are lots of great names out there. Yeah. We talk about a lot of them every day on the show, right? And I mean, look at it. It's all these ADRs that are, global names, right? We even mentioned some of them right there.
So just a quick question. So that would also mean you couldn't own Nintendo?
Nope.
So you couldn't own it.
You couldn't own an ETF.
You could own it.
I could. Yeah, it could be in an ETF.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So you'd have to buy an ETF.
Well, yeah. Okay. But ETFs. How many other names are in these things? But any single stock names I can't own. But like I said, we talk about them all the time with you guys. And look at this. Look at this. NVIDIA just keep going. It just keeps going.
Keep talking.
Oh my God.
Keep talking.
Another one.
No, every time you're on the mic, NVIDIA goes higher. You stopped talking and it dipped back to 119. You started talking and it goes up to 30s.
This is not a proven fact. This is just an observation, everyone. But it's working right now. Let's go.
Would you like a position here at Trader TV Live? I mean, we could probably.
We
could probably cut your salary in half if you wanted to.
I do count myself as one of the founding fathers of this thing.
Well, you are an originator. You are. I mean, one of the first guests we ever had before we were even on YouTube.
And quite clearly, you don't like the camera. So
no, not at all. Jeff doesn't like the camera. We do have a rule about how many buttons have to be done up on the shirt. Though.
Oh, geez, here we go.
I'm just messing with you. No, we literally don't care. What's going on,
man? All right, they keep playing. Do you hear that? Yeah, so we got that going on.
We got to start playing that with a kazoo, everyone.
Does
anyone have a kazoo?
Is it in your bag, or did you forget it, or where's your kazoo at?
I don't own a kazoo, but
nobody owns a kazoo.
We should probably switch that.
Bill Carr owns a kazoo.
Someone has.
What else is he gonna do?
People are doing everything around here. Jeff Mendel today, Mark O'Keefe yesterday. You never know who's going to swing by here. Maybe we'll get Brendan back in the action.
Anything can happen.
Over there.
Oh my God, where is Brendan?
He's right there.
Literally right behind you.
Oh my God.
That's exactly what Mark did yesterday. He's
just chilling there,
He has a nice new haircut. He's looking pretty sharp. What can I say?
Yeah, there he is. There, he's working on something there. Is he scrolling Instagram? What is that guy doing? All right, here we go. Let's go over. Do we have Adara?
I think it's a small cap.
I'm hearing so many things now.
The small cap recap.
By the way, NVIDIA 50 cents, Jeff.
Oh my God, you should have bought more.
Really bullish look here for IWM. Higher low and about 5 or 6 straight green candles here on the 3-minute chart. So Russell 2000 looking like it wants to have another straight rally day, currently up about 0.5%. In terms of small caps to keep an eye on, beware of SMFL. This is Smart for Life, up about 60%. It's run in the past. Beware of this one, though. Lots of different information floating around here with regards to the float and market cap. I was seeing anywhere of a market cap to like 100,000, 200,000, anywhere up to $1.5 million. So smaller market cap, but unsure of specifics here for SMFL. Next up, we have OPLG. This is Oblong. This one mentioned earlier today by Luis Barbados. This one trading higher here, announcing it's regaining compliance with the NASDAQ. We've got a short float of about 10%. On roughly 750,000 shares, market cap of about $2.5 million. Last but not least here, Tenon, T-N-O-N. This one has run in the past, little not near high of days, but still up about 150%. No news, but they did have one for 8 reverse split effective September 6th, guys.
Very much Adara, Tenon making power moves. Really hope Luis is printing on that one. I know that's what he was looking for. So a lot of people have asked for levels on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, okay, so you made the breakout. If you've got to zoom out your 15-minute chart in here to respect this close at 119. This is what we're battling with, this close right here at 119.5. I think if we get through that, you test the 120, and then ultimately all roads are leading to, I'll draw a line in here. All roads are leading to right back into 123, I think would be the big level. You got some wicks above it. You had some support in there. It needs to clear out this 19.5 and then the 120 even. But then I think you're clear sailing. The market doesn't really want to go. So it is what it is. Like, this market's not necessarily participating with this move. As I said on Palantir, like, the break at 35 was good. VWAP just tried to hold and then didn't. So I was in it another time. Now flat on Palantir because we're like 1 for 3 on the stock. It dipped into 34.5. Maybe that's what we have to wait for the next time. You know, your market is breaking out at these highs. You want something to be participating in the break. Like, right now, it's a little bit fraudulent of a move here on Palantir at that 35 break. So we are making some big moves to the upside. I want to respect Tesla, put some respect on Tesla's name. Like, it's not like it's only NVIDIA that was going. Like, Tesla twice has gotten as high as 230.5. And this is from when this was 225 at the open and just screaming. But it's coming right back in to retest this whipsaw range. Again, you're just talking about range-bound trading since that big break. That's what the market's doing to us in here. But ARM is making some power moves. It just tagged the 140. This is a very nice, gentle upward trend on ARM. I like drawing trend lines when it sets it up. ARM's got one here. You just kind of fit it, like best fit. Like, look at the trend on ARM. This is like a join the move kind of situation for ARM, and that's what we want to try to respect. So NVIDIA, that's the one that's holding up. Like, it was weird and was kind of bamboozling before. Now it's looking like it's a pretty solid one. As I said, ARM's got a nice little trend going. I don't want to disrespect our good friend Moderna, but like, there hasn't been a play back into VWAP, so you haven't seen me go back into mRNA. What do we got, Mr. Westmeyer? Thank you for the super chat. Double or nothing, I'll take Miami. Sure. You know what's crazy is we make all these kind of like bets. I don't even remember. What was
in Buffalo?
What was our last bet? I know I won, but I don't remember what our last bet was, Mr. Westermeyer. So you let me know. But yeah, double or nothing, that works for me. That means I won the last time, so it's a free roll. So right. I'm literally never saying no to double or nothing betting on my Buffalo Bills. So the answer to that is yes, although I really don't remember what we bet the first time. You got to remind me.
All right. All right. Well, 10:30. So what an eventful morning. Almost at afternoon again there. So let's just keep on going here. So Apple. Look, we tweeted this out, man. We tweeted this out when we took it. It's breaking VWAP. We actually even tagged Brian Shannon right here on this, because there it is, man. Breaking VWAP, and we tweeted this out. There's the break right there. Nice little hold of VWAP. Comes back in, bounces, bounces, bounces. We should have had the reload there. We sort of talked about that. And then there's the move back. So we were just watching it, watching the market go. So we took Apple. Now that, when we tweeted this out, it was 30 cents or less in the money. And now it is more than $1. But we are getting a little bit of a pullback, as we mentioned that. We only have 10% left of this trade. Actually, we had a little bit of an odd lot. We have a little bit more than that, about 15% left of this trade. So it's nothing like, to write home about right now, but it's a trade, and we have it. So we'll wait to see what happens now with this name. NVIDIA. So NVIDIA does go $1 in the money or so. Our best out there was 119.55. So now you're going even higher than our best out. We've got shares on here. So nothing wrong with taking a piece out here, having a little look at NVIDIA as it's trying to go higher. So there's another out right there. That one for sure is props. I'm happy to take that trade. Feel pretty good about what we just did right there on NVDA. The number one name for me now will be NVIDIA. Even though we lost right there, we did make some back. Actually, my bad. Apple. Apple's going to be the number one name for me so far here today. We'll be flat on Amazon. We will take the L, unfortunately, on Micron. But now that I look where this name is, pretty happy that the L was what it was. Could have been a lot more than that. And then Palantir, same thing. Early loss there, made some back. Ooh, I didn't even realize this dipped back in. So we talked about how much we have left, man. We have that 10% left on Palantir as well. That just dipped in back through VWAP and back into those lows. So just another area of concern here for Palantir. I'm going to stay away and just hold on to this. If it does come back in, I do not mind the reload. There was one stock I was just looking at. Yeah, Micron at the 200 period. This could be a short. But I mean, NVIDIA right now is $1. You still have this? Yeah. So NVIDIA right now is $1 in the money on this trade. So a nice little reload. It's still going higher. So yeah, man, I mean, everything working out for us here with NVDA.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it wants that 120 for a break. I don't want to play another break on NVIDIA. Let's just wait for the next available dip. Moderna is starting to get into VWAP in here, so I still want to be short that. The market's strong, so The only things you want to be short are anything that's looking weak. Even DJT, like DJT, I think we got pretty fortunate. There was that crazy, we come to the chart for a quick second. No, there was that bottoming tail candle, and I was like, let's just get out and then talk about it after.
What?
DJT right back to that resistance spot. If it can curl here back under 16, I think that could set up as well. And apparently I lost the bet with Mr. Westermeyer. So double or nothing is I'm going to owe him.
What was the bet?
I guess we would have bet on the Chiefs and the Bills because he's a Chiefs fan.
Don't you?
Oh, but I'm not going to lose that one because we're going to have a better season.
The Cowboys just smoked.
I ain't scared about that.
Doubt the Cowboys so much.
I ain't afraid of the Cowboys.
And why did everyone pick Bengals for their survivor? That's what I want to know.
We did too, yeah.
Oh my God.
Who did you pick?
Bengals.
What are we doing?
The Bengals. Yeah.
You picked
I'm like,
Bengals, okay.
why?
They always choke week.
Why?
They always.
Like Jeff needs a chair to come into here. We got to get some nice coffee.
He's young.
We don't want me to get too comfortable here.
No, we don't. Well, for your sake, but
just
all right.
okay. At least
Sean needs a job.
Hey, look. I need 5 jobs. All right. So just real.
What are you, Jamaican?
Real quick, opinion of Toronto. Being from the East Coast yourself.
Opinion of Toronto?
Yeah, you're here all the time.
I love visiting.
Perfect.
I'm not here enough. Are you kidding me?
Really? I feel like I see you 2 or 3 times a year at least.
Yeah, probably.
Easily.
Yeah.
You should be here more.
You're so close.
Right.
How about spending your U.S. dollars here? I mean, how good does that feel all the time?
I love coming up here.
Wow.
Makes you a trillionaire instead of a millionaire when you spend USD.
I think that's how the math works out, actually.
That's exactly
so it's
what
perfect.
You skip the billion.
This guy's going to Drake's
Go right
party
to
tonight, this guy over here.
Who's Drake?
Not like
I don't know. Some guy from an old TV show, Degrassi High or something like that. I don't know. I never.
I heard a yes.
Yeah,
in the background.
Have you seen Degrassi Junior High before? Drake was in a wheelchair and everything. He was a really, really fun character.
Oh my God.
There. Now NVIDIA though, Jeff. Here, let's help me spin this. There we go. It is now $1 in the money. And Jeff, as we were entertaining you is when we were buying these dips, as you quite clearly remember.
Look at that.
And then there it is right now, up to 120. Can we break? Going, gone. Here's the daily chart on NVIDIA, now above the 50 period, looking to get back into 125. Do we go longer at 120? Stay tuned and you will find out. But for right now, we got to go over to Adara because it's our crypto minute.
Oh yeah, crypto.
What? Someone just said GME in the chat.
Of course they did. They said, Jeff.
Exciting update here coming from Grayscale with regards to Ripple XRP announcing here on their X account, previously reported by Fox News earlier this morning, that they're going to be launching this XRP trust, which could potentially pay the way for a potential ETF, of course, pending SEC approval. So XRP and Ripple, nice move there to the upside. Bitcoin also having a nice push upside after a bit of a down day yesterday, though this candle on the daily chart ended up looking pretty bullish. We do have continued support here at that 54,000 level, which was a level crypto analysts were interested in. Now getting a double bottom there. Let's see if it can push above into that key 60,000 level. We have not been at 60,000 since end of August, so this could be an interesting level. Should we break it in the next few days? Bitcoin up about 5%. Ethereum strong, holding on to this 2,300 level, up about 3%. BNB up 7%. Solana up about 5%. Ripple, as mentioned earlier here, one of the strongest on the day, up about 9% with that grayscale news. But generally, not a lot of weakness here as of right now in the crypto space on this exciting Thursday, guys.
All right, we're going long here on NVIDIA more. The interesting news there. Jeff was just talking about grayscale. There it is, a lot of shares there. We have NASDAQ, we have EdgeX ready to go. They are starting to get this. Remember, there's going to be reserve orders. There's going to be hidden orders. There's going to be dark pool orders. But that is absolutely nothing. Yesterday, I saw over, I think me and Sharif saw 15 million. There it is, see? As if it didn't even matter.
Did that really just ate that up?
There's this
look at that.
Oh,
now you're
one shot.
Whoa. It just keeps on flashing.
It's a refresh coming back in.
Yeah, there it is.
Iceberg order out. Is it going to come back?
Is that you? All right, so we just went longer.
Through.
All right, Jeff, I'll take it over from now. Playing around with this guy. There goes NVIDIA right now. Okay, we're reloaded. More shares to go there at 120. Hey, we punched that bid long, and there goes NVIDIA back up to the upside. Man, oh man, yesterday NVIDIA was our #1 stock, and it looks like it wants to do that again here today. So NVIDIA, come at the king and get burned, says Jensen. Nice move up to 120.
Come at the king, you bet not miss.
You bet not miss, man. You bet not miss. Nice move there. Apple $1, NVIDIA plus. There it goes, Jeff, breaking back down below 120. So let's figure out what we're going to do on that one. Did I just hear someone say buy the dip in my ear?
I don't know what I just heard in my ear.
What was that? Say, do that again.
I don't know, man. That was a lot of buying just now. I think someone just trying to get something done there.
I have no idea. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Well, now we're not in trouble, but there's NVIDIA with a little bit of a dip opportunity to be bought up a little bit here. NVIDIA coming back in. I think we'll take the shot to dip buy this name, but again, man, this Emperor has closed. So let's see if it gets back up to the upside. A little quick buy there at 119.60. Let's see if we can get it going back now to the upside. Stop zone in and around 119, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. We did get a couple of super chats in there, but obviously NVIDIA is the more important thing. It came back. The best fills you would have got is 25s. Now it's coming back in heavy. Now I got out of 90% of it on that way back in. There's something going on.
Talking about it on TV.
That's what it is. They're talking about it on
Get off that channel.
Another channel. Let's just say.
All right, so we'll buy some more 119.
So that's causing it to move. Remember 119 was that breakout? I can't even get the bid here. That's insane.
We did. Yeah, so we're long. Yeah, we got the bid. We got 119 flat there. We got 119.05. So nice little reload down there. As here it goes back up to the upside right now. Let's go. We're long at 67 now on this name. It's still not great, but we did get a better average price there. We'll take some outs for flat, but we'd really like to see this thing go. Oh my gosh, Apple. We just got a huge reload in Apple right now. Yeah, so right now Apple, we're going to try to get some out. We are well in the money now. Wow, this is chasing P&L now. I did not see that one pop into the blotter.
This is dumping here.
Yeah, I don't know. The future's coming back in a little bit. That's too bad because we did have a nice little win there on Apple as it did go back up to the upside. We did get some out, but not enough. All right, let's go see. Is there news, Adara, or?
Not seeing any news for the market in general, but this is worth noting because I saw a little bit about this earlier this morning, but couldn't find enough information. CNBC reporting now here, though, that there was a meeting at the White House with OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google executives. Gina Raimondo also involved here. That is the Commerce Secretary who's been involved in some of that. Embargo-related incidents with the chips, basically talking about AI and data centers as reported by CNBC. CNN reporting this earlier as well, but like I said, not a lot of info readily available about this meeting. Not sure if that's what's moving NVIDIA or the market, but just worth noting that this meeting did occur, guys.
All right, meeting this. So the 50s are coming back in on NVIDIA.
Apple's huge.
The second time it's done this dip into 19 on whatever the heck that was in the market, but it's back in looking to make that top. If this ends up a wick high, then you could have a reversal candle in here. If 19 goes, I think you got to back off and wait in for VWAP. I didn't want to get to the super chat. I have to thank Jimmy Mowace in here for the super chat. We appreciate you very much. Take it easy, brothers. Wolf will squeeze like GME. Massive vortex signal. Wolf is running, so I want to shout out to you for that. It is making a power move to the upside. Obviously, that dip in the market, you saw what just happened on NVIDIA, but it wasn't alone. There was a lot of things that made some big moves into the downside. Alphabet did, but now we're back in. Essentially, the only thing I wanted to dip was NVIDIA. I didn't really understand what was going on because I was trying to hear it in my ear. I know they were on CNBC. I don't even know what was said, to be honest, about NVIDIA. I just know that they were saying something.
I don't think it was NVIDIA specific for some reason, because so we got long on Apple right now is by far going, I mean, it was our number one P&L name before this, and then we just got loaded up down there to the point where we panicked so much that we got out because we were not sure, like Neil just said there, of said news. So when you get loaded up there and all of a sudden you blink and you look at your P&L, I mean, I just punched out there knowing that we had to capture some profits, but we're still holding on, man. So if that can go, that's great. We just get an 80 fill down there. Now NVIDIA turns profitable for us. Look at that dip buy on NVIDIA. I mean, we got it down there. Now it's coming back up. Oh, there's a problem at Microsoft right now. Maybe they're saying Azure potential. I don't think that was it either. I mean, they're saying Azure had some connectivity problems there, but I thought that would have been worse if that was the case. But there it goes, man. Top names today. NVIDIA well in the money here as we go. So let's just keep on. Let's keep on doing what we're doing now. Very, very comfortable with some of these levels that have now hit. We're 50 cents in the money on Apple. We're 30 cents in the money on NVIDIA. I'm going to get one more piece out on NVIDIA because we're quite heavy on that one.
You know what? I'm out of NVIDIA. I'm just, like, I didn't hear that story the first time through. I assumed it was NVIDIA because I saw that they were talking about them on the TV there. But I looked over at Microsoft, and that is... It's not a huge move down, but it was relatively weak. And the market, when I took a step back for us to get back to this 120 on NVIDIA, I looked over at the NASDAQ and realized, well, if we're a chop fest, we just broke the overnight high and then lost it. We broke the high and then lost it and are putting in a red candle on the 15-minute here. So it is a bit of a pullback. So if you get the dip into 19 and then you go head and shoulders, I jumped out when we failed at 119.8. I don't like us, if we're not going to get back above 120, I feel like this could be a VWAP retrace, the way that it's gone. Like, we still have a good upward trend. When NVIDIA really goes, you can always find a way back into it. And then on Microsoft, which if it was an Azure thing, like, Microsoft is just chilling out underneath VWAP and looking a little bit weaker than the rest. It didn't move that much. $1 for a $4 stock isn't crazy, or $1.50 for a $4 stock isn't nuts. But the fact that it's under VWAP already and weak, not a very good sign. I want to see NVIDIA regain the 120. And then we can go to another level for it. And then before we go to Adara, last thing, ARM, like another thing trending to the upside. This broke the trend to the upside. If ARM fails 141, this looks like a reverse. Wow, but I have to go pay for locates on that stock if I want to take it.
NVIDIA just took 120 there. So that's $1 right there on that reload. But that's risky. I did see someone in the chat there say, like, what's going to happen if and when the market actually gets bad news? And I agree with you. This market is going to absolutely get destroyed. But those are ifs and buts. Something about candy and nuts. All right, back over to the screen with Adara, because here comes NVIDIA back down again. So, keep trying to take some profits.
Before we get into the sector board here, it's worth noting with regards to Microsoft and Azure, what happened there is actually Azure saying that their situation has been, quote, mitigated. Initially, some outage issues reported around 10 a.m. So that situation actually ended, was what was being reported there. The Azure situation getting apparently an all clear. So I just wanted to address that. Before we get into this pretty interesting sector board, generally some strength specifically amongst the larger names in both the electronic technology and technology services sector. So NVIDIA, Broadcom, Google, Meta, Oracle, Netflix as well, all pretty strongly. You've got some other names like Adobe on watch with earnings tonight, trading a little bit lower here. So interesting mixed picture in the tech space. Finance pretty flat today after a pretty exciting last few days here. We also have utilities rather flat, health services, process industries, transportation, a bit flatter here, but it is worth noting some negativity in certain sectors despite the market's attempt to continue its strength from yesterday. Health technology, with the exception of Eli Lilly with a $1.8 billion investment in Ireland. This sector pretty weak across the board. Also lots of weakness here in consumer non-durables. We do have some strength though in retail trade, producer manufacturing, and consumer services. So interestingly mixed pictures we head into the rest of the day, guys.
Mixed results.
That's what you get
like today in trading, as I'm pretty half-half on the stocks that we've traded today. Holding on to winners right now with NVIDIA and Apple, but already took the L in Palantir and in Micron, and then Amazon's flat. So it's like 2-2-1 right now, 2 wins, 2 losses, and tie goes to the runner here with Amazon because we had made money and then basically lost there. So, that's a matcha. All right, so we'll wait here. I am still super excited about NVIDIA. I really like that rebound there. It's up now 2.5%. I'm going to hold on to this one. I don't have any more offers. We just took a flat fill right there at 120. So that were 119.90, sorry. So that was a great fill. Now we'll wait to see what happens here going forward. But I like this trade. I like the stock. And Apple also has really, this has been my number one P&L. And this is not a name that's off the sticky note. This is just a name that we went over to because I felt like it was holding that VWAP half decently there. So, yeah. So that's it for me here. It'll be pretty muted P&L day.
It's a flat for me. It's a flat day.
It's a flat
like
day.
The first 2 stocks are the ones that are actually winners, even though NVIDIA was a loss to start with. It's up now. DJT, which I haven't even been back into DJT to be honest with you. That one, it might set up for another short there. And then we talked about Intel. We tried to short that. That was a loss. Google tried to go long, but Google is not participating the way I want to see it. I just don't love the price action on the chips here, and I want to let it settle down and set up the next trade because it feeling like a bit of a topping tail and then a lower high got put in. I looked over at AMD. It's like, okay, like that's actually even more violent of a topping tail candle and the rejection, and you're really starting to lose some of these. ARM did another rejection, and it's trying to put in a lower high. Like, you see what I'm getting at. You're starting to get a little bit toppy. Unfortunately, I was kind of, my actual hope was that let Micron be anywhere near $90 when this happened. Because
at 87. What is it at?
Yeah, so it got to the pre-market. Again, you can like a level all you want. It doesn't matter. I can want it to curl up here. That's a dream. It can want it to curl at the pre-market highs, but it got right to the opening range top, wicked it, and now it's trending down. So in the go back to square one, if it's not going to get to the pop that I want to short, but the market's trying to curl, then you short it where you can, not where you want it to go. So the VWAP is at 86, but I think giving it at 87 in here to the lower high is going to make some sense on a Micron. If we're making a curl, then getting out of the shorts getting out of longs is one thing, but I'm not shorting NVIDIA just because I think maybe it's going down. Like, go to something that I think is weak instead. So with 15 minutes to go, we still got some time before we head you guys over to the midday. There's plenty of time for this market to make a couple of moves before we get into that midday. There was one more stock. Oh, yeah, Tesla. Let me just quickly, Tesla was the other one I wanted to mention. Yeah, Tesla already lost its bid. So all that strength in Tesla early, it's now underneath VWAP. It's now red on the day. Feel like if Tesla decides that we're giving it back in here, 226, this has been resistance for, it was resistance for a couple of days in a row. It was like a double top breakout that kept failing. If we lose 226 even, I think it could be dump fill. But as long as it holds it, I think it's got a bit of a chance here on TSL to the A. So let's see if it gets down to that 226 level. I guess it's at 227. It's not really all that close yet.
All right, well, we got reloaded. Again, we just missed by 1 cent. We're at 119.58 on NVIDIA. I was just watching it like, okay, we'll probably get this fill. And we didn't. So we just reloaded here on NVIDIA. I came into the 50-period moving average. The market is still doing nothing. So I feel like you got to take advantage when stocks pop. We just did that on Apple again. So Apple came back. It came back up to 222. So we're going to take another fill down there. It's just so insane that if I just would have held whatever that dip opportunity was there on Apple, our net would be through the roof because we got great fills on that flush down to 221.20s. And then able to take it out now for 80 cents. We had more shares pretty much on that reload than we even did there. It was the same thing. This was where VWAP was. So we had just sort of been sitting at that same level again to get more shares, right? We talked about that. We never ever get our full default. Like, we have 2 fills there, so it was pretty close, but that filled it up. And then so that move back up was a good one. And we definitely feel like we took advantage of it. But we're not taking much advantage of NVIDIA right now because, well, we did, but there's the drip. So now we're going to get out if this breaks right now. There it goes. So
speaking of drip,
NVIDIA downside right there. So again, like everything was going fine. 120, good fill. We tested again at the 50-period moving average, then get out of the way. Not a stock that we want to sit in here while this is happening. I don't see any news again on NVIDIA, but do you really need to? It's up 1.5%. If the market falls back, the market falls back. So again, we'll try to dip by NVIDIA. That 120 break is quite clearly a fail. So might not be worth like layering into anything now, since we've sort of got that rejection a couple times now at 120. Might be just worth waiting for VWAP, which is at 118, and I think that would be the next reasonable area to take a shot.
I know why the market's coming down.
Yeah, what is it now?
Because Wolf couldn't break through $5.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's
Wolf?
why.
Yeah, I mean,
because Petco Health and Wellness Company rejected $5. No, I'm being facetious, but we got a super chat about it, and I said it was squeezing to the upside, or that's what the super chat said. It wasn't really me, but it did go to exactly $5. What's fun about that is that's going to set up a $5 break, I think, at some point. If it does a nice little higher low trend and all that good stuff, I mean, it's already broken out on the dailies. You can see $5 is a big psychological level. It's the kind of level where shorts get squeezed if they're not already done so. We just jumped into Micron because I didn't want to short any of the other chip names. Like I went through every other chip name and looked at them, and I'm like, okay, well, one of these is down 5%, and all of them have bullish charts this morning. So, I mean, you pick and choose. You can always go long strong stocks and short weak stocks. It is an option. But if we get to VWAP, I want to respect VWAP because the market's been strong. It's been making a bottoming pattern. So we got it just when it failed back underneath 87, giving it to this local high. It's like a local lower high, 87.25. I'm not at the point that I want to move the stop yet. I'm going to leave it at that 87.25. Mr. Ming's in the chat saying Nike pump it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised by that because I thought Nike was not doing well yesterday, I believe it was. But
77 or something.
Nike, okay, off the bottom. Yeah, I didn't think it was doing well, but it did a V-shape yesterday. I guess it's trying to do another V-shape again today. Like everything else, it is every stock in here that I look at has a couple of extreme moves in you, which requires a lot of patience with them. You got to wait for a bottom if you're trying to go long. You got to wait for a top or resistance if you're trying to go short. Nike about to go green, so do pump it, Nike. I got nothing against you. I hope you go to the upside as best you can. I want to jump back over to Tesla to see if it's going to get to that 226. No, the answer is no. 226 half seems like the level on Tesla. It's kind of funny. I draw a line at the $half level. I look at a 15 and say the even dollar level, and it's the half level that it is bouncing off of.
Okay, for right now though, we're still in the game here. We bought some more NVIDIA down there. It is ripping up, so now we're 35 cents in the money. As it's okay, where's my offer here, my guy? 119.20. Maybe we'll go cancel that and get out right now. Just don't want to get overfilled. There it is. We'll take an 04 fill. Fire it off again. You just got to find levels. I mean, it's not, I don't want to be like, oh my God, we're crushing NVIDIA here because we just got hit there on the way down. But we bought it back. We got some out at the 50 period, out of half. Light reload there on NVIDIA. But if it goes back up, then it goes back up. And there it goes now for NVIDIA. We'll take another 40 cents on that name. And again, be a risk manager, man. Be a risk manager and just try to do the best you can and make the decisions, make them count when they do, right? I mean, that Apple trade, look at that, Phil. Right back, like, look how good Apple's been right here today. I can't, like, this would almost, the fact that dripped like that, I mean, that was just the fact that we were lucky to sit there. But you don't have pending orders, you don't get filled. So 221 holds. Lucky for us there for sure. You got to have some kind of luck. There it goes upside there. And then NVIDIA now 50 cents in the money. Apple $1 in the money. And then Palantir I've left. Oh, it did come into that level. See, sometimes just too focused on obviously other names. But there, that's a long. I mean, that's a long. All right, 10:51 now. Not much money today, but let's go find out what's going on with the currencies.
Pretty significant bearish engulfing candle forming right now on the daily chart for the USD. Also interesting, we're getting this candle coming at that previous resistance level at 101.75. So let's see what happens from now on with the US dollar at this kind of pivotal place from a technical standpoint. We did get a lot of PPI data, more or less flat here compared to expectations. Core PPI month over month here coming in at 0.3%. Above expectations of 0.2%, but interesting here, also above the prior number of negative 0.2%, which was revised. So that's an interesting look there. PPI on a year-over-year basis for August 1.7% versus 1.8% estimates, so slightly below expectations. PPI month over month here for August, 0.2% versus 0.1% expected. So bit of a mixed bag here, but generally pretty flat. We also got jobless claims slightly above estimates here, 230,000 versus estimates of 227,000. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting import and export prices at 8:30 a.m. and the first Michigan consumer sentiment print for September at 10 a.m. All of these numbers, of course, really interesting ahead of the FOMC meeting for September, where we are expecting a rate cut. So we'll have to wait and see what Jerome Powell and the Fed have to say there. Also worth noting, keep an eye on the euro and the USD. We had the ECB lowering rates for the second time this year, this morning. So EUR to USD could be a relationship to watch out for, guys.
Thank you very much, sir. Darren, next week going to be interesting with, well, we're going to get what we expect, but it doesn't matter about that. When he gets the podium, he's going to have some explaining to do. Mr. Powell, we'll see what happens there. Tesla making a move to the upside. I did want to go over, oh my goodness, Moderna, that was a chance. But you know the problem with a flat bottom break? Whoops, where's my crosshairs? There it is. The problem with a flat bottom break is it's short sell restricted. So you can't get it. But so you have to pick it up on the way up. I keep saying it, but I didn't want this one over VWAP. I wanted this one under VWAP. And when it finally broke down, because it's down 17%, it means you need an uptick to hit the bid to go short. So we'll have to sit there. The next time it comes up, I think we can give it to 66.5 and just try to short the 66 level. Moderna, if you're following along, if you just tuned in, the news with Moderna was they gave a guide on their revenue for next year that was way underneath expectations, and then they're doing a lot of cost cutting. So Moderna bleeding to the downside. It also broke a 52-week low, which we're not going to get a chance to short, obviously, because that was $6 ago and 10% ago that Moderna broke that level, bleeding to the downside here. That's an obviously weak stock. Nothing choppy about that. It's actually just straight down.
Yeah, we had said that, so we almost got to get involved with that in the pre-market. We're almost $1 back in the money on NVIDIA as it keeps going higher right now. I took some out on Palantir here because it was at VWAP and at the 50-period moving average, looking like a mistake. We got 93s there on Palantir. I missed that dip by not feeling great about missing that, but you know, it is what it is. Thanks to Jeff Mendel for making an appearance today. That was classic. All right, 119.65s or so here for NVIDIA. That would be $1 in the money. That's kind of like these areas would be something to look at right there. We double bought the bottom there. Whether or not it was the bottom, I mean, we were unfortunately going to hold it to VWAP. So this bid now is kind of just, well, now it's now it's $1 in the money. So now it's 2-to-1 on risk, but we bought 1850s against 18s. So that's why we take out that 50 cents or so right there, and now we're $1 back. I mean, we'll spin it again. We're holding right now. We're holding $2.50 in the money. We got $1 on Apple, got $1 or so on NVIDIA, and 30 cents on Palantir. I guess that would be $2.30 as they continue to start to go back up to the upside. But again, Neil and I have sort of talked about this, a pretty uneventful day as far as like big, huge winners, unless you were able to get something off the bottom maybe. Amazon, we tried to get it going. And the thing about trading is there is always literally tomorrow. I mean, even if it's a weekend, you know, you still come in on Monday and able to put on the same trades again if you like them. So, you know, we'll just wait. Today, there wasn't that extreme move. I think there still will be. The NASDAQ, we're just wrapping the show up here, but the NASDAQ takes out the top. We're already $1 in on Apple. I think NVIDIA flies higher, right? So if the market can hold these bids, this should be a good time here in the afternoon. So we'll wait to see if that does come through. Bouncing off the 50 period is pretty solid, right? 19.3 for anybody trading the Qs or the Qs in general. I feel like that could be a bounce spot there. Brad does real estate. Sean makes it look easy. Well, I mean, thank you for all of that. But again, it's just that's why we're trying to show all our ins and our outs. We have losers, right?
Speaking of
Micron,
what's crazy is there was a name in my note that I like the Mara break. I'm like, oh yeah, Mara's got a good level break if crypto can get itself going a little bit here. I know we're not above 58, but it's actually still valid. I mean, it looked like it was dumping like everything else, and you might not get to 1620 again, but there's still a chance that after 3 strong days and it hasn't been clean, like you've had up-down moves on this stock. Oh, of course. The second I start saying it's going to be valid again for a breakout, the market heads back down. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. 16.20, it's still a double top on Mara. Maybe it happens in the afternoon, but I'd like to see us take the 58 level. I'm just in Moderna. Okay, I'm not in I have Moderna on the brain. Micron. I have Moderna on my mind because I want to be short again, but I don't know if we're going to get VWAP. I think we're going to get VWAP in here in Micron. If Micron breaks VWAP, I'm going to trail it back in and see if we can give it to 85 even. Again, it's just a relatively weak stock. At the end of the day, try to short weak ones if you can. Never jump back into any of those longs. Tesla's probably going to retest this bottom in here at 226.5. You know what? This is a weak name. Why would I be sitting on the bid of a weak name? Find a strong stock to buy.
Exactly.
It's silly. Like I have a support line in there, and it's like, okay, well, you don't have to trade it if it looks like crap. NVIDIA's a stock making higher lows, so you should be buying stocks that are making higher lows, not lower highs. VWAP on NVIDIA would at least be the name that we've been trying to go long all morning, and that's at 118. So I'll wait for that. We'll short Micron in here. There was this. I know this ride stock is going crazy. I know it seems simple for this ride stock. It's not as liquid as the 5 million shares would indicate. For anybody that's trying to trade, this is halted. I have to go to my scanner to count. It says it's halted 6 times already. It's halted to the downside for the 6th time. It is absolutely bleeding. Be careful with this thing. This was $23 or $22 yesterday. It is $2.81 right now. And it just broke another low of the day. So this is absolutely bleeding to the downside. Personally, I wouldn't be trying to pick bottoms. That said, if it got to $1 and did a reversal and halted up, I'd probably try to take the up halt if it was at $1. That's a trade I usually like because you're limited in your risk. You can put a stop at like 80 cents or something. But if it does get down there, that's the only way I'm trading it. It's already 11 o'clock. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
We're 1 minute away from some Fibonacci levels, which I want to learn about because I've never been successful every time I tried to implement Fibonacci's. And I used to. I was putting them on some charts when we were trading in 2020 on the small cap runners, and I could never figure out a strategy that worked with them.
Okay, well, you're gonna hear about it very, very soon with Sharif and Adara on the Learn to Trade Midday show. So get ready for all of that action coming up very, very soon. Yeah, as Neil mentioned there, we did buy dips in the strong names. We bought some dips in NVIDIA, but the chips and dips are still here and maybe even going lower right now as NVIDIA falling back in. We are going to watch out for VWAP at 118. We sort of targeted that area as an area for support. And if not, then the support is broken and we can easily get off of these stocks. So so far so good. We definitely want to thank you to Jeff Mendo for coming through today for his comedic action there
and pumping the market.
And Jeff, get back here immediately. So right now we are long NVIDIA 118.65s. I'm going to put an offer back in like the 90s or so. See if we can get something out on the upside for NVIDIA. But for now, that's Neil. I'm Sean. That's Sharif. That's Adair. And that's where we're going. Thank you to everybody. Ramin all. And Fabian.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other side. We already got the OG Darwin dancing up a storm. We'll wait for some more people to come in as the market goes red on the day now. The NQ going negative, breaching that 18,270 that we closed out at yesterday. Shout out to Mateus Lane, Vicyan Novak, a proper paradox. Let's flip and go. We got Max Trading and Investing and Michael Gomez. We got Peter, Big Asian, Gorev, Stock Up, Derek, Big Bob Dub. We got Matthew Santa Cruz. We got Rare Seed as well. Botrix, Bonjamon. We got Damn, Tony Price and Midhern, Matthew Naps. We got, I don't know who this person is. Pot Profit Monster. We got Random Oddities, Derek B, Tetra, something or another there. VWAP per Trader, Tony. What's up, man? Omar. We got Jay Lee. Shout out to Jay. We got Mui. Sure. 420 Bud Monster. We got Brian Rubin as well. Ponzi Fonzie Blue Arrow. We got the Gauntlet Baby. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning, Sharif. How are you doing today?
Not too bad. Keeping an eye here on these, the Mag 7 as well as the Fuge as we go back to positive, Adara. So we're zigging and zagging right at that closing price. What are you looking at this morning?
So I just took a short on Tesla, and this might be another case of like, okay, I will say I risked enough here, but I probably should have gotten short where where my risk was. So I got short here in Tesla, and I liked the 227 level. That was an interesting level yesterday. Look at that support resistance flip. We've seen sometimes when you've got resistance to support, sometimes it can flip back to resistance. I like the lower highs. I was like, this is dope. This is a good look. The book was really weak. We were making those lower highs in the book too. So I was like, get short 227.30s, take some size with it, risk it into, give it 50 cents, then add if we break below 227s. we basically we wick into 80s, which is what I was risking into because I got short 227.30s. And then we come back down. So I was like, thanks, Tesla. Cool, Tesla. Pleased to meet you, Tesla. I'm going to wait for this to set up. Happy you took the trade because that was a stock that I liked, that I had levels on. Some issues yesterday included, risking too much on silliness and things like that. I was saying to Sharif, sometimes like songs will kind of be in my head and I'll be like, that'll give me trade ideas. With that in mind, I'm looking at both Boeing and then also Moderna and Lilly. I'll explain that in a bit, but just so you guys know what's on my side charts today. Roku, Micron, SPY, IWM, AVGO, Boeing, Lilly, Moderna. And then, of course, all the Mag 7 names. Let's see what Tesla does here. But the other Mag 7 name I find kind of interesting here, like Amazon and NVIDIA, to me, is looking pretty weak. What are you looking at here?
I'm looking at NVIDIA, Dara. Just made a VWAP touch right there. A quick glance and right back up it goes. It didn't, in fact, actually get into VWAP. Very close. So got into that $0.25 area. VWAP at a fifth, so we're talking pennies here. Nice hammer candle forming here on the 5. There's also this area of previous support from the opening range with which to contend. So you've got VWAP and this opening range here on NVIDIA. And as Sean told me as I got back from the walk, NVIDIA is strong again. And you look at the percentage up on the day, and we're up 1 1/3 all the while. The NQ is either flat or a little negative. So we're going to keep eyes on that. I also like the higher lows that Apple's putting in. This has been choppy for Apple lately. And where did we see this kind of pattern before? Oh, I know. Wyckoff accumulation and distribution. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but I like this daily pattern that Apple's been putting in lately, even though obviously it's been dead money, but we know what that dead money area means. We'll talk about that in a hot minute. But first, we'll talk about Fibonacci's. Let's go, baby. We're talking about these Fibonacci fan lines, very similar to the GAN fan lines that we talked about yesterday. So let's get to it. We'll explore these Fibonacci fan lines, one of the most popular tools in technical analysis. You may already be familiar with Fibonacci retracement levels, which are used to identify potential areas of support and resistance. Fibonacci fan lines, though, extend this concept of using a set of angled lines to help predict how price may behave based on the Fibonacci ratios. These lines can give us clues, essentially, about where trend reversals and corrections could ensue. So let's get right to it. And as we always do, we're going to talk about, just some of the basic stuff so that we can be all up to speed together. So these Fibonacci fan lines are trend lines, all right, that are drawn from significant high or low points on the chart, and they follow, as I mentioned, the Fibonacci sequence. We know that 38.2, 50%, 61.8. We're not going to go through all of them now, but you know them. The most important thing to remember is that these lines are angled projections of these fib ratios, okay? So instead of drawing these horizontal lines, we're going to draw angled lines. We draw angled trend lines that represent these fib retracements. And this is kind of what they look like, okay? So here's the look. I'm going to show you in a little bit exactly how to do it, but you have an area high, or an area low in this case, and an area high. So what you do is you draw a vertical line from the area high to which you're drawing the original low. So if it's an uptrend, you're starting from the low, and then you're drawing a vertical trend line at the high. And then all you're really going to do is pull your fib tool from the low to the high. And then you'll get your retracement levels. You get that 23.6, 38.2. There's your 50. There's your 61.8. So you have that vertical line there. So then what you do is you start drawing diagonal trend lines that intersect with the high vertical line that you drew. So you'll have that intersection for 61.8 over here. That 50% intersection is there. 38.2 over here. 23.6 over here. So then you have the fans, essentially. Super simple to do. Let me show you exactly how to do it IRL. Okay, so we're going to bring it in. We're going to bring in the actual daily chart. Let's see, what should we use? Apple, why not? Okay, so I'm just going to remove some of these so we can get the best picture over here. So we'll take off the MACD. We'll take off average true range as well. That should give us enough room there. Beauty. We can also take off RSI there, give us a bit more room. So we're going to drag from the local area low to the local area high here on Apple. So we all remember that 165 bottom back in April, and we all know about that 237 touch not that long ago. So here it is, super simple. We grab our fib tool, we draw from the area low to the area high. And then, this is the area high, right? So we gotta draw a vertical trend line. We take our vertical trend line tool and we draw it into the area high. Now, all we're doing is we're gonna drag and drop. So there is my 61.8. That's my 61.8 trend line right there, okay? Then I'm gonna draw my 50% trend line right there. See how it's intersecting with 50 and intersecting with 61.8? And then here we're gonna draw our 38.2% line. So I don't know if it's hard to see on your end, but I can see it on mine. And now we've got a fan system over here. And what these lines do is they predict areas of potential support and resistance. That's all they do. Super easy to draw. And if you have a fib tool on your charting software, it should not be hard to do at all. So you're looking from area trough to area crest. You're going to draw a vertical line at the area crest, and then you're going to draw trend lines from the trough to intersect with those retracement levels. Super simple to do, and you don't need a protractor for this one, so no gone lines involved.
That's good to know.
So here's how they're created, as I just kind of explained, but we're going to go through it again. First, you identify a significant high and low on the chart. Next, the software plots the lines angled from the starting point of the trend using the 38.2, 50, 61.8 levels. These angled lines provide insight, essentially, to where support and resistance may form as the price moves through time. Think of them as dynamic support and resistance levels that shift with time rather than staying fixed. So, for example, in an uptrend, price might retrace downwards, and the first line is we know that 38.2, it could act as support, but if it doesn't, you're looking for it to hold up at 50. That's really all that you're doing there. And again, this is reactive, not predictive. So you should look for a hold up at the level before you execute on any trade. Super simple. Just to explain again, point 1, point 2, we draw a vertical line at the area crest or area trough for the shorts, and then we draw our diagonal trend lines to intersect with the fib retracement levels through that vertical line. Super simple there. So how do they compare to these Gann lines? Because we talked about this yesterday. How do fibs compare? So both tools essentially rely on angles and can help forecast, obviously, potential areas of support and resistance, but they come from different schools of thought. Fib lines are based on the well-known fib sequence, a mathematical series essentially of numbers that occur in nature and is often applied to the financial markets, while Gann lines, on the other hand, focus purely on these geometric angles like that 45-degree angle that he believes is the most optimal angle rather than using any sort of mathematical sequence like fib. So while both provide tools for identifying key areas of support and resistance, fib fan lines are anchored to the Fibonacci ratios, which many traders believe, have this natural connection to market behavior. Whether you believe that or not, that's a different story. So what are the practical applications that we can use these fib fan lines for? Kind of like Gann lines, we can use them to identify key areas of support and resistance. So in an uptrend, the fib fan lines are drawn from a significant low to the significant high, and then you draw your lines, and those lines, diagonal lines, are supposed to act as areas of support and resistance, kind of the same thing as the fib retracement levels, right? So when the price retraces, it may, underline may, bounce off one of the lines before it continues up on its merry way. For example, if a price pulls back from a high and then tests that 38.2% level, this could signal a buying opportunity. Again, my suggestion to you would be here, be reactive, not proactive. If it breaks that 38.2, you're looking to the next level subsequent, which is around 50. Again, be reactive, not proactive. But it's also good for gauging trend continuations and possible reversals. So one of the most useful aspects of these fib fan lines is their ability to help identify whether a trend will continue or reverse. So if a price finds support along 38.2, along 50, and then it begins moving upwards again, hence why I'm saying be reactive here, then it can indicate that the move down, the correction move is done, and we're going to continue back into the trend to the high side on our merry way. If, however, though, the price fails to hold that last line there, 61.8, I know that's not the only fib level, that's not the last fib level, but the one that we look at for most for actual reversals is the breach a closing print below that 61.8 fan line, and you could be looking at a deeper correction or an outright reversal if it's not already underway. So keep that in mind. Your 61.8, if that gets breached, I know there are lower fib levels, but the book says that that is the one that if it gets breached, you should be looking for the outright reversal. It's also practical to use this on multiple time frames, kind of like what we talked about with Gann. So like Gann lines, fib lines can be applied fractally on multiple time frames, while on the larger time frames like the weekly or the monthly charts, they provide broader perspective on key levels. But on the smaller time frames, your 15, your 5, your 1, whatever it is, they can help identify, obviously, these shorter term trading opportunities. So they're fractal, but like with all technical analysis that is fractal, the lower down on the time frame you go, I'm talking about moving from the daily to maybe like the 15 or the 20 or 5, the higher the failure rate for these tools is. So lower failure rate on the higher time, higher failure rate on the lower timeline. And you can also obviously combine it with other technicals. That's the move. So like any other technical analysis tool, fib fan lines work best alongside other indicators. For instance, if you're using them with key moving averages, this increases the likelihood that the level will act as strong support and resistance, especially if that fib fan line really coincides with a key moving average, like that 50, like that 200. If they're intersecting or very near one another, you really should be looking for a greater likelihood of support or resistance coming in at that level. But this kind of tool or method is not without its critics and not without its limitations. The first and foremost here is choosing the starting point. I posited to you that you choose the area low and you draw into the area high, but that may be harder to do because some charts are more convoluted and there are many area lows and many area highs, so choosing one sometimes a bit tough. So one challenge with fib fan lines is that they depend on the selection of the correct starting point of the trend. If you pick the wrong one or you pick the wrong high or pick the wrong low, the lines may provide misleading signals. This can lead to incorrect interpretations of the support and resistance levels. The other thing we can do here is the uncertain predictability, guys. Just like Gann lines, fib fan lines cannot guarantee that the price will react exactly at these levels. Market conditions are often too complex, too volatile, too nuanced to rely solely on either geometric patterns or retracement levels. So that is another drawback. And there's obviously an over-reliance by some traders on these fib retracement levels. So while many traders swear up and down by these Fibonacci levels, there is no scientific proof, apparently, that these ratios have an inherent connection with the market movements. Some traders argue that the significance of these levels is more psychological than mathematical, which may be self-serving, right? Because it's like this moving average. If everybody's looking at that 200 EMA to act as support, there may be nothing other than the fact that a lot of people are looking at that level that it acts as support. So it might be, a self-fulfilling prophecy in that sense. With that said, I hope everybody prints up a storm.
I hope everyone prints as well. We're undergoing a bit of Broadcom, what are you doing, bro? Got long Broadcom here, 165. Then the plan was to add at 165.40. It popped up way below that. We're going to have to get out of this now. This was an L. Not super happy with this because, it was doing well and then it didn't. And the thing is, I have no words right now. Need to work on this for sure. And you know what? My thing is too, is I am not afraid to take L's because I'm literally learning how to trade in front of you guys. I know I've been here for a while now, but I'm still relatively new to these markets and I'm trying to take, I'd rather take size and risk and take L's than, and I said that was my biggest thing. Once when I first switched live, I was just kind of trading safe stocks. I was trading comfortable stocks. But the reason I was, wanted to take this because I liked the look, added at 166, and the reason I added at 166 because the book was holding really well there at the time. Then we get that push in the Qs, and we get out of Broadcom. So, you know what? Yeah, it happened. I wish I'd managed it better. I wish I'd been more prepared for it. My chart also kind of shut down as we had the move down, so I'd go get my P-Pro 8 chart back up. That was the whole thing. No excuses, it happens. And I will keep going. I did mention, though, however, in the chat as well, the other thing I was looking at long that actually held up relatively well, that I am a little displeased I was not able to get filled on, is IWM. I tried to get filled here 210.50 ones, I think. We got to 53s. And then she's like, oh, I'll keep running up. I was like, thanks, man. Cool. Good times. So disappointed by that as well. But you know what? You could either be disappointed or you could take the L, take the slap on the wrist, and keep learning. You're not going to have profitable positions all the time, but the point is to work towards that. And honestly, I'm the type of person I'm motivated by my losses way more than I'm motivated by my wins. That is the truth. That is the thing. And I want to stick with that. I also mentioned earlier that Boeing was on watch for me. Well, for a couple of reasons. Boeing was on the watch list. Boeing has the strike news. Boeing has volume right now, about 1.5 million shares. But also, I randomly had some Frank Ocean songs in my head this morning. One of them was Pilot Jones, Boeing, Pilot, okay. The other one was Novocaine, so with that in mind, I also have, Moderna, which is on the watch list as well with its news. Moderna looking pretty good here as well, but if Boeing bounces off 162.60, this 162.60 level, or sorry, 162.20, it's gonna be a long for me, pretty small position. And then the other thing I want was mRNA, and mRNA probably setting up better for me in terms of actually coming to levels I like. Moderna, I wrote down a couple levels. They're basically going to be I like 69, 67, 65. Those are the levels that mRNA has been interacting with. Okay, thank you. We've got here the 65-30 level, right? We've got that interaction support resistance flip. If we can break above, though, this 66 with these higher highs, higher lows, I think this is the flat top break. To be clear, we're down in the day, so a bit of a funkier formation, but I like the flat top break here. I think you could, add potentially here at 67.40s, add again at the 68.80s. Like I said, you take the hit, you keep going. If Broadcom wants to keep holding up around that 164.60 level, cool with me. I might take a smaller position, but right now I'm just ready to see what the market wants me to trade. In the words of Obi, where's the next trade, Sharif? What's your next trade?
I'm looking at Apple right now as it possibly comes in to test the volume-weighted average price again, and if it does, it'll be a higher low type situation. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Very interesting look today on Apple. Guys, chart. Because it did get into that 222.75, and that was kind of the range that we had all pre-market, which was the closing print from yesterday. We come up into that level. Unsurprisingly, we breached 223 rather than the closing print at that 2/3, $0.75. But what's operative and important for me here is these higher lows. So we have this area trough right around 10 o'clock, 9:50 or whatever, into that 219.82, essentially a 220 hold. And then every subsequent low has been higher than its predecessor, with the top acting as that 223, unsurprising there. So where is the next area that I'd like to get in? It's a volume weighted average price, maybe front running it by a bit here at 221.75. I was initially looking for support to act at 222.25. Only because of the umpteen amount of topping tail candles that we had at this level over here. So I figured, we used it as resistance for so long, from around 10:15 to when we broke it here at 11:05, almost an hour. It didn't actually hold up that way, though, and it just came right back into 222. So maybe 222 was the actual level. So we'll keep tabs on that. I don't mind being a little bit patient today with Apple. I'd like to execute some better trades on it, and if I can definitely do that, I don't mind waiting. But I wanted to let you know that if you are tired of being late to the trade, are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too dang slow to the news? Well, if so, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If you are, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. And if you don't, you can just scan the QR code on the screen there. So we'll keep tabs on that. How's it going, Adair?
It's good. I'm trying to figure out, like I said, I've had a lot of the Broadcom situation. I'm not going to lie, it did rock me a little bit. I want, but you can't have stop. Even if your av go doesn't av go the way it planned, you can't have stop. You've got to keep av going. I'm going to stop making those puns now. Basically, I'm trying to figure out my stop situation. I mentioned this before. I struggle with being able to set stops or system for whatever reason, so I'm trying to figure that out. I am long Moderna in the meantime. This was a stock I liked earlier. We were risking here into 85s. Got long 66.10s because I liked the way that held here on VWAP. You can kind of see that interaction here earlier as well. We're going to see what we do as we get into that 66.50 area. If we break above that level, we might add a few shares. See what we do here as well, heading into 67s. But like I said, SSR stocks are some stocks that I had issues with. I was thinking about this. It's not like I've only ever had L's and SSR stock. Like I had that CrowdStrike trade, took that 3-point move there on CRWD, I think like twice that day that they had that outage on July 19th, right? So it's like, you can't say you're never trading something, you're not capable of trading something. There are exceptions, and also you never know until you try. So with that in mind, I do like this move on Moderna. We'll see if this goes my MRN way. But right now we're trying to take this long, and I'm still trying to figure out my situation with the stop orders. But I like how the book is looking here at the 66s. We can't get to 66, and we try to curl right back up. Also, if Avgo rejects, okay. Hi, Avgo, I see you. So part of the reason I liked it long was because it's doing this thing. I've talked about this before in the show. I tend to find this look really bullish when you've got your bottom here, and then you have a wick here. Right, so it shows that this area of 164 is a pretty strong support. However, we break below that decisively. Oh boy, I'm going short, small position. We'll see what happens. Right now, still managing the Moderna. So, and then, this Broadcom looking really interesting though too. We're gonna have to see what we do on both of these stocks. Moderna holding really nicely as of right now at 66. Avgo trying to push back up above 164, so no short for me yet, but I think if that decisively breaks 164 and retests, I am going to be very into that look. Also, Boeing still really strong. What's Boeing doing here? Yeah, Boeing, great look here. Shout out to Kelly Ortberg, who is back in the chat. I swear every time I mention Boeing, Kelly Ortberg shows up. Shout out to you, Kels. Hope you were doing well today. We do get a kick out of that joke. You know what I mean? You got to make fun of things, even when you accidentally, as Neil was saying, thirst over the Boeing CEO. So good times there. Watch Avgo for a VWAP bounce play at VWAP at 163, says Miguel Lopez. I know Miguel Lopez was mentioning being involved in that one. A good look there. Yeah, I missed that Avgo dip at 164, clearly. Let's see what it does near VWAP. I'm not getting involved in this yet. Moderna chopping, Moderna churning. It's maturing. I don't know, Maturna. But guys, keep an eye here on any stocks you like. Go in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. Because why? Because then you can have Neil and Sean look at the tickers of your choice. Why wouldn't you want that? Why wouldn't you want that confidence and that Neilage being applied to your stocks? It's a great look. Right now, yeah, trying to take more trades on the balance of the evidence and, making sure those stop orders can keep our profits protected and not in jail.
I like it.
So how are you? I see the Apple.
Yeah, we took 30 pennies quick as you like there on Apple, and I'm going to hold it for a bit more. I'm actually looking at adding at the $0.75. Beak wetter set for the next out. I'm looking at $0.01. The add is at $2.21 $0.75. So different dollar value here for my beak wetter and for the add. So we'll see exactly what we get. It put in another higher low. So on Apple, so I like what I see so far. That 75 area is to test this area over here. So if it does work its way down and just hold a skosh higher than where it dipped last time around the 55 penny area. Everything good?
Yeah, I know. Okay. We was just whispering to me about Starbucks.
So 55 penny area, I'd like to be able to add in around there. But, if I get my beak wet first at around $0.01, that's fine too. Zigging and zagging at 222. Unsure how this resolves. Trying to play off the higher lows. Really, that's all that it comes down to. I haven't shown you guys my small cap gappers in a sec here. I just want to see how this Apple trade resolves and whether I get filled at the 75, because I still don't have my stop out yet, right? So we're gonna have to see there. Now it's coming down a little bit here. Let's see if we can get filled at 75, having de-risked there in the mid-teens. Yeah, here it comes. Let's see if we're still about 20 pennies away from getting filled. So back my patience there. Let's go ahead and, we can look at the small cap gappers. That's fine. I can let this one go. I can just put Apple on this screen over here so I can see it. All right, let's bring in, these are what I got on the day. So GV looks awfully good right now. It's up 170 some odd percent. And here it looks like I'm going to get filled on Apple, so I have to manage this now. So we just did get that print. So now we're going to give this to the area low. We're going to give it to 221. If it breaks mid-50s, then we're gone. We'll get out everything there, but we're already nicely in the money here. We'll look to wet our beak possibly up here into the mid-90s and then de-risk a little bit more if it does work its way back up. So that's the point. Scalp off the levels, guys, and there's the print again. So we'll look to keep printing on this one if we have to. Keep adding into my levels if I want to, and we'll analyze that. as well. So GV, the best looking one for me over here, keeping my eye on this one. It is at the volume weighted average price. I like when they come back into technical levels. Woof. Neil made a joke about this one not breaching 5. Yeah, 499 right there, but it is back into 492. So it is doing a hell of a job here trying to fight back. VERI looked awfully good. That is until it broke below the volume weighted average price. No longer tradable for me under my system as a breakout trade. We'll see if it wants to range. PLCE, another holdover from yesterday at the volume weighted average price, putting in lower highs. Unless it really is a VWAP trade, I'm not interested too much in it. Killing it on, oh, yes, I got my print right there, baby.
There's news on Apple, too. So
we literally just took 50 freaking pennies just like that on Apple. Happy with this trade. Let's see if we can do a little bit more. Thank you, Ram. I appreciate you there. Let's see if what we can do a little bit more. Literally low, bottom wick and then high wick. We're going to do it again, baby. We're going to set up Apple doing higher lows. What was the news on Apple?
Oh, yeah. It was that news that I was really excited about, too, there. Yanis B, thank you for sharing this. The FDA authorizing the first over-the-counter hearing aid software intended to be used with compatible versions of the Apple AirPods Pro headphones. Honestly, too, part of why I like that, though it would be, like, maybe weird to, wear your AirPods as your hearing aid, is that... like, hearing aid batteries are so expensive. So I actually really like the idea. Oh, they're so... Oh, my God, you have to buy them so often because they die so fast. And then also if you have Bluetooth, you could only, like the hearing aids, once they get to like a certain amount of life, you can't use it anymore. So it's really interesting, actually. Look up planned obsolescence if you don't know. But I think it might have something to do with that. They did that with the light bulbs where they let things only last a certain amount of time. But
why are there no rechargeable ones?
You would think, and maybe they exist, but I have never seen them. I have never, they have never been like sold to me, I guess.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Look, sorry, I'll let you continue.
Yeah, thank you, Adair, for that headline.
That's
and
awesome.
Neil threw that in the chat. Shout out to Neil. I just wonder, did you read out Neil's thing? Or
I read out someone else's, but it's the same one.
Someone else, okay, it's the same thing. All right, so we'll keep looking over here. Guys, there's this one as well. So I wasn't done with the small cap gapper rant. I'm sorry. GEVO is ridiculous. It's been running the last little while. This one, it reminds me shades of 2020. I just want to show you guys what this bad boy did in 2020. Yes, that is not a false print. It did go to 20, or that was 2018. This is the 20. It went to $16. This was a penny stock before that, and it is a penny stock now. It had that outlying, COVID pump, you want to call it that, but it's had a decent time as of late. It showed up late August, and well, this has been 3 green weeks out of 5. Not too bad, and a week of indecision over here, the week of the 26th. So this is a big week right now. If it closes this way, it's still sub $1, setting up really, really nice on the 5-minute. Initially had, actually, I should say more than initially, it really has respected very much so the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, essentially all morning. I was going to say it had a bit of a dalliance there with the VWAP, but quite frankly, when I look at it a bit more, it's really respected the 10. There have been wick breaches, but the closing prints, all of them, green, red, or otherwise, have all closed above that 10 exponential on the 5 as it works its way into that $1 area. Now, let me tell you about this. I've talked about using moving averages, especially the shorter ones, as kind of informal ways to gauge overbought and oversold conditions. When a small cap gapper gets awfully extended away from the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart for these small cap gappers, I tend to be suspicious and I wait for retracement into a more reasonable level. Now, sometimes you don't actually get the 10 touch ram. It doesn't actually come back into there, but sometimes, you have to front run it a little bit, maybe waiting at 90 pennies, whatever. Just giving you guys an idea. Keep your eye about how far away the price is extended from the 10 exponential on the 5. If you're going to trade these small cap gappers, sometimes they need to just mean revert a little bit and have a little bit of a correction, and then we'll look there. So GEVO, certainly in focus for me. TNON started the day off awfully strong. It was a number 1 gap scanner on the list. Adair threw it on and rightfully so, on the watch list as it was doing big boy things. But it since has pretty much almost given back the same day, hasn't given back the entire day, but it is on its way. It looks like it wants to come into that $5 area awfully soon. It's at $5.51 as we speak. We'll see if this one can continue breaking down, Adair.
Yeah, so basically here, we are doing well here in Moderna. We've already taken some profit in Moderna. We added back in. We're being a little aggressive here. We want our shot. I'm not throwing away my shot. Shout out to Hamilton and also shout out to Moderna because shots. Shot. But basically, okay, Moderna, we initially got in here 66.10s, currently at 66.90s. I've been adding on the way up any area of support and resistance I'm noticing on the book or the chart. I've been adding here bit by bit, decent sized position. We're going to take out, I took out about 30% of the position here, then I added back in, so same amount as what I'd initially built into. Then we're going to take out 40% of this position if we get to 67.20s. Why? Look at all these wicks of support and resistance. I want that heat, Sharif. I want that smoke.
Era.
Now, will we get above 67s? Let's see. Moderna held 66 pretty well. So Moderna's like, yeah, what do you mean whole dollar? I'll just like keep chilling above it. I'm like, okay, I respect you, but please let me keep respecting you, Moderna, and stay above this level. Happy with this trade. Happy, things can go bad on Broadcom, and you just got to keep going, keep it up. Hi, Randy. How are you doing today?
Randy.
He's doing well. He's just waving. Shout out to Randy, killing it every day. Let's talk about Starbucks as well. Shout out to Obi. That was why Sharif's like, are you good? Because Obi pops up behind. He's like, Adara. And I'm like, oh, what? And he's standing in the corner there. He's like, look at Starbucks. So I know Obi's been looking at Starbucks. We were talking about this yesterday in the lunchroom. See, I had it on my side chart, but you can see it way clearer here in the big chart. Look at that. This has been running for a few days. Starbucks has been strong. You've got that 97.45 area. Make some higher lows here, 97.60s, 97.65. This looks really bull flaggish. The other thing I'm seeing though here could be a double top reversion at that 98.30. I'm going to wait to see what we do here at 98. So I'm just still looking at Moderna at 98.12s. Because 98.12 is an area we've held a couple times here. If we break below 98.12s, to me it's a little reversey, but I actually think it could be a bull flag. I reserve any opinions till I see what it does on this level. Moderna, I was like, oh, you're doing so well at 67s, and Moderna's like, I don't have to. To be clear, I can bamboozle you, Adara. That is my job. And I'm like, well, okay. But yeah, if there's any tickers you want to look at, shout out to Randy as well. Get in that chat, ! Join, space, $, ticker. Let us know what's making you tick today. Maybe Moderna's making you tick. Maybe Broadcom is making you tick. Maybe I'm looking at my side charts again. Or maybe you have OPLG. Maybe you have some of those tickers that Luis and Sharif are looking at and trading. Let us know there in the chat. I also, again, want to shout out your awesome Apple trade there.
I appreciate
Thank you to Quantran for saying they Googled it, and apparently there are chargeable hearing aids. I need to look into that. Thank you for telling me. The thing is, too, is they'll recommend different things on you depending on your diagnosis. So that's the other thing, is that you're not going to get to see every hearing aid on the market because it really depends on what they think is best for you. So I'm going to have to look into that. But anyways, thank you for shouting that out. Moderna, we're about 10 cents away from getting filled. So let's see if we get our Philly on the mRNA. Hi, Sean. Big man on campus over there. You know what? If we keep struggling 67s, we're going to get some out here at 67s, which is not what I necessarily wanted to do as of yet. But I think that's probably a good area just to de-risk a skosh. Like I said, we built into a decent position and we added fairly aggressively on the way up. So I'm cool with that. Also, AVGO, I've kind of been avoiding because I don't want to revenge trade it. But that being said, I still do like. I don't think 163 breakdown is necessarily a revenge trade. Let's see what it does at 161.50 because I feel like I've missed every opportunity at this. Really disappointed with how I traded that. There will be some journaling on that. But Starbucks looking very strong here. Let's see what we do. We keep kind of, okay, you know what we're going to do here in Starbucks?
What?
I think this is bullish. I'm going to get long, look at all these bottoming tail candles. I'm going to get long 20s. I'm going to risk into 10s. Yeah, I think we're going to do this. We're going to do this if I have the buying power for that after the Moderna situation. But yeah, let's see how it goes here. What else? How are we doing on mRNA? Let's keep updated on those fills. Okay, so we're coming down here in mRNA. Look at that 3-minute chart. See what candles we kind of have here. You know what? We'll get this to 49s. That's going to be the previous bar low. That's also a pretty big area of resistance and support flip. So if we get to 49s, I'll get out here of mRNA. But I'm also looking to get into Starbucks, though. I am not sure I will necessarily be getting filled in any capacity at that point on S to the B, to the U, to the X. How are you doing over here?
Good, Adara. I want to talk about GV because I missed this trade and I'm kind of disappointed about it. We talked about this VWAP retracement. It had been doing a real good job of respecting the volume-weighted average price. I'm talking about ticker GV. That's all that it is, two-letter ticker. It's up 187% on the day. Yes, ma'am. Just one sec. $22 million market cap and about 33 million shares traded today with a 1.9 million share float. And let me just tell you the short float, if any, 1% says trade ideas. So we'll keep tabs on that. I always wonder where my calendar thing goes, Adara, because I always open up the calendar so I can do the ad read and then it just disappears. So then we got to load it up again, which is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funky.
So we're doing Firefly, right?
Yes.
Okay, guys, here it is. All right, I got it, Ramram. It's cool. All right, Firefly Neurosciences is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brain wave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on the NASDAQ as AIFF, and be a part of the next big leap in neurosciences. Ignite hope, one brain at a time. Love that, and hope they do well and they cure the ailments that exist in the world. So we'll keep there. We'll keep an eye out there. GV bouncing. This is the one I want to talk about here. A lot of respect for the volume weighted average price here by GV, popping back into 6. I don't want to take this as a breakout trade because I don't feel that's how it's trading at the moment. Feels more like you're gonna have to get it off a key level. And the key level for me is gonna be to wait for a retracement into a predictable level off which it's bounced on the day, the volume weighted average price. So it's doing what I like at the moment, but it's not in the area that I like. So that's my fault because I should have been getting in at that $6 area. PLCE kind of doing the same thing over here, also at VWAP. VERI did the same thing not that long ago, bouncing off that 3 1/3, popping back into 345. And GIVO is just getting awfully extended away from that 10 exponential on the 5. Now it's 4 pennies away on a $9 stock, 90 penny stock, excuse me. So it is at day's highs as we speak. So I'm really interested in continuing the trades on these small cap gappers because so many are setting up. Shout out to Luis Barbado, man, who made the point that it is small cap season, baby. They come in waves. You don't have to have 4 or 5, triple digit winners on the day for there to be good setups. All that you really need to do is for them to have continuity and to be predictable in how they get off. So we'll see exactly what we get today. Can keep my eye there on these small cap gappers. I also have a dip trade set up here on NVIDIA that I'm about to get filled on, and we're going to get filled right now. I'd like to take this off VWAP. It's a bit of a risky trade here on NVDA because NVDA has been putting in lower lows. Lower highs. We still haven't gotten printed. We're waiting at 35s. We're awfully close. I thought we would get printed, and now we are printed. So come what may, let me set up my stops here. Send it to you, Adair.
Yeah, best of luck there. I hope you print, as always. Moderna right now, look who did not get stopped out of Moderna. I'm shocked. I am shocked. Moderna bouncing. We're still in this here. We're like, like I said, decent position size. We're going to be getting out just under half the position here. Like I said, still like 67.20s. So we'll see if we're able to get filled there. But we're really struggling with 67s, which is interesting. Like we tried again. We didn't even get to 67s this time. We got to like 66.85s. But we're still holding this level here around that 60. What is this? Pardon?
Oh, I'm talking to myself.
Sorry. We're still holding well about the 65 level here on, or 66, 65, sorry, on Moderna. So we'll see what happens there. I have a dip buy in Starbucks. that is definitely not getting filled. The baristas forgot about me. Shout out to the baristas that actually forgot about me that day. And I was ranting Sharif. I'm like, everyone talking about how good the mobile app, like how the mobile app customers are too pampered. Like, no, we're not. But anyways, I like the Starbucks here pushing above the 35, pushing above those wicks. I'm going to keep this dip buy in. I think it has a shot at getting filled. And I think it has an espresso shot at getting filled here. Not a vaccine shot. Also shout out to my other trade here in Moderna. But I think also 35, I can risk 25 cents here to the 98.10 area. I think that's very doable. But I also think it's very unlikely I will be getting filled just looking at reality. At AVGO, I'm still looking at here. This is still pretty weak, but I don't want to, again, rush into this. I'm managing Moderna, a bit of a spreadier ticker, as is AVGO. But if we get another 162.50 rejection, again, highly unlikely. I think if we get back to 162.50, it's more likely we will bounce. Almost definitely not getting filled in Starbucks, so I'm going to cancel that for now and then wait for another opportunity to dip by. I still think it would be around the 35s, though, how the chart is currently standing. IWM, man, remember when I was talking about how I didn't get filled at 210.50s? Yeah. Currently at 211.50s. Oh. So good job, IWM. Happy for you. Happy for anyone who's long this name. You miss opportunities sometimes. It's all good. Where is the next trade? As Obi says, and shout out again to Obi for mentioning Starbucks to me, because that one has been on watch. We'll see if my espresso cup gets filled. I also want to shout out Scarjo Rabbit. Great name, by the way. Great reference there as well. Who was mentioning you, saying you is popping off here. So let's take a look at or look at you and see what you is going over here. I almost said POP. Shout out to Sipu, a ticker that Sharif really liked. And that was also once the winner of our audience segment.
I think
so guys,
people
vote,
just like the
please.
name.
I think that is why they voted for it almost definitely. But let us know in the chat, guys, what ticker you would like to have some confidence shed on. It is exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you like. Let's see if there's any news here on you, because you and I and everybody is probably wondering what's happening on you. Let's find out. Apparently, okay, here. It canceled its controversial runtime fee, and it switched to traditional price increases. So I guess people liked this. I'm seeing a lot of gamers on Twitter ranting like, oh, good thing they got rid of that. So that's good. I guess the people are pleased as punch. And I love also the level that we popped off at here, for lack of a better term. We get a beautiful, higher lows, then we get a beautiful, this is beautiful, rounded bottom, this type thing here coming at 17, which is also previous level. I like that. We push higher, we break above that previous resistance level at 1740s, and we just run. That is a great look. That is a really good look here for Unity. I think we're all united, and it feels so good. JKL146 saying, getting the sense the market bottom may fall off a bit in the afternoon. Yeah, we do have sometimes these reversions heading into the end of the day. So often near the midpoint of our show as well. Also, guys, speaking of, things flipping up in the markets, I am also would like to announce, because I know some people have been like, Adara, you always wear red on Fridays. Friday the 13th tomorrow, so I'm actually going to be wearing green to see if the market responds well to that. So Green Friday, should I remember. I want to announce that because I know there was a lot of, confusion as to my red and how the market will sometimes respond to my clothing choices. So let's find out. Bearish engulfing in Moderna, but we still bounced off that level of support, so I have no reason to leave as of yet. Starbucks definitely, the baristas forgot about me, and I'm like, hey, where's my drink, guys? They're like, oh, you ordered something? I thought you had your whole order. So all good there. I would like to know what you're looking at though over here.
We took 30 pennies on, 25 pennies, correction there on, what's it called, NVIDIA. I don't like it anymore. I gotta tell you the truth, this looks like it is going to break down, and I scalped it and got out of dodge. So it is really testing the lows, and it's an inverse hammer candle. That's not what you want to see, and that's a third successive one, which means that the shorts or whoever's selling is overwhelming buyers successively here, at least in a row. Every time the buyers try to push this up, it fails to make a new high. In fact, it makes new lows. If this one wants to respect that 118.25 general area, it's gonna, for me to get back into it, the only way I'm gonna do so is if it starts curling right back up and making candles to make new highs. And I'm so happy that I got out of it, because it would have stopped me out there and broke it. It's breaking down. And in fact, it did make a new low. So that's now 5 candles in a row with lower highs and lower lows, with these 3 candles, these last 3 candles being these topping tail inverse hammer candles, so to speak. Again, I'm still awfully, interested in trading NVIDIA, but it's going to have to set up the right way. If it shows that it wants to bounce off that general VWAP area and make new highs and lows, I'll get right back in on the long. Now, let's look at something else over here. The Fuge, the NQ specifically is what I'm talking about. Back in Redsville here, it has been at this closing print from yesterday, 19,270, I believe. 19,270 was the closing print from yesterday, and we used it a lot today. We used it both as resistance over here. You can see the umpteen amount of wicks that go through that level, and then all the closing prints come south. But 10:15 came, or 10:10 came, and we just blew through that level and then started using it as support. So we flipped from resistance to support on the future with respect to the closing print from yesterday. We're at it right now. Kind of the same thing I'm feeling about NVIDIA. If it wants to find support here, it's going to have to show me that it wants to find support by putting in successively higher highs and higher lows. That isn't happening. In fact, on the futures, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and if this candle closes this way, 7 5-minute candles with lower highs and lower lows that all closed red. And the last 3 before this one are all topping tails. Kind of the same look as on NVIDIA, just more pronounced, and it's really starting to go now. Let's see if it finds support over here. No, it is not finding support. It is going negatory on the day now, not by much, down 0.1. That's all that it is. Let's not get carried away, but we're trying to base it off levels, so I need to see if it's going to hold up there. Now, so it looks like We're going to let that one cook, do its thing. NVIDIA is now well below VWAP here, breaking down into the 117 and 3/4. So I'm pleased as dang punch for having taken profits there and not hold. Thank you, Adair. Appreciate you. Apple coming back into the volume weighted average price again and saving, except for these two outlying candles over here at 1035 and 1040. The wicks, not just the closing prints, but the wicks have respected the volume weighted average price with these candles. Of course, the closing prints respected, but not so much the wicks. I don't want to be first to this party either to get in on Apple at VWAP again, just because of what the market did right now going negatory. And I need proof that it's going to hold up. So I'm going to pack my patience. And if it wants to bounce off that level, we won't have the best price, but we will participate into a long. We'll see what we get. Let's flip back to some of the small cap gappers, see what's afoot. Oh no, GV, you're breaking down. Ram, what's going on? Yeah. It's just so funny. Yeah, this one, I was looking at getting in on this one, obviously because of the respect that it had shown you on the day with the volume weighted average price. But that's as good as it's going to do now for VWAP. If the candle closes this way, let's see if it holds up at 5. I mean, we had kind of some support over here, but I'm more inclined to believe that this was finding support off the 10 exponential as opposed to a price level. We'll see. Anyway, this one's breaking down, and the only way I'm going to trade this is if it weasels its way back above the volume weighted average price. Woof. Also, as well, very consolidative, essentially from 1030 onwards. So we're getting the not good part of this trade today, because the breakout really happened at the open and continued through the opening power hour time. And then now we're kind of finding resistance at $5, doing a bit of a range here between, it looks like to be 480, 475 and around $5. What's going on over there? Why are you doing that? What did I pass? You're like, they're using the mission past animation.
Really?
I love it. Like, what did we do? I love GTA. I don't mind GTA at all. That's just GTA animation there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, GVO coming back into the 10. Okay, so now GVO might be setting up. So I was waxing poetic, to use an Adair term, about how you use the 10 moving average on the 5 as like an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions. This one is coming in to the 10 exponential closer than it's been since around 11:15. So the better part of almost 45 minutes. Let's load up a trading screen here on GEVO and see if we can weasel a positive trade at least into this. Yeah, here it is. We already have GVO up. Okay, so we're going to look at GVO here. 92 pennies or thereabouts is where the volume weighted average, the 10 exponential on the 5 is. Yeah, I'm going to go long here, and I'm going to look to add into 90 pennies, and we'll defend that area. Otherwise, we'll be Gonzino there. Gorev, Micron, I should say. MU looks like a liquidity grab on the hourly. I'm long from 84.75. Shout out to the Gorev, the OG Gorev is what I'm trying to say there. I didn't mean to call you the Gorev. I apologize, even though that might be a nice name. Let's look at MU. 5-minute look. Liquidity grab. Yeah, right at the volume weighted average price, Gorev. I do like that entry. I am concerned about the lower highs, and we'll see if the lows can hold on. Right now, technically, you do have a lower low through that 86.05. It is holding up at VWAP, so you know the chances of you getting a bounce here are not bad. It did hold up at VWAP here too. It had a double bottom, or I don't want to call that a double bottom, but it held up twice there on the 5-minute chart at that level. If you hold up here, Gorev, you probably put in another lower high, maybe a skosh below $87. Hard to tell, my man. This looks like a resistance flips to support kind of situation, but with the lower high, does it hold up here at VWAP? I hope you print up a storm, goes without saying, but let me know how that goes. I need proof that it's going to hold up at VWAP before I weasel my way in Adair.
I was going to say Micron kind of looks like a short to me, I'm going to be real. But what also might look like a short is the long I am in. I want to address this because I'm sure people saw this in my position board and were like, call me crazy, I'm long Boeing. And I want to talk about why. Because I do understand this could look weird. Initially, ain't nothing but a heartache. Shout out to Kelly Wardberg. But anyways, yeah, I had to make that joke.
That was good, Adair.
Thank you. Yeah. But so why I liked Boeing here, initially I liked it as a short. We do have these topping tail candles. This does look like a Boeing plane and that it is headed to the downside faster than we want it to. But we have this shelf here at 162.40s. I talked earlier about how I like that 162.60 level. We never got there. we've been pretty strong around this area. So with that in mind, I took a medium-sized position here on BA. It's not tiny, it's not huge. I'm going long here, 162.40s, risking into that 162.20 because I think if that cracks, like, I want zero smoke. I don't want any smoke if that door flies open. I would be like Jerome Powell and say, close the door. But we're taking long here. We're going to take some out here at that 162.90 level, which is the top of that consolidation range we had earlier. I'm not going to add to this position as of right now. I don't have any planned additions. Maybe later if we come back and bounce around that 162.60s, but right now we're just going to wait and see what unfolds. I did get out of Moderna. Also, yes, why I got long is because I was watching the book. The book to me has been pretty strong. We have not broken below 162.30s in the book, so that's why I wanted to take a stab at the long. I feel better about the long than I do about the short. Also, Starbucks, okay, we'll talk about Starbucks later. Moderna, though, I want to talk about here because mRNA, I'm happy with how I got out of this long. Got out of this long once we broke below that 66, 65 area I talked about, so was able to secure some of the bag there. I took profit in every part of the position, to be clear. I lost on no part of this position, so happy with that. Not that that's what it's about, but, you know, like I said, after that AVGO, we needed a bit of a win on a trade we felt good about, and Moderna was that. Oh, shout out to Kelly Wartburg. Please just punch there. I love that this is a running joke. I actually happen to find it really funny, and why not? So
Good.
Yeah, it's been great. Moderna here, though, we're bouncing off VWAP, that previous area of support. I would like to see us, though, get, like I said, 66.50s is pretty interesting to me. If we get above that, then it's a long again. If we can't, then we curl below VWAP. I think this is a bit of a curl back to the downside. BA, about 10 cents out of the money here. I also got filled on Starbucks, so we'll talk about that. I want to talk, okay. It's actually looking kind of bearish now. Oh. I like Starbucks because initially we bounced here beautifully off that 98.20 area. I loved it. It was gorgeous. Then we come back and look, Sharif, where we bounce again.
Where,
98.20. Now it becomes a topping tail candle, though. I'm risking this is 98s. I know that is a bit much, but the position size allows it with regards to my risk units, which, as I said, I'm working on risking instead of certain amounts, more like the portion of my risk. So with that in mind, I have zero qualms about risking into 98s here. I think that's okay. We'll see what happens here on SBUX. But BA, looking like I might have to hop out of that plane. So let's see what happens there. Also, guys, make sure you vote for your tickers. Exclamation point join. Space $, whatever tickers your fancy. We are flying out of Boeing right now. Swing and a miss on that one. Looks like sometimes things just are shorts and you should not go long them. I stand by the attempt and I stand by the management of it. It's all good there, baby. But if we keep like curling back below that 162.20, I am down to short that. Also worth noting here, I tried to short an IWM. I said I liked that like earlier, the IWM. Once we curled below the 90 MA at 211s, I tried getting short. Once again with IWM, I did not get filled. So trying to find more opportunities. I actually, though, I'm still looking at Broadcom as well. Maybe like Adara, Broadcom was a mess for you earlier. Why are you still looking? Broadcom was a mess because I shouldn't have added where I did. What are you doing, Adara? What are you doing?
Adara.
Pardon.
Can I interrupt?
Please do.
Guys, EGIO, I want to interrupt because you don't usually catch the meat of the move here with some of these small cap gappers midday. A lot of them, you know, they move during the better or the more liquid time. Let's call it that. This one is moving right now. Shout out to Farm Trader. Thank you for calling that an important level that just got rejected. 199. That could be a top. Keep your eye out on this one. It's up 100%. This thing's really moving parabolic, and it started moving very, very late. So it just started moving 8 minutes ago. So I don't think that that's the best, you know, that it can do. Again, I'm going to be looking for a retracement closer to the 5 exponential, 10 exponential, excuse me, on the 5-minute chart. I'm not concentrating. I'm sorry. It's coming into that $2 area. I like it around 1 2/3, excuse me. So shout out to Farm Trader for calling that out. Here's the details on EGIO. 11 million market cap, 7.25 million shares traded and just started trading essentially. 5 2/3 million share float and EGIO. We're going to shout out the short float is 10.15%. For whoever likes these small cap traders, here's one right now that's moving midday. I also printed twice already here. Thank you, Adara. On Givo, I'm still holding a piece and I'm looking for more. I got in on the retracement there simply because it was too extended off the dang 10 exponential on the 5. This seems to be a running theme with these small cap gappers. Once they get extended off that moving average, they tend to retrace a little bit in, and that's where I want to get it in. Now, There's a different way to trade these as a breakout and a different way to trade them as a range. And if you're going to take them off VWAP, that's not the breakout trade, right? You're looking for support there. In this particular case, it was still making higher highs and higher lows. It hadn't gotten to that consolidation phase. So I was okay front running it because of the momentum that it had. So that's my move on it. I'm looking for $1, obviously here. 90 pennies is where I'm going to call it quits. So I will actually look to add into key areas of support if it does come back down there. But ultimately, if it breaks below 90 pennies a day, I'm gone. I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you have anything you want to say?
No worries there. Starbucks popped up, then curled back down. I'm long Broadcom. And again, this is a trade where I feel like I should explain why. I liked it as a long because I liked how he held that 161 level on the book. If you break below 161, I'm out. I know, it's not showing my position here, but I am long. I'm long 161, just above 50s. The other reason I really liked it as a long is because when we broke above that level, we held it like crazy in the book. We broke below it now, so it could be a short. I'll still be watching the book for this. My stop is 161 tentatively here. That's where I'll be getting out, but I will also be watching what we have here at 161.50s because if we reject that, if we reject my entry point, I want none of that smoke. Like I said, that was a big mistake I made with one of my Qs trades. I watched it reject my entry in the book, and I did nothing, and then I got cut up. You have to trust yourself, because if you don't trust yourself, if you don't believe in yourself, what do you believe in? If you don't trust yourself, what are you trusting? But other than that, I have no other updates. I want to hear about what you're looking at here still, because you said you were.
I'm mesmerized, Dara, by EGIO, because it made me sound like a dang fool saying that I want to wait for it to come back into the 10 exponential on the 5. It doesn't care what I want, nor is it going to even look my way. This thing is going, baby. 2 1/3 right now. It wants to break. It blew through 2 like it didn't even matter. It wants to break that where it already broke the $0.25. What it can't break right now is that $2.30 area. This one is really flying, guys. Wow, here we go. So this is what we're talking about when we say really momentum. This is the kind of the thing here where you try to catch these, and this is just not my style of trading. I got to tell you the truth. I hate punching in when the tape is moving like this. It just makes me feel like I have no control, and where is it going to go? And entering my stop makes me scared too, because by the time I enter my stop, it could be 15, 20 pennies below. So here we go, zigging and zagging, but a healthy little retracement right now as, this one comes in. Oh, I thought you were printing up a storm or something there. That's okay, Rammer. You're secretly talking. Shout out to Ram and Dara, man.
Shout out always to Ram.
Yeah. So anyway, rejecting off 230 here. I think I'm going to give this one a try, Dara. And if it breaks that $2 area, then that's fine. We're going to get in here and we're going to give this one a shot. So we're going to give to essentially, we're going to go we'll say 197, whatever. And then we're really going to have to give this one a little room here as it can come down. We're already out of the money on it. And I don't know why the position board is not working, guys, but it's not just Dara's computer or Dara's positions that are not showing up. I'm long right now, EGIO at, I believe, 16 or 17. I can't look at the moment. We'll see if this one, it's got to hold 2. Otherwise, I want no smoke on this one. If that $2 area doesn't hold, Gonzino. Now, where are we going to put our beak wetter in the high 20s? Because we know that 30s acted as resistance. So let's put it there to wet our beak before it continues. If it continues, underline that if. So we're zigging and zagging right now at 211. Let me tell you exactly where I'm in. I'm in at 17s. So I'm long 2 17s, 10 pennies out of the money at the moment. It breaks 2. I'm gone. What's your look?
Yeah, so my look here, still long Starbucks. Starbucks is chopping. Starbucks is turning. Starbucks is, I'm letting it sit. I want to talk about Broadcom. So I got long Broadcom. You can't even see where I got out of the long of Broadcom because I immediately got short. Got long. Like I said, that trade out, that was... I should have waited to see what we did at 161.50 instead of putting my dip buy there. That was an L on my part. Then we cruise below 161. I get out at 161s. Then we retest here and I get short. We cannot hold 161s, and I'm comfortable risking to 161.50 because I've seen the really small position here, guys. Tiny position. Like I said, still playing with risk units, so I'm comfortable with that. Giving this to 61.50s or 161.50s to where I had, like I said, smaller position. I'll add if we break below this hard 160.40s area, and I say that because look at all these interactions. If we break below that area, I think look out below AVGO. You've been buying up for so many days. You must push to the downside. I'm still really disappointed with my performance in the stock earlier, like this last long, whatever. But this first one, I was so what is happening? I was just deer in the headlights. It was madness, or a deer in the headlines if you want to make a pun about it. It was bad. It was yucky trading. It was disgusting, and you just got to keep going, keep pushing. I was happy though with what happened with Moderna. So Moderna, though, I said if we get below VWAP, I actually want to short that. So I still want to short this. To be fair, higher lows. So that is worth. That's definitely worth being aware of here. But I want to see what we do here. If we reject VWAP again, I'll get short. Also, shout out to Starbucks. I want to shout out Obi again for Starbucks too, because Obi's the one who called out Starbucks for me. I know he's been looking at this name. I missed the initial pop off 98.25s, but I still think there could be something here. I liked how initially, I like that we bounced off here when we had that push down in the markets. B, I like that we're still holding it relatively well. I am risking 25 cents. It is a smaller position to kind of account for that. So, but I'm comfortable with the position size. I'm comfortable with this entry for now. We shall see what we shall see in Starbucks, but I'll add if we get above this 40s area, and then small add. And then we'll see if we can push even higher.
Can we get much higher? So high.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 do.
Wow.
Yeah, I love that we both know that song freakishly well. Good times.
Ram.
ABGO, oh my lord. Okay. We're getting on a Broadcom, another L on Broadcom. And to be clear, one of these could have been a W and I managed it better. So that is on me. It's all good there. Maybe I should have waited for a better 160, 150 rejection. Maybe I panicked. We'll still see. I'm not going to say no to this stock, but I'm going to continue if I trade this one again. Teeny tiny positions. Starbucks working for now, so we'll see. And that Moderna short is still calling my name. Tara, short me. So we'll see what happens on mRNA. Happy with Starbucks. And guys, please vote for your tickers of choice. ! Join space $ ticker. Someone was asking here, when is the 30-year bond auction? It's going to be at 1 p.m. We will let you know with that. We'll give you the reaction on that. The auction reaction. I heard someone, though, aggressively pump his fist.
I am having fun trading these dang small cap gappers, man. I got to tell you, we just went long on EGIO. We defended 2. We just took the high day break. Currently top wick, but you know, it's just smaller position. So we're gonna enjoy the win, not gonna enjoy the money. But there is a long on the retracement. Didn't get the best price that I wanted. Would have definitely rather 10. I had to chase it. Got in a little bit, got in out the top there for now as we breach the high day. The other one that I'm just missed printing on, GEVO. I was waiting at 97 pennies. It got into 96.88s or whatever the top is there at the top wick. Obviously, it didn't cross. The trend is still strong on this one, though. The higher highs, the higher lows, they're still there. It's not really parabolic in the same way that EGIO is. My mistake. In the same way that EGIO is, and that just rocketed up, but it is consistent in the sense that it's putting in those higher highs and higher lows. So I'm happy trading this. I have one more beak wetter left on this one. I'd rather get it out at $1, but you know, yeah, maybe I'll cancel this 97 trade. Actually, I'm canceling it. I'd like to wait for $1. So I'll either get stopped out through 90s or it's going to print $1. One of the two is going to happen, or it consolidates and puts me to sleep. So GEVO, couple of beak wetters, gonna wait for that $1. EGIO, sorry, they sound alike a little bit here. Got top wick for now, but this one is doing bull flag things. Look at this, big move, kind of ziggy-zaggy right now, kind of in that consolidation range with a defined boundary of 205, essentially to the low side, 230 for the exception of the wick that I got out to the high side. So it is setting up as a possible bull flag, bull pennant, whatever you want to call it. So we'll see if we can weasel a trade into this. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Long 118 NVIDIA, literally the bottom area where it retraced. He's coming into 119 right now. The dude's $1 in the money. We're going to shout out the Katina, man. He's printing on NVIDIA 118 long. It's up 1.75%. Get it, Sean. So back to these small cap gappers. Here comes EGIO coming back into that $2 area. I'm not going to have any resting orders on this because we know how these small cap gappers trade. The bottom drops off like you wouldn't believe when it drops off. So I don't want to have resting orders. I need to get in with the momentum. So we'll see. We'll see exactly how this one does, but it is setting up very bull flaggish, and we'll look for continuity. It's already up 117%. Put some dang respect on this one's name, Adara.
Yeah.
Not you. You're good, obviously. I'm just talking to whoever doesn't respect it.
I appreciate that. You want to make sure people respect it. We put respect in its name, everyone. Yeah, I like that.
Get it.
Oh, also, guys, push over to the, Moo.
Neilage.
What am I saying? Sorry, Neil.
Get it, Neil.
Welcome to the lesson of the day, brought to you today by Moomoo, our friends over there, because rate cuts are on the horizon and the market is about to shift. Just look at NVIDIA. 1 minute you're down 35%, then bounce in the next. To protect your gains, you need Moomoo's trailing stop orders. Now, on the NASDAQ, Moomoo is your top investing app. Unlike typical stop orders, profits move up as your stock rises, locking in profits before the drop. And it works for options too. Plus, enjoy 0 commissions, 0 contract fees, 8.1 APY on uninvested cash, and 15 free stocks. Don't miss out. Check the link in the description or scan the QR code below. So shout out to Moomoo and thank you for them for this lesson of the day. Sometimes when you get an extreme market move one day, you can end up with a chop fest the other. And that's essentially what this market looks like in reference to what we got in yesterday's trade. You pull up the NASDAQ, which is exactly 0.1%, or at least right now, 0.1% to the upside. You had a big move. Obviously, we saw that big V-shaped recovery. You're going 700 points on the NASDAQ. Today, you're just cresting right around flat, wicks below, wicks above, and then right back in the middle. So when you get a big move in the market, sometimes or even an individual stock, sometimes you get like a consolidative phase. What do you do on a day like that? If you're not getting the massive overall market move, 2 things. 1, you've got to make sure you're trading the names that are moving around a bit, relatively speaking. That's ideal. And 2, don't take big hits. Because if the market's not going anywhere crazy, then you sort of want to avoid the Widowmaker or anything along those lines. I mean, I'm going to use the first example. I'll get to NVIDIA in a second because it's more sexy, but I'll go to Palantir here. Love Palantir for a 35 break. If the plan of action on PLTR was holding the 35 breakout or the previous close, played a little tighter to the vest. It broke 35. It gave you a good trade. Ultimately, still like the best high was on the break of that level, and you're still running in the same resistance at 35.20. Now, ultimately, it does go down into like 34. 34.50 was before the break, and then after the break, it goes to 34.60. If you look at that, that's like 1 point down and less than a point up. So really, you're either in and range trading the stock after that attempt or finding other entries. Now, I liked VWAP in there. VWAP doesn't hold, but the plan is do not try to lose big when we're getting an inside type of choppy day, because that's going to run you into a lot of trouble. Now, you can look at something like NVIDIA, which is on the NASDAQ, last I checked. NVIDIA as well. It was a chop fest. Now, the thing about this is it's a little bit different, and why I said NVIDIA is a little bit sexier, is at least with NVIDIA, it had a more clear trend. Now, you have a complete sideways on Palantir, great. It's going top to bottom. With NVIDIA, every single time it failed the level, be willing to get out, be willing to get back in. Okay, breaks aren't working. Breaks are working, then dips are working, then dips are working. There's a little bit of everything, but at no point do I want to try to hold this trade to here or this trade to there or this trade into here. You know, it's not necessarily giving you clean outside of the right at the open where this double bottom in here gave you the big $4 move, which is like half what it was doing yesterday. That's the only one. Everything other than that, it's giving you $1 here, $1 there. So if you're kind of long going into this, like long in $1, it just goes back to flat on the move. That's not going to be enough, because if it works against you and we stay inside and it fails, you're going to end up with a bigger loss than you want on a trade like that. So when you have an inside day, be willing to take smaller hits to stay green on the stock. And it doesn't matter whether it's something I trade or something that I haven't. I actually have not been into Tesla, and it's almost a perfect example of this as well. Outside of, you look at the V-shape yesterday, monster V-shape recovery. And today it dips right into a support level. If you didn't have that first move up, this is a heartbeat trade. Essentially, right back into afternoon support, and then the same high the whole morning. So you have to be able to switch gears in a market like this. Certainly you can always hold on to a piece when you range trade, but if you're going to get in and say, okay, well, Tesla is going to go $10, $12 like it did yesterday, and you're longing in at VWAP there, like 219, you think you got upside into the 40s or into the mid 30s or something like that, so you want to hold it $3 against you. Well, that's not the market that you're in today. You're in a consolidated sideways market. If you do that, you're just giving up dollar scalp trades over and over again sometimes too, because you're looking for that big carry up move, which is just not there in this market. And you've got to be able to read the room. Now, I'm not saying at the open you're going to know that. You don't know what's going to happen at the open. Tesla was trending great. I mean, NVIDIA had that really, really big move off the open. But once we saw, and I'll throw you right back into the NASDAQ, once we tested the highs and started to get range bound in the first half an hour, you could sort of see it. The volatility slowed down in the overall market. Just started going sideways. Things were no longer breaking out those highs, especially when NVIDIA failed the 120 level. It was pretty clear you're in a chop zone. So once you can identify that that's the kind of market you're in, you shift to it's not worth big amounts of risk. Get in, get out, get your scalp trades going. An example of that, which I'm actually looking at only because I want to get back into this one, Micron. Like it dumped at the open, recovered, now completely range bound. Open range top and VWAP. Now lower highs into that, which I think makes it weak or continues to be weak into this, but you can see range bound trade, huge V-shaped recovery, no follow through whatsoever. And then the second half of the morning, completely range bound trade, just like the rest of the market. If you're sitting in trying to get a home run, if you scalp some out, then that's not a big deal. But if you've taken no profit in there and you're giving it a wide stop on an inside day, you're just asking for a little bit of trouble. Trade the market that's in front of you. Not the one that traded yesterday, not the one that you want to happen, but the one that is happening right now. So when there is a bit of a chop fest, you can switch gears and then play off your key levels and just scalp that profit to the best of your ability. There's nothing wrong with taking 50 cent, $1 moves if it's not giving you more. Yesterday, those were 5 times. Today, that's just not how it is. So you got to be able to adjust on the fly. It's like when you're playing any kind of a sport. Sometimes you're going to play a team that wants to play a zone defense and you got to be conservative. Other times you're running up and down the court and they're full court press. The best are able to do both, and that's what you have to do as a trader. That's your lesson of the day.
That's what we call around these parts, we call it Neilage. So, shout out to Neil's lesson of the day. If you like what you heard, come back every day around that noon hour. Neil does his lesson of the day. He's always dropping this hotline. We call him the hotline dropper, Derek, because he drops hotline.
We do.
So shout out to him. Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts, baby. Took out Gevo at 99 pennies. It touched one. And that's the end of the trade there. I'm really happy with this trade. Now what I see is an ugly, ugly inverse hammer candle through one. But we're still above the 10 exponential on the 5. So it's not like I'm going to be looking to get shorts awfully quick. It's got to break some levels before we watch this one maybe retrace here. So a dollar touch on GEVO, and it's coming back into about 97 pennies with that topping tail. And I just remembered, get it, Adara.
Thank you.
And I just remembered I didn't tell you guys any of the market cap or anything like that on Gevo. So it is a penny stock because it's sub $1, but it's also not really the smallest of the small cap gappers we've ever seen market cap wise. $232 million market cap, about 8 2/3 million shares traded today, which is not that much, quite frankly, for a sub $1 name. And the float, important point here, about 224 million shares, so thick. Definitely not a small float that can get parabolic. And let me give you the details on the short float, and shout out to Nos Boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas. About 10.15% of that 225 some odd million shares is borrowed for short. So it's not like the biggest short float ever, but it's also not negligible. So we'll keep eyes on this one. If it gets above $1, that is a different trade. Now, I've said that before only to have it retrace below $1. What the whole dollar thing does is if you take it on a closing basis, sometimes, and I really underline sometimes, you can come back and use that dollar as defense, as support. It doesn't always work, though. I saw one yesterday that breached $1 and then was happy to retrace it. And it breached about like a lot, like 20 pennies or something like that. So we'll keep eyes on GEVO if it sets up. But PLCE, Ram is really doing a nice rounded bottom here, coming into that key area of technical resistance, and there it goes, right as we called it out. Breaking through that 1075, 1070 area now, knocking the door of 1080. 1089 is the high of the day. We're 4 pennies away from that. We just printed 85s. 89 is the high. There was a double top there. in the implied balance open at 10 o'clock and 9:45, rejected this 1090 level. So we'll see if it can weasel its way up into 11. Looking real good, man. Held VWAP midday at around 11:30, multiple holds at VWAP, and then incrementally putting in higher highs and higher lows. PLCE, a holdover from yesterday, guys, and it's looking good.
Yeah, you know what? Also, I cannot believe I'm in 3 trades right now. I am. We are in Broadcom. We've already taken. I know you're. I thought you said Broadcom was dead to you. Okay, no. I mean, okay, I didn't word it like that. But I just was not happy with the decisions being made. But I had liked this 161 level. My thing was Adara, play it better. I got long 162, risked it into 161.50, small position, because I knew that 161.50 level was of interest, right? I chopped around it enough to know that at that point, right? So I said, then if you break up a VWAP, you add, and then you risk it into 162. So honestly, based on how I kind of structured this position, I was risking the same amount or same percentage of my total risk both times. So I was really happy with that. We're taking this into 164, Sharif.
Get it,
because that was a huge support resistance level, and I'm actually giving it I think 10 cents above 164, just because I don't really trust Broadcom. We don't trust myself with Broadcom, but that Broadcom 164 level was so wild. Like, it took us a while to break this, so I want to be cautious with that. Right now, to be clear, we. Like I said, got $1 out of this first part of the position. Currently about 80 cents in the money with the second half. So let's see how this goes. But I'm not trading for P&L Shreve. I'm trading for progress, and I am trading for learning. Let's talk about the other 2 positions. Moderna. I love this VWAP short. This one did give me a little bit of a moment of strife, because we had this bottoming tail candle, but I said, Derry, you're risking this into, I'm risking this into 20s. So if it stays below 62.20s, and to be clear, I don't even think, or 66.20s, I don't even think it's broken above like 66.05 since I've been in it. We will stay in this position. I have no plans to add. We're just going to kind of take this for what it is. But Starbucks is my 3rd position. I do want to shout out Obi as well for letting me know about the gorgeous range on this. We had the range breakout. I took it long. I do not know if we're going to get the beautiful move I want in this. I don't know if I'm going to get my full espresso Starbucks Sharif, but we already added once we broke above 40s. We're going to be taking some out here. I think like just under half the position. If we get to that 98.60s, I have set this order for a while, but I don't know if we're going to necessarily get the level that I want. Broadcom is still looking pretty nice here. I think Moderna might have to be, if I see stuff I don't like in the book,
Palantir,
truthfully, I'll get out of this earlier, just given the fact that we are legally having higher highs, higher lows, and we have that bottoming tail candle. How is Sean doing over there?
He's good. Apparently, he's printing on a Palantir. He's long 70s at 35.70, I believe, or 34.70. And it's really going, guys. It's only up 1.25% on the day. It's not like parabolic, but that is a beautiful move. 11:30 onward. Shout out to whoever called that in the chat. I just saw that. Keeping my eye certainly on Palantir today. Very thickly traded today. What is the volume on this? Already 31.5 million shares. And it's no longer like that $10, $15 stock anymore, guys. It's a $35 stock. So let's keep our eye on this one. Beautiful move off that. And it held that general 70, 75 pennies area. I don't want to say exactly 75 pennies because it obviously did break, but generally that $0.75, 34.75, a bit of a double bottom there. Let's have a look. Maybe even a triple bottom, you could say, on the 1 minute, that is, of course. There is the initial touch, 10:45. We got another touch there at 11, and then the last harassment here at 11:27, and then up it goes through 35 into 35 and a fifth. So up 1 1/5 right now. We'll see how it goes. I'm in Apple right now, trying to do this VWAP hold trade. We're zigging and zagging right now at 19.3 on the NQ September contract. I want to see if we hold VWAP. This is a VWAP trade. Nothing specific about this other than a VWAP hold. And the only reason I'm in at VWAP, not because I just like saying VWAP, but because Apple has held up at VWAP for the majority of the day. There's only this one outlying candle over here at 10:35 that broke it on really broke it on a wick basis. Other than that, you've been kind of holding up at the volume weighted average price for the majority of the day. We'll see if that continues to hold. But if we give up 19.3 here and we start curling back down, there's no way VWAP holds. So that's what it looks like we're doing right now, zigging and zagging, a little above 19.3, a little bit below. I'm trying to give this one enough room, but it may not be enough. What's the low of this candle over here? 62. So I'm giving it to below the low of the previous candle. That's good enough for me. Doesn't end up working, but we're going to pack our patience and see what we get, and we will not get upset. Now, AMZN, kind of doing the same thing as Apple, but from the sell side. So it's been ranging with the volume weighted average price, but from the lower part, not from the higher part. So now above the closing print from yesterday, which is essentially around 184.5, working its way back into that mid-90s area. Was only able to breach that once during the midday here, 11:10, 11:15, and then it was basically a double top through into, 185, and then we came back and we tried to defend. We did, in fact, defend 184. Ascending now into that volume-weighted average price at around 184.90. We're going to have to pack our patience and see what we get here, see if we can get a move back up. The future above 19.3 again. However, Apple still at VWAP, still at 70s, nothing printing on AAPL right now. Let's talk about Tesla, because it's also at VWAP with lower highs, and that's the most operative thing to me. Sure, it's getting back into VWAP. It has a double bottom at around 227-ish, maybe 226.75. Defended that level, coming right back up. But what I see here is incrementally lower highs. We need to break that 230.25, 230 to really change that narrative of a lower high. So TSLA also doing its thing, 21 on the day. Softy trying to curl up here as the future holds above 19.3. Softy breaking through the 20 exponential on the first time in the better part of an hour. Last time we had that break, 11:15. It's 12:22. So we're breaking through that level now. Volume weighted average price waiting at that 421, a little below the $0.50. In fact, the 50 exponential and VWAP intersecting right now on the 5-minute chart on the soft one. So we'll see if we get there.
Yeah, I mean, we did get out of Moderna, and like I said, I'm disappointed because I should have just I didn't get to go where I wanted to just because of like the spread on that wasn't able to get filled. I need to work on that. But basically, my issue was I should have gotten out of this way earlier, and I was like, oh, I don't feel good about it. Why did I stay? Honestly, shout out to Stevie Wonder with that song, why didn't you stay? In this case, why did I stay on Moderna? But let's see what happens here. I'm watching Broadcom. Okay, we got filled on something here. Did we? Okay. I feel like something got filled, but I cannot tell what got filled. We'll never know. No, I'm joking. I think I saw something go off, but I don't know what. Oh yeah, I know what got filled. Okay, so Broadcom. This dip by here at 163. To be clear, this was unplanned, and I don't like doing unplanned DCAs, but basically what I did was a quick risk assessment, and I stood by it. So initially, I was going to risk here into 162.50s with the rest of this position, which would be break even at the time. I'm still risking, though, into 162.50s, and let me tell you why. Because with my, adding here, I still, with my risk management principles, risking the same amount in terms of portion of my risk, so that's why I'm cool with that. I have a feeling this ad might not have worked out, but I liked it because the book was holding up really nicely there at that 163, and I was like, okay, dope, Adira, you owe it to yourself to add here. You're not trading for P&L, you're trading for progress, and you're trading for learning, and that's why I don't mind, within reason, taking L's or getting it for flat and stuff sometimes. Obviously, it's disappointing. Like I said, I'm still very much working on my risk management, but that's why I thought for this risk assessment, the risk to reward on that ad was to me was fair. So I got in there. Still disappointed in my decisions on Moderna, but I actually have no qualms getting long if we keep bouncing here off 75s because we still have higher highs, higher lows. So what was my other? Oh yeah, SPUX we got filled on. Please just punch with that. We're staying in the rest of this position. I'm going to give this to break even. I'm cool with that on SPUX. We've been holding up really nicely here. Broadcom back above 163s. Let's see how this goes. We're going to maybe take out, if we keep rejecting here at 163.40s, we might take out a piece here early, but I really would like to wait to see what we do here at 164s. Gaurav telling me that AI is ripping. AI,
no way.
Is it on the, it's on the NY? Yeah, I know it always is. I always expect it not to be. Right? And that's why it's one of those ones I remember. Yeah. But AI is on the NY, and AI is it ripping? It looks like it might be. We'll find out. Yeah, wow. Okay, is there news on you, AI?
Want me to look?
Let's find out. I know it has a decent short float as far as I'm aware. I'm looking right now. I'm not seeing much.
I don't see it either.
Okay, there's a lot of social media attention on this one, but even then, pretty recently. I agree with you, A. Davis, saying don't trade for P&L. Trade the right setups in the P&L. We're confident on its own. I totally agree. That's what I've been saying a lot recently, so I shout that out. I appreciate you saying that. I love, though, this Moderna's return to this level. You know what, Sharif?
Get it.
Okay, we're going to set a dip buy here at 70s. It's good. I'm going to do 69s because that was honestly a level that was interesting in the book earlier. We're going to risk it into... Well, we're getting into 20s, which was that level that we broke out from pretty violently. I can fully live with that. Let's see what we got here. Pretty small position. I don't think we'll get filled, but I'll have the dip buy. I'll have the feeler out just in case. AVGO, I am very proud of my ability to read the book on that. Because I honestly, like I said, I was like, oh, AVGO mistakes. And you know what, Adara? Those are entirely your fault. I want to shout out Neil's lesson because Neil said, like, you have to trade the market you're in, not the market you want to be in. And Sharif was like sarcastic me with that. It was pretty funny. But basically, why are you adding at the high of day pretty much? Like, what is happening here? What is going on? So learning from that mistake, like when you take good trades, it doesn't matter what ticker you're trading. You just have to be taking trades. And when I say good, I don't, again, not talking about P&L. I'm talking about the progress, and I'm talking levels and risk that made sense. That's why it was cool adding here because the risk to me was still worth it. So let's see. I would like to see Broadcom at this point stay above 163, just given how well it broke back above that level after briefly curling below. Starbucks, I'm letting cook. Like I said, this thing, I'm gonna let that Starbucks brew here. Moderna, definitely not getting that fill. I'd like to see what Moderna does, though, at 67.20s. That was an level of resistance previously. If we break above that, actually, I'm okay going long. Okay, nice. Okay, so Moderna, we're going to take, if we hold up here, we're going to take we broke back below. We'll wait and see here. I'm okay going long 67s maybe and risking into 67.50s. Like I said, there are certain levels of Moderna that I've seen in the book, and I'm cool with those. When I realized your trading only has to make sense to you. If it makes sense to you, and it makes sense from a risk to reward perspective for you, for your type of style, you don't have to explain it to anybody. And I think that's one thing, I'm always still trying to get my head around, given that I've only ever traded on the show in front of everybody. I want to hear what you're excited about, though, here, Sharif.
Well, I traded Apple again at VWAP when we took 20 pennies on Apple, more actually, because we got it in the high 90s. We took 75s. It's having trouble with 22s, hence why I got out there at the whole dollar. And this was really predicated upon the future, at least holding for the moment that 19.3, and it did. And quite frankly, the future is looking ugly with all these wicking candles. But when you look at it a little bit more, we are putting in higher lows and higher highs. We're above VWAP. We're in Greensville. We're up 0.2. We're certainly off the highs. That's fine there. But, it's not as bad as, I was looking originally. Because when you look and you see multiple topping tail candles, it's usually not a good look. In any event, the NQ doing decent over here. And I'm going to keep my eye on that. I just was telling the Katina man that Softy broke the 20 exponential on the 5 for the first time, essentially, since this candle over here at 11.10. But it's a couple of candles now. I want to see what this one does at VWAP. So it seems on another, not a secondary view. I've been looking at it all day, but Softy's it's been one of the weaker ones. Up down 0.5% right now, was down more at the lows. If this works into VWAP, I'm liking the short around here, possibly 421.5. Again, you're not going to find me with a resting order in and around there. It's going to have to prove that it rejects. It looks strong at the moment. Great rounded bottom. Whoever took this off 419.75 is a dang genius because you had support at 11 o'clock there. And then you had 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in a row. 5-minute candles, not one, that all bounced off that 419.75. So somebody is buying up a storm at 419.75 on MSFT. So we'll see if this one can work back into that 421 to fifth, third, something like, half to a third, and then I'll be interested in getting short on Softy right there. So that's a look on Microsoft. I'm going to set up though for the lesson as Apple's working right back into 222. I should mention a couple of things, though, before we start the lesson. I see you guys yelling in the chat about PLCE, and it's one of the small cap gappers that we've had on the side chart, and for good reason, because it's been a multi-day runner. You can see the price action from yesterday, and then that is basically 4 a.m. this morning. We continue. We're above the highs from yesterday. We just printed the high of the day on PLCE. It's up 23 and a third. It got into that 1150-ish area, 1147, technically the candle high. Nothing different for me on this one. It's got to come in to retest or come in closer to that 10 exponential on the 5 for me to want to trade this. I like this 1090 area. Now, I may front run it at 11. Why? Well, the 10 exponential is hanging out there. That's fine. I don't expect it to retrace all the way back into the 10 exponential. But then we have this double top there from 9:45 and 10 o'clock, or 9:50, excuse me, that rejected at 1090. So we got the 10 exponential and that double top all at 1090. My spidey sense says jump in front of 11 with a bit of a tighter stop, maybe through 1080 or 1075, because this one can give you 50. it's already printed 47s. And if you're assuming that the hold up here results in a curl back up, likelihood you might test those highs unless you consolidate. So PLCE setting up real well here, guys. It's just a matter of how you get in and how you trade it. So good look. I'll remind you guys about the details on this in case y'all forgot. 143 million market cap, 8.8 essentially in 4/5 million shares traded on the day, and the float is 11.75 million. And let's find out what the short float is. And shout out the NOS boss and his boys at Trade Ideas. Oh yeah, I forgot about this one. 47.5% of the float is shorted or borrowed for short. That is, of course, up to 2 weeks old. That information may be accurate, it may not, depending on how many of those shorts got stopped out lately, because this thing's been pumping. So we can assume that the short float is higher. It may not be, though, at that 47.5% anymore because, well, let's look at the price action lately. Here's the day. Let's look at the hourly. Yeah, this thing was, how long was this at? Okay, so let's just say, let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so a lot of people could have been pushed out here through 10 because there was a lot of price action and then at 10. And then anybody shorting it from 10 onwards all the way down to 4.7 has been stopped out. So I don't know. This is an interesting one, man. We're going to keep this up. I'm not taking this off the side chart. It's a holdover from yesterday, but for good reason. So I'm just going to send it to you for a second there while I set up for the lesson.
Yeah, no worries. So Starbucks is chilling here. Accidental pun, I guess. So basically what we're going to do here, we're going to risk this. We're going to see, like I said, we're going to see what happens here. I'm basically using this 43 level because once we broke above that, we stayed pretty strong. If we stay above 43s, I'll stay in Starbucks. I arguably could risk more, and we'll be evaluating that if there's anything that makes sense, but I don't want to be waffling too much. I just feel like one issue I've continuously noticed is I don't give trades enough risk, and then I get messed up, or I give them ridiculous risk on Broadcom earlier, and things get really dicey. Speaking of Broadcom, we're still in Broadcom. We are letting Broadcom right now. And the thing I want to say about Broadcom is, bro, why will you not break above 163.80s asking for a friend? I had pinned the area of resistance here at 164 because of that massive support earlier, and Broadcom's like, oh, I can be spicy before I even get there, Adara. Like, don't worry about me. And I'm like, okay, cool. Oh my God, you saw it?
Of course.
I saw her making this. Okay, this is really fun. But yeah, we have a great surprise for you guys in a minute there. But basically, yeah, so with Broadcom, what I like here is that we're still above this kind of area around 163.20s. That was an area that we really waffled with earlier. If we break below that level, I'll get out. I have no qualms, but I want to stay in this for right now because I have no reason to leave. I want to be patient. Qs still, I think, in an uptrend. I'll show the Qs. I saw someone earlier like asking if we could show the Qs more. Absolutely, we could totally look at the Qs more for you guys. Totally understand that, and thank you for bringing that up. Also, guys, let us know in the chat if you're looking at any tickers. I can't believe I'm in 3 trades, Sharif, and they're all in the money as of right now. Like, this is a wild world we live in. But yeah, look at this 468.60 level. I like that we had this kind of flat bottom breakish move down, back up, popping up, bouncing off VWAP, coming lower, and then coming right back. The Q is really hard to read, very choppy, very churny. But right now, they are very to the upside. Starbucks curling back up here. AVGO, break 80s, please. Asking for a friend. But now we have time for a lesson, and one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Okay. We'll just start off being serious, and then when it presents itself, it presents itself. So welcome, traders. Today, we'll explore fib fan lines, one of the most popular tools in technical analysis. You may already be familiar with the Fibonacci retracement levels, which are used to identify, obviously, areas of potential support and resistance. But these fib fan lines extend this concept by using a set of angled lines that help predict how price may behave based on those Fibonacci ratios. So these lines can kind of give us clues about the potential trend reversals as well as those corrections. So hopefully by the end of the lesson, we'll understand how to draw these Fibonacci fan lines and how to apply them to your trading. And yes, I know I said Fibonacci this morning and I won't be able to lick that down, but apparently we're cooking and I don't mind.
We're cooking like in trades.
Hey.
You're Tim cooking today, I knew that.
I do see my fin hand. Yes, I got it. But I want to know, Ram, is this a hook over here? Like, what is this? How am I holding on to that? Is that a piece of salmon? It's a chopstick. Ram, this is why we got you around. But shout out, I love this design, by the way. And my head looks quite bulbous. The charts in the back. Yeah, of course. I see the trading. I see the tickers on the right.
The level of detail is crazy.
Is that the New York? Is that the New York skyline back there? Because Wall Street. Well, I don't know. Somehow we're cooking it there. We're throwing a barbecue. You and I. We're having a great time. We've got salmon. It's hibachi, Ben hibachi. Yes, Ray. I didn't get that. Shout out to you. I love this. Shout out to Trader TV, man. All right, so we're going to talk as we typically do, but just the general nature of what these fib fan lines are, so let's get right to it. They are trend lines drawn from a significant high or low point on the chart, and they follow the Fibonacci ratios, which we know, some of the more common ones are 38.2, you got 50, you got 61.8. We're not going to list them all. Your software will do that for you. So the most important thing to remember is these lines are angled projections of the Fibonacci ratio. So instead of drawing the horizontal lines like your software does, we draw angled lines that represent the retracement. So this is kind of how they look, and I'll show you how to draw them in a second, but you draw them from the area low and you look to the area high, and I'll promise you I'll explain in a second how to draw them, but this is kind of how they look and how price interacts with them. So how do we create them? How do we draw them on the chart? How do we use them? So the first thing to do is to identify a significant high and a significant low. Obviously, if you're in an uptrend, you're charting from low to high. If you're in a downtrend, you're charting from high to low. So the software will plot these lines starting from the point the trend starts from, and then it'll go to the high and it'll show you a series of horizontal lines there that represent these retracement levels. As we mentioned, 38.2, 50, 61.8. So these angled lines, essentially, they provide insight into where support and resistance may form as the price moves through time. Think of them essentially as dynamic areas of support and resistance that shift with time rather than staying fixed, okay? So for example, in an uptrend, the price might retrace downwards, right? At the first line it's going to interact with is that 38.2. That could act as support. You should be reactive as opposed to proactive here. However, if that 38.2% line gets broken, you're next looking at the one subsequent, which is the 50. Again, you need to be reactive, not proactive. So here's how you draw them. You find that area trough, and then you find the area crest. And what you do is you draw a horizontal line at the area crest, because this horizontal line is going to be important, because that's where you're going to draw the diagonal lines from. So let's do it IRL. Right now we did it on Apple. We'll do it again. So we're going to take that 165 level on Apple that everybody remembers is the support level. And the obvious area crest over here is that 237 that we printed, I think, in mid-July. So let's remove all these, remove all trend lines. There we go. So what we're going to do, we're going to take our fib tool. Super easy. We're going to start from the area trough. We drag it all the way up to the area crest into that 237. Then we get a series of fib ratios. We have 100% here, 70, 6.4, 61.8, 50, 38.2, all the fib levels that we know. So now what we're going to do, we're going to take a horizontal line and we're going to draw it at the area crest. This is important because this is where we're going to base our intersections with the diagonal line. Here's what I mean. So this is the area trough. So we're going to first draw it into 61.8. So you intersect with the 61.8 level and that horizontal line. So there's your trend line there. Now, we want to draw it through 50. So we go ahead, we draw a new trend line, and it goes through 50. So now we have a couple of trend lines here, 61.8 and 50. And then third and finally, obviously, this is not finally, you can do more. We're going to go through that 38.21. So we've got three fib fan lines here off which we can base support and resistance. And already you can see that they did intersect here somewhat, and in fact, they're acting as resistance right now while previously acting as support. So, use them if you like, but this is exactly how you do them. You find an area trough, area crest, and you pull the fib ratios off there, and then you draw diagonal lines through that vertical line. So I hope everybody understands that. Now let's talk about how they compare to these Gann lines that we talked about yesterday. So both rely, obviously, on angles and can help forecast potential support and resistance levels, but they come from two entirely different schools of thought. Fibonacci fan lines obviously are based on the well-known Fibonacci sequence, a mathematical series that occurs in nature and is often applied to the financial markets, while Gann lines, on the other hand, are purely focused on specific geometric angles. The one we talked about, that's the most popular, or so says Gon, is that 45-degree angle that we talked about, which he says is the best representation for price through time and price, excuse me. So while both these tools are providing you with visual tools here to identify these key levels, fib fan lines are anchored to the fib ratios, which many traders believe have a natural connection to the market behavior. So maybe you're biased into the fibs. So what are some of the practical applications that we can use using these fib fan lines? Let's talk about the first one, identifying key areas of support and resistance. That's what we all want to do. In an uptrend, these fib fan lines are drawn, as we mentioned, from significant lows to significant highs, and you're using those lines to act as potential areas of support and resistance. When the price retraces, it may or may not bounce off one of those lines before continuing upwards on its merry way. For example, if a price pulls back from a high and tests that 38.2% trend line initially, this could be a buying opportunity if it holds support. However, if it breaks, you should be looking to the next line at 50% to see if it holds up there, or that 61.8% for the next support level.
Also, apparently, Palantir's having an AIP con. Thank you for letting me know, Bears vs. Bulls. I tried to go on their website to look at that, and it immediately glitched my computer. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but I'll show you. I pulled it up.
The blue box thing that we talked about yesterday?
No, but look at that. It does there's some weird stuff happening. I'm gonna look. I'm not really sure what's going on there because I don't want to be panicking.
Yeah,
shout out, but yeah, sorry, I had to. But I'll take a look there and see what's going on. Sorry, I just wanted to.
No worries. Thank you for that, Derek. Ooh. All right, and then the other practical use we can use these fib fan lines for is gauging trend continuations and reversals. So one of the most useful aspects of Fibonacci fan lines is their ability to help identify whether a trend will either continue or reverse. So if a price finds support along 38.2 or 50% line and begins moving back upwards, this can indicate the end of the correction or the retracement, I shouldn't call it a correction, and the continuation back of the uptrend. If, however, it doesn't hold that 61.8% line, so most people will start looking at the breach of 61.8 as the possible beginnings of an all-out reversal and a break of that area trough off which we based our assessment. So we based it off the area trough. So don't forget that. 61.8, according to the textbook, is where we should be looking out for the outright reversal. It's also useful in gauging multiple time frame analysis. Okay? So like Gann lines, Fibonacci fan lines are applied to multiple time frames.
Sorry, there's another news thing apparently too. Thank you, Brendan, for sending this to us. Apparently, CSX, this one's selling off here. Apparently, speaking at the 12th Annual Morgan Stanley Conference. CSX is... let's find out details of this. This one is CSX Corp, the same of the company. So they dropped off pretty heavily there. So I just wanted to address that. They were in a range before that. So this is pretty distinct trend change for that company there, guys.
Thanks for that. Yeah, DayTrader Cut through that as well. Shout out to Brendo. Shout out to DayTrader Cut. Thank you, guys. Best community around. We can't have eyes on everything. So we always thank you for assisting us. So back to multiple time frame analysis here. So on the larger time frames like the weekly or the monthly charts, they provide broader perspective on key levels, but they're absolutely useful as well on shorter time frames, smaller time frames like the hour or the daily, the 15, where they can help identify shorter term trading opportunities. But it's also good to combine them with other indicators. As with any other technical analysis tool, these fib fan lines work best with other indicator or when used with other indicators. For instance, if a key moving average aligns with a fib fan line, this increases the likelihood that the level will act as either strong area of support or resistance, depending on whether you're coming from the north or the south. But like with all technical analysis, it is not without its criticisms and its limitations, so let's get right to that. Choosing a starting point here is one of the major limitations. So one challenge with these fib fan lines is that they depend on the selection of the correct starting point and the correct ending point. If you pick the wrong highs or lows, the lines may provide misleading signals for you, and this can lead to incorrect, interpretations of both areas of support and resistance. And there's also an uncertain predictability to them. So just like the Gann lines we talked about yesterday, these fib fan lines cannot guarantee the price will react exactly at these levels. Market conditions sometimes are often too complex, too volatile, and too nuanced for these retracement levels or geometry to factor in consistently. And there's also the tendency to overly rely, I should say, on Fibonacci ratios. While many traders swear up and down by these fib levels, there is no scientific proof, according to this textbook, that these ratios have an inherent connection with the market movement. So some traders argue that their significance or the significance of these levels is more psychologically based than actually based in mathematics. It becomes like almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy where so many people are looking at it that it just ends up holding up. So that's what I have to say about that, and I hope everybody prints up a storm.
Thank you for letting us know about that. We're dipping into the pool of Fibonacci's. We'll be dipping into trade pool in a second here as well. But yeah, so I have in 2 trades, and one is Moderna here. I like that we have this, like I said, higher highs, higher lows. I liked. We added here, this was some planned additions here at those previous levels of support resistance. We break above 67.20. We add, I initially got in 67s, then we add again here. Bless you. At 67.50s when we broke above that level. We're going to take some profit out at 68. That is less a chart level and more. I've noticed Moderna being really spicy at these whole dollar levels, so I just want to clear just under half the position at that point. Starbucks, I'm chilling. Starbucks and I are chilling. I'm giving this to 50s because that was a bit of an area here. You can kind of see it on the chart as well. Bless you. So let's see what occurs on at that point on there. Moderna, we're just watching here as well. Okay, AVGO. AVGO, breathe. So, I just typed in a stock called AVO, which shout out to AVO, I guess. Also, though, we did have a super chat I want to talk about, too, from Davion Wade. So thank you, Davion Wade, for the $2 super chat. And Palantir just broke 52-week highs. Yeah, Palantir really strong there. AVGO, quickly, though, look at that 163 hold. I got out because we broke below 163.30s. I should have given this more room. This is definitely going to break above 164s, but I didn't want to get back in and chase it too much. So we'll see what happens. It's cool. You miss out on trades. You make mistakes. Now, I think the main reason I'm disappointed is because my whole thing is I wanted to hold things for longer. So we'll see what happens there. Like, it's all good there, baby. This never would have gone against me had I stayed. It's just, it is what it is. And I need to work better on the risk management for sure. Davion Wade, thank you for the $2 super chat there. Palantir breaking new 52-week highs. It's curled back down here. Sorry, give me, I will get that up ready. Thank you. Palantir has curled back down there, but yeah, like really nice look here still for the Alex Karp one. That is for sure. This push up here, just great push. And then we get that 35.40 level, bit of a bearish engulfing. So let's see how we hold up here at that pretty bearish looking doji earlier at 35.17s. But also, let's shout out to Trade the Pool. Thank you very much to our sponsors at Trade the Pool, because becoming a funded trader, you know what that means? That means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. And at Trade the Pool, you'll first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. But once you pass that evaluation, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. That's awesome, right? And you get to keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk, which makes it the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Yeah, AVGO making me look a little silly here, breaking above that 164 beautifully. I'll pull that one back up there. But yeah, Palantir, I think if it can hold up around this level, it's not a bad look at all there, that 35.17 area. Yeah, AVGO. Wow, Sharifa got out of this early. Ooh. Okay, so I got out of AVGO. I should have given this way more room. I should have given this to at least break even. I didn't. Now we're popping higher here. It's all good though. If we come back and bounce, because this stock clearly respects previous support resistance. If we bounce at 163.75s, I will get back in there. We have Moderna just kissing my area here. You could see where it like nudged its head around where I was going to take profit and then came right back down. And let's try a different order type with that because that's not going to get filled. Starbucks, though, really struggling. If we break below this, like into this 50s area, you know what? We'll get it. We're going to see what we do here at 50s. We're bouncing a bit, so we'll stay in that for now. But yeah, this Moderna looks pretty good. I am a little disappointed in myself, though, for the management of the Broadcom. Yeah, thanks again to Trade the Pool for our lovely sponsors there. So we're all good there. Also, the other thing with Broadcom is if we can't break above this 164.30 level, or specifically more into 50s, because that was a bit of a support resistance level earlier, this could maybe be bearish, but I'm not shorting Broadcom here. I'm definitely going to wait and see what happens. My preferred trade in this would be to go long if we bounce off 173.80s.
Did you do the read?
We did do the read,
okay.
yeah.
Cool.
So how are you doing over here, though? Sure, I can gap for a bit longer.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I was just setting up for Trade Deploy. I didn't know you guys did.
No worries.
All right, guys, I just came back and I looked at my side chart and EGIO, oh baby, just printed day's high. So this one is bamboozler in chief right now. I was waiting for this one to come back down. Oh, weird. Yes, 215. And it did right back up into 2.5. This one is strong, guys. It's really respecting the 10 exponential here, and it's respecting key areas of price action as well, like that 215 closing print, multiple wicks off that. Look at the amount of rejections at this 215 area. It gives you that. It rockets up, comes back right into 215, and then quick as you like, it's back at 250-ish, 248. Technically the high of the day. This one's really strong, and what I like about this one is it didn't start its life in the pre-market or on or in the opening hour or two. It really started its life midday, so it means it's still got that momentum to the upside. Possibly 1145 is when it really broke through that range. It was trading at $1.25 at the highs, and then that 1145 print came, 1150 came, and it even had more volume. So the volume not dying out here. Each 5-minute candle has a minimum shares of around 2 million. So it's a fantastic look, man. EGIO, it's already traded 45.5 million shares. It's up 160%. Get it, Adara.
Thank you.
And it's continuing to go, and it just printed another high of the day, Adara. 260 now, blowing through that 248 level. Let's load up EGIO on the trading screen. Where is it at? I'm going to have to take this off. EGIO, GV. Wow, so many small cap gappers. Ridiculous. I don't even know where it is. I think it was on the Palantir screen and I took it off. Yes, there it is. Okay, let's go back over here. So yeah, we literally had, what's going on over there, Katina Man? Oh, that was Ram? That was you? The Katina Man is 80 handles in, can you tell what I'm going to say? The dang money, Adara.
Oh, the dang money. Sorry.
T triple Qs? T triple Qs, baby. And, oh, you got it. Dollar on Apple, dollar on NVIDIA, Katina Man. We're going to shout you out, as we always do, and we're going to tell everybody that there is another channel called More Trader TV Live, during which you're able to see all of the Katina Man's More Trader TV. There we go. You're able to see all the Katina Man's trades, all of Neil's trades. Here it is, baby. It's a dashboard. It's live. We'll have to watch an ad, obviously pay the bills because, well, things aren't free around this place. And here it is. This is the Katina Man, long, Apple, 221.10, Palantir, 34.71. We already called that one out. 118.63. Wrong price on NVIDIA. It updates every 5 minutes, says Mark Katina Man. That's incorrect, he says. 65.03 long. Neil, are you in any positions? No, Neil's not. I just want to make sure. Neil is not in any positions, but if he usually is, you'll be able to see all his positions on the left side, and you'll be able to see all his last trade. He was trading up Starbucks, Intel, NVIDIA, Donald John Trump. You can see what the Katina Man was trading over here. He had some trades on Micron, NVIDIA, Apple, NVIDIA, Palantir, T triple Qs. Shout out to him and all the other information that is available there on the screen. It is like kind of, I don't know, if you're from the Toronto area, you know what CP24 is. Basically just a data screen there that gives you all the information. So shout out to them, doing real great. Hey, Davis, can we get the live stream going again on that page, sir, please? What do you mean live stream? What live stream? Explain, hey, I don't really understand because this is the live stream. That one is kind of just their position. So let me know what you mean by that. Hey, Davis, one of the OGs there in the chat. What are you doing, Adara?
Yeah, okay, so someone asking, Tyler Cox asking what happened to Siri. I can guess. So yes, we talked about that yesterday. Basically, they had a business separation there with Liberty, and then they also underwent a stock split. That was what happened yesterday, so I just wanted to address that. That's a yesterday story. But Moderna right now, this is a today story. I'm really proud of myself because I've expressed my trepidation for SSR stocks. And we traded this semi-effectively. This short was a bit rough. I should have gotten out of this way earlier than I did, but it's all good there, baby. This mRNA here, we took out like just under half the position when we got above 68. We're going to trade out the next piece here. If we putting what we do here at that 68.30s level, I like that because we've kind of gapped in and around there. There's some kind of interesting candle interaction there. So I want to be respectful of that. We're going to take another piece out at 69s. because what's life without whimsy, but also look at this interaction at 69s. To me, that is certainly a level. The next level of interest would be $70.50. We might save a tiny piece in the dream for that. Also, I got out of Starbucks. I said I'd see what Starbucks did in the 50s. Starbucks broke below 50s, broke below the 90 MA. I got out. Could have taken some profit up here, to be fair, but you know what? Pretty generally happy with what I did on this trade. Hey, Broadcom. I'm not getting back on this. I don't want to FOMO Broadcom right now, but I think it's worth noting. Look at where Broadcom projected. 164.50s. I mentioned that area earlier. Called out the level. I tried to trade it earlier. Called out the level. We'll see how this goes. The only way I would short this, and it would be like teeny tiny size, is 64s or 164 short. We're getting to 164.50, but I have a feeling this thing's going higher. I am not getting involved. I just think it's fascinating. Wow. That's the area that we rejected off. I can't believe I had 3 trades at a time at that point. I was like living high, Sharif. What a day, what a year.
Love it.
Let's see what's, right? You got to switch it up. You got to stay nimble, as Obi will say sometimes. Shout out to thank you to the Weekly Wit for that for becoming a member. So we appreciate your support. We're trying to grow this community every single darn day. Tyler Cox also becoming a member. So look at that. So many members over here, guys. Get into the chat and let us know what ticker you're looking for, because you can do that as long as you are a subscriber. So !join, space $sign, ticker. In case you're thinking, what am I voting for? Am I voting for the election? No. No, you are voting for what tickers you'd like Sean and Neil to look at in the afternoon segment.
God.
So the only way we could run that segment, which is brought to you by our lovely sponsors and friends at Real Trading, is if we have voting from you guys. So please let us know what tickers you are looking for. I'll be risking my mRNA into this 65.50s level, because that was a previous level of support resistance. That was where my last ad was. So that's what we'll be getting out. Wow. Also, thank you to Graw for mentioning Roku. Roku's been on my side chart. I haven't done that much with it. Oh, Microsoft?
Bro, everything, Adara.
Yeah,
everything is skyrocketing right now, yeah.
Great.
Well, not skyrocketing, but going up.
Yeah. But yeah, Roku pushing higher. I would say what we do here at 74.90s, because we could double top. But yeah, generally nice little uptrend here for Roku. I like the VWAP projection, then bounce. Support resistance flips are always fun and something we talk a lot about on this show, and specifically on this here desk. So Starbucks right back up. So again, proving why I am bad at risk management and why I'm trying to continue to work on that. How are you doing over here, Sharif? Also, guys, auction in 2 minutes. 30-year auction, 2 minutes.
Yeah, which is, I don't know, man. Are people front-running this auction, Adair? Because we're going to knock on the door here of 19.4. The Katina man just took 100 handles on the TQQQs, and here we go. We printed 19,388 at the high. That's the high of the day. We just printed 84, so we're 4 points lower. Do we find resistance here? What's the look? Or do we have to wait for 19.4? Or do we not find resistance? Do we keep going? I got to tell you, I was looking at this level on Google and this level on Microsoft, because these are obvious key areas of resistance. This 154-ish level on Google, rejected 3 times. Sure, you have that pop at the IB high into 154.42. But look where the closing prints are. They're all at 154. You tested that level again at 11.10, and you're right back there again. So is this a line in the sand? Do we take the short? Packing my patience. Same thing here with the soft one. Not the same setup exactly, but in the same sense, or in the sense that it comes into that key area of resistance that we got into earlier. That's that closing print from yesterday, essentially at $423, almost on the dot there. We just popped up into 422.97. So do we reject this level, or are we going to get some market continuity here? As Adara mentioned, we're waiting for that, what is it, the 30-year?
30-year.
30-year note auction to come out. Obviously, it's a longer dated one. So we'll keep tabs on that. That really is more influential for the mortgage markets, etc. I would submit to you that the shorter dated ones are more influential for the market, this market, that 2, that 5, that 10, the 30, more of a, well, it's not a hard and fast rule. In any event, I'm keeping an eye here at these highs, given that we're at the highs on the future, we're at the highs on some of these Mag 7 names, generally technical highs. Google, Microsoft, even Meta. Meta got into that same high again. Look at this 521, 522 area, multiple wicks, but now we're actually closing above there. So this is a really good move here, and if we can get continuity, I think we could break through 19.4. We're going to have to wait and see how the auction comes out. Maybe that's decisive. Amazon, same pump here. What a move up. We just printed a new high a day on the NQ September contract. That goes 19,392. We are above this print here at 11:10 a.m. and Apple coming back into that closing print from yesterday, 222.75. So it's also at a possible area of resistance if we do get that rejection. I'm not taking a trade until after this auction comes out, and now it is 1 o'clock, so we will be getting that reaction or reauction, as Adara always says, quite soon. I see here the 30-year on my futures contract here. It's printing 4.360. 4.360 is what I'm seeing on the futures contract. The September 30th contract on the 30-year. Let's see what the results come out. Some of the chat always, well, not always, but they sometimes get the number ahead of us. So if you do, please tag Adara and I or in the chat and we'll report on that. Why would I buy a 30-year that's half a lifetime waiting for 4.3? Well, if you wouldn't feel that way, my man, if you locked in that 3-point-something in 2021 and then the rate shot up to 8-something. So, you know, there's two sides of the coin there for mortgages. You know, sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. It seems as if we are rejecting a little bit here, at least for the moment, at these key areas of resistance, whether it's this high of the day right now in the future, some of the levels that we already earmarked for you on some of the Mag 7 names. So we'll wait for that result to come out and let you know exactly what's up there. Otherwise, I'm not taking any trades right now. Let's wait for the reaction of the market. But it's been a good morning so far for all these markets. Here's the look. ES up 0.4, NQ up 0.6, the Dow up a quarter, the Russ up 1/5. What's going on over there?
Sean sent us this tweet.
The Katinam is $1.50 in the dang money.
Yeah, look at these TQs. Sean sent us
that's his 100 handle move there on the T triple dang Q. Shout out to Sean, great trade there, brother. Hope you're printing up multiple storms on that side of the desk. What are you looking at, Adair?
Yeah, so what I'm looking at here is the bond auction, 4.015 here versus estimate of 4.314. That is what we got, or sorry, versus the previous of 4.314, so it was lower. Shout out to Taker Cut for also sending that. I just saw that popping up on Financial Juice. But here's the thing here. Moderna. So we got to that 6750 area. I was going to stop out, and we bounced beautifully in the book. I should have added. I tried to add too little, too late. Did not get filled, but we're still staying in this name. Let's see. I really like this area as a stop level, so we're going to keep this up. Look at us once again wicking into my area, and then I'm not getting filled. I'm like, come on, Moderna. You're really going to do this? Why do I not Moderna? I gave this like a couple cents away from what I wanted. Should I have given it like more? Like, Moderna, come on. You're not going to just wick into my level and not fill, are you? And it's like, yes, Adara, I will actually. But that's all good there, Moderna. I'm in Moderna. Starbucks is continuing to make me look a little foolish for where I got out, as is AVGO. Okay, I'm just meowing because I'm disappointed with the choices there. If we bounce here off 164.30s, which again, a level I liked, that's maybe a long, you risk getting to like 164s, but I don't want to rush into this. I clearly should have held this for longer. That is my cross to bear. And it is my broad to calm, I guess. And I must live with that. So there we go. This is a really interesting look. Not a great auction, says Kenny D. Yeah, the reauction was pretty muted. That is for sure. Right? Yeah, these cues at this double top is very interesting to me.
So many like that right now, Dara.
Right? There's a lot of, Google to me honestly looks rangy. Shout out to Gaurav. Okay, I just typed Google. I think I spelled just like the name of the villain in, I think that was Bugol, but shout out to the movie Sinister. Hopefully I didn't spoil that for anybody. But this could be a bit of a sinister look here for Google. If I can spell this correctly, there we go. Second time's a charm. Also, yeah, shout out to Google, because the reason we say Google, and maybe this is just a me thing, I have accidentally pulled up Goog before and been like, oh my God, why am I not in the trade? Because I was actually in Google. So if Google actually like does that 154.10 rejection, I think this is a nice little looking range. Right now it's a W pattern because it was certainly a W if you were long, but I think if we push back below, that could be a decent range. I am watching that one for potential rejection. Yeah, Broadcom still have eyes on. Moderna looking really similar to Google here, not Moderna, MU, Micron, another ticker that starts with M that has had a catalyst today. But MU actually looking similar to Google, but honestly a little bit more bullish to me in that we're actually having the bounce off of VWAP, which is a pretty nice little look. Look at this. Bounce off VWAP, flat bottom break. I thought, nope, we're pushing higher. Let's see if it's able to reclaim this area here that was a pretty hard rejection at 87. 70s, and Moderna filled us, so I am happy with that. Please just dang punch. My next level is 69s, not just because of Life Without Whimsy. Also, it is a level here on the book, but because it's Moderna and I trust it little, we're actually going to get out some here at 68. 90s. So we're gonna get out a 2/3 of the remaining position at that level. Let's see if you can hold up here. Sharif, happy with this Moderna trade. Happy I held this. Again, should have held some of the other trades, but you Moderna, and you just keep going and growing. Hey Davis saying our guy Sean called that TQQ push-up and he is printing like a Xerox copier. Yes, he is. He's printing up several storms, as Sharif, the mustachioed man to my right, might say. But yeah, good look there. Really happy with what this market's doing here. Trying to learn every single day. Moderna, let's see if we keep up pushing up higher here.
Storms.
We're going to do the lesson soon here, so not to worry there, guys. I can't believe it's already 1 p.m. Sharif, time flies.
Yeah, it
time
is,
flies when you're
Adira.
having fun in these markets.
It is, and I've been like going through an existential crisis deciding here whether to go long or short on Softy. We're not getting that 19.4 touch, nor really blowing through the highs here on the NQ. I got one eye on the NQ, the other on Softy, because Softy's at that 423 level. The closing print from yesterday, it rejected off it earlier. It got back into it again. I was unsure how to trade this. I've been watching this since the 70s, and now it's almost at, well, it's 50 pennies higher right now. This looks like it's going Softy. Dang, son. But the future isn't. That's the thing. The future stalled out right here while Softy's breaking through highs. So, that may be a problem in and of itself, trying to chart on one and execute on the other. But it's the second biggest Is it the second? What's NVIDIA?
I think it might be the largest right now.
Is it? Let's find out.
It or Apple,
2.9 trillion for NVIDIA. What's Softy at here? 3.1 Katina, man, for the soft one. And then the dead one is at almost 4, 3.3, yeah.
Wow.
So that's the look. So we'll see exactly what we get there. I've been keeping an eye here. Microsoft, what are we doing, Microsoft? Are we going long or what? The future isn't continuing, but Microsoft's well above that. Well, not well, it's 30 pennies. They're going more, 36 pennies here above that closing print at 423. It's continuing to go. It doesn't look like it wants to stop. You're not getting that continuity except on Microsoft and Google. Google's also breaking through the highs at 154. It's also at $0.25. Sure, the high on Google is 154.42, but all the closing prints, we made this very clear. We're south of 154 now. It's the first time on the day we're actually clearing that on a closing basis. It looks like we are going to go up here. And wow, what a move up by Softy there. That was awfully strong there. Good thing I didn't short it, but I'm disappointed in myself for not having taken it long. I was just unsure, guys, because we were at a critical level. I'll just be very honest with you here. Didn't have the confidence in that trade because we were at critical technical resistance levels. So it could have gone either way. So let's see exactly what we get here. Good strength for Softy. You're not seeing that on Amazon, though. Amazon's coming back off that 186 touch, so it doesn't have continuity. Meta's got the continuity. Google's got it. Even the dead one right now has got it. It's trying to break into positive on the day. Shout out to the Katina man, who's still printing on that side of the desk. We're going to shout him out. And we're going to look at Microsoft here, Derek, because we're almost at high a day on MSFT. We're about 40 pennies off that right now, while the others zig and zag. It's these three up here, Meta, Microsoft, and Google doing the absolute most in a good way, and then Apple lagging behind a little bit, but breaking through the closing print from yesterday. Let's have a look at what the small cap gappers are doing. Are they doing anything interesting here, or is it going to be kind of a large cap kind of afternoon? GVO is still in play. Woof is still in play. Woof's back in play. It broke down below VWAP. Now it's knocking the door of 490 again. We know that 499 was the high of the day, and we couldn't breach at. PLCE still in play. Love still in play. Even Very, which has done almost nothing in terms of volume, is still in play because above VWAP. So lots of stuff. EGIO, put some respect on this one's name. We didn't even have enough respect to give it a ticker, Adira.
How dare you?
I know. I'm not a good person. So let's go ahead and do that. EGIO, these are all in play. So it's not just the large caps that are going today. Literally the only one that aren't in play right now are GV and AILE. All the other 6 small cap gappers that are moving right now are in play. And Apple is moving here, and Softy is on the way up. I suck. It seems like NVIDIA is kind of keeping the market down here because I don't know, it's zigging and zagging at 119.50 all the while. The other Mag 7 names are making moves. Tesla's kind of dead, though. Tesla, Amazon, and NVIDIA kind of holding us back here, Adair.
Yeah, I saw the Tesla's kind of dead, and I shorted the Tesla's kind of dead. I like that you said that because I've been short Tesla for like a couple minutes here.
Nice.
Really small position. So I'm giving this to 230. Why am I giving this to 230? 230 was a huge level on Tesla, not just because it's 230. You can see it on the chart as well. I liked it as a short, although I know there were these bottoming tail candles. Use the balance, the evidence to go short here. And the reason I went short here is, sorry, tired trading brain entered the chat. The reason I went short here is because I liked the way it looked on the book. We were really struggling with 229.50s on the book. Now, of course, we're above them, but this is still kind of an anemic bounce when you look at what the market's doing, when you look at what the other Meg 7s are doing. So again, balance the evidence tells me short Tesla. Once again, I'm in 3 trades. Is this a lot? Oh, for sure. And you know what? Honestly, Tesla, this book is, I'm going to like watch Tesla before I even go look at my other friends here. Though both my other friends are printing, so that's cool. Yeah, Tesla here. I don't love this pop here into this area. Let's see, we rejected 80s. I have the book up here so we could still like mad dash panic if we need to. Digital Dash, shout out to one of the only good songs on that Drake Future album from 2015, What a Time to Be Alive. But yeah, what a time to be alive in these markets, Sharif. Moderna here, I am still in this long. We're going to take out my next last 2/3 of the position, just below 69s, because what's life without whimsy, and also what's life without respecting these levels of support resistance on the chart? There's no life without respecting those levels, Sharif.
No.
So we're still long here. We're still vibing in Moderna. Starbucks, I got into a short here. We had the long, worked out okay. Let's go. Starbucks, we're definitely going to see what we do here at 25s. If we break below 25s, we're going to, I don't want to add to this position because like, I don't want to be too overzealous, but
what?
25 was a huge level, so I want to respect that. If there's any interaction here, I will add. I've said this before, I have zero qualms about doing unplanned DCAs. If A, I'm already in the money on the trade when I do it, I'm not going to add against me. And B, if it's based on what I see in the book. Other than that, I won't do it. If it's something I like in the book and the risk management makes sense, and I'm not adding against my position, we're all good there, baby. This Tesla, looking even more bearish, to be quite honest with you, Sharif, though we keep still bouncing off 50s. I'll be watching the book on TSLA, guys. If there's any tickers you're looking at, and if you're in like 3 trades too, and you're like, what is my life? I love trading, go markets. Whatever you're feeling right now, if you want to look, Neil and Sean, to give you their wisdom,
Bang.
their confidence and their knee lids on those tickers, please let us know in the chat. Exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. We're going to go to Tesla here because I no longer feel confident about this trade. And that is, like I said, if you don't feel confident in trade anymore, you owe it to yourself to get out. So got out there. 86 is actually risk less than I was planning on it. Moderna filling us though. So good look there. Moderna giving us the 69s. Pretend I didn't say that. Don't like how I worded that. I still have like a third of the last part of my position here, but also in terms of like the largest amount I had, I have 10% of the largest amount of the position. Let's see how this goes. I would love to see what we do here at 69.60s, but honestly, I'd love to hold this till 70.60s. At this point, we're going to be giving to prior bar low. So we're at this currently risking into, what is this, 68.30s? That might be a little much. Let's see what the 30-minute. Like I said, the risk management portion, while in the trades, is the biggest part I'm still working on. We'll give this to 68, 66s. That feels pretty reasonable to me. And also, Sean wants us to show his Apple trade too. So go, Sean, go Apple. Great look here. We've got some winners on this side of the desk, and Sean's still winning on that side of the desk as well. So go markets. Go Trader TV, go Starbucks. Oh my gosh, Starbucks. Okay, we're gonna add here at if we get back to 25s, we're gonna add because we broke below 25s. I'll be adding a couple shares here at 25s because man, I love this look. We're gonna start taking profit at 10s on SPUX. Wow, Sharif, what a day. Sorry, we'll get the lesson started soon, guys. I apologize. I just want to make sure all of my little children are doing well and tucked into bed and eating their protein before we do that. I'll set that up while I hear about your Microsoft trade because I love that little beak water. That's a smooth, sneaky little trade.
Yeah, well, it didn't give me many opportunities to retrace, as you can see by the umpteen amount of green candles here. So once it did, I took the opportunity, got in 68s, just wet my beak there at 82s. I'm looking for a 19.4 break, man, on the future. If we can go through 19.4 and decisively, not anemically, with where we wick a little above, a little bit below, I think Soft can get going here and get through that $424 level. Apple's going, Tesla's going, Google and Meta were already going. Softy's off the high. It's about 26 pennies off the high. I'd like to see a 424 break. I've put my stop already on this one. I've got to adjust it though because I did wet my beak. So that means that we have a new area that I need to defend. So we'll go and put it at the exact exact same area over here, and we'll give it room there. So that's a look, and we're going to put that stop in place. We're good to go there. Keeping my eye on the markets, knowing full well that the bottom could drop off because we're at that critical area of resistance, and I won't be convinced otherwise. Whether or not we break through it or reject, that's a different story, but this is an important area on the market. It is 19.4. It is near the IB highs. A lot of near highs for the Mag 7 as well, not just the future. So good look right now as we break through the level. So I'm not taking anything out here on Softy. If I'll either get stopped out or I'll print above 424. It's going to be either or. We'll see which one comes first. I'm seeing some weakness now, though. Come in on a little bit here on Meta, a little bit here on Softy. You know, you don't really want to say weakness, but I'm just not seeing that continuity that we were seeing earlier. You saw it on Softy consistently here. Where did it really start? It started at about 10 to 1. We really got going green candle wise with, you know, just one momentary pullback over here. Could this kind of be the same look, the one that we're in right now, similar to the one over here? So we'll see. We'll see. I'd like something above 424. Well, whether we get it or not, an entirely different story. Tesla, to build on this point as well, Tesla getting into that 230 area. Tesla did have some resistance though. Look at that, 1110 and 1105, right at that 230 and a quarter. However, the closing prints were south of 230. So if we close above here, that'll be novel, at least intraday. So that's a look. We'll keep packing our patience looking there. Softy in, Softy in the mid 80s, but finding some resistance, and down it comes. So Softy on the way down here as we possibly reject 19.4. Not saying we will, but packing my patience, see if I get stopped out on the rest. My eyes on Softy here in case it drops off and there is a vacuum of illiquidity. I don't want to be part of that. We're technically 3 pennies out of the money right now on Softy. Anticipated this would happen, but that's why we put the stop exactly where it is. I'm, still unsure whether we break through 424 or what the situation is, but now it's Tesla going. Apple going a little bit, even Amazon finding a little support here at the 10 exponential on the 5, looking to curl up. We were talking smack about Amazon, how it wasn't participating in the market move here to the upside through maybe that 19.4 touch. Well, it just found its footing at the 10 exponential, trying to bounce back above that 185 and 2/3. So some strength coming into Microsoft at the moment. I don't want to paper hand this trade on Microsoft. I'd rather hold on to it, get stopped out, or take a print above 424. That's just kind of how I feel. So we'll keep looking there. Let's look at the small cap gappers, see what they're up to as well. Haven't been trading those in a hot minute. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're not really parabolic or on anything, but Wolf is still holding up. Like I said, PLC also holding up. Gevo, respectable, and EGIO equally as respectable. Both of them kind of almost all of them a little bit in this consolidative phase, but above key areas of technical support. So still absolutely tradable. We shall see what we get there. Dara.
Yeah, so we were going to start the lesson. Just so you guys know, updates on trades. I did get, I added to Starbucks. We're going to give this here to 98.49. So going to let it go 10 cents against me. I wanted, like I said, I'm trying to risk more in these positions, and that was also my entry level for the initial part of the position. Meanwhile, we're going to get out of Moderna here because we're breaking below that 68.80s level. And I don't want to let this go that much against me. Oh, did I accidentally add to the... Oh, no, we're out. We're good. We're good out of Moderna. Starbucks still cooking. And you know what else is cooking? The Fibonacci is cooking here. For this truly disturbing piece of Photoshop art. Long Adobe. I'm joking. I don't know if they made this on Adobe, but it is worth noting because we do actually have Adobe earnings tomorrow. And I love that we have this Fibonacci. Shout out as well to Roger in the chat saying spicy. Yeah, I don't know if the Fibonacci Sharif's cooking is spicy. I might not be able to eat it if it is. But let's talk here about how we understand Fib fan lines. So Fibonacci, not Fibonacci. Fibonacci fan lines are basically trend lines that are going to be drawn from a significant high or low point here on the chart, and they follow the Fibonacci ratio. So you've got 38.2%, 50%, and 61.8%. But the biggest thing to remember here is that these lines are angled projections of the Fibonacci ratio. So instead of drawing horizontal levels, which you might be familiar with when you think of Fibonacci, shout out to Danielle Shea, who's going to be on the show tonight. She looks at Fibs, I know. Trader Tammy, the Fibonacci princess, also, as you can tell by her name, looks at Fibs as well. But so basically, these are going to be drawing angled trend lines representing Fibonacci retracements instead of the horizontal levels. So look at these Fibonacci fan lines. You can see how all of these lines, these diagonals, will be intersecting with vertical they spelled vertical wrong in this chart, good times, intersecting the vertical lines at the Fibonacci retracement level. So that's something to look at. But how are these lines created? So basically what you're going to do first is identify a significant high and significant low on the chart. At that point, you're going to have the software plotting these lines angled from the starting point of the trend using 38.2, 50%, and 61.8% retracement levels. Then you're going to have these angled lines providing some insight here. Once you do this, they'll provide some insight into the support and resistance levels where they might form there as the price moves throughout time. You want to think of them, though, as dynamic support and resistance levels that shift with time rather than staying fixed. We know one of the bigger things with the gone lines yesterday was that they were a little bit more fixed. So this is one key difference here between fibs and gons. So example here of how you can use these fib diagonals is in an uptrend, you might have the price retracing downwards, and the first line, so for example, the 38.2%, that could act as support. But if you've got the price breaking through that, however, it could find support at the 50% line, and so on and so forth. So here's how you draw fib fans. You've got your reference points here. Look at your fibs. Then you can see, intersect. So you're going to draw these fans here at the intersecting levels of what you've got here with your fib line. So it's really, you're using your fib lines to make the fib fans. But how do these compare to gone lines? Well, both tools do rely on angles there, and they provide potential support and resistance levels, but they come from really different schools of thought. Fib fans are going to be based here on the well-known fib sequence, which is a mathematical series that occurs in nature, and it's often applied to the financial markets. But gone lines focus specifically on geometric angles like the 45-degree angle rather than using mathematical sequence. So they're based more on angles in life instead of mathing it out. Also, it's important to note they do both provide visual tools for identifying levels, but fib fans are anchored to fib ratios, which many traders believe have a natural connection to market behavior. There's a lot of people who believe fibs have natural levels to other things in life as well, so shout out to that. Here's how you practically apply, though, Fibonacci fan lines. How do you use them in trading? We'll tell you, Sharif. For one, they help identify support resistance levels. So in an uptrend, the fib fans drawn from a significant low will act as potential support zones. But when the price retraces, it might bounce off one of the lines before continuing to move upwards. So for example, if you've got the price pulling back here from a high to test the 38.2% fib fan line, that could signal a buying opportunity if it holds as support. If it breaks, though, we might look into the 50 or 61% lines here for the next support level. Trend continuation and reversal is another way to play this. So one of the most useful aspects of fib fans is their ability to help identify whether a price will continue or reverse, or trend, will continue or reverse. If a price finds support along the 38.2% or the 50% line, and then it continues to move upward again, this can indicate a continuation of the trend. But if it fails, are you good here?
Oh, I'm killing it.
Oh, you're talking to the stock.
Yeah, I'm talking to the stock.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted to throw. Do you want to throw?
No. I'm just yelling at the stock. It's all
yell at the stock, Sharif. Kill it.
Yeah.
Keep killing it there. But yeah, so if the price fails to hold the 61.8% level, that could signal a deeper correction or a trend reversal is underway. Multi-time frame analysis is huge too, because like gone lines, they can be applied to multiple time frames and on larger time frames. So for example, the weekly or the monthly time frame, what you're going to see here is they can help identify providing a broader, they can help identify like a broader perspective, right, on key levels, but on smaller time frames like hourly or daily charts, they can help identify short-term trading opportunities. So they're good for short-term opportunities for looking them shorter time frames. The longer the time frame, the better, broader perspective you're getting there. How do you combine them, though, with other indicators? So much like other technical tools, fib fan lines work best in confluence. You want to balance the evidence. You don't just want one piece of evidence. When you watch Law & Order, Sam Waterston's got a whole gamut of evidence. They might have last-minute witnesses. They might have, like, ME testimony there. You're going to have a whole breadth of things that you're looking at, and you want that with your trade ideas as well. So, for instance, there, if you've got a key moving average aligning.
You saw that pop, eh?
You've got
Louise.
I got out of Starbucks with that pop, by the way, too. I just want to note that. Yeah. So, exactly as planned there. So, for example, here, if you've got a key moving average aligning with a fib fan, this can increase the likelihood that the level will act as support or as resistance. So, what you want to do here is look at as well at the criticism and limitations, because there's, good and bad to everything. So one thing that some people have issues with is choosing the starting point. So one challenge with fib fans is that they depend on the selection of the correct starting point for the trend. So if you pick the wrong high or the wrong low, the lines might provide misleading signals, which can lead to incorrect interpretations of support and resistance levels, which we don't want. And just like gone lines, Fib fans cannot guarantee that the price will react exactly at these levels. So market conditions are often too complex to rely solely on geometric patterns or mathematical ratios. It's also worth noting that there can be over-reliance on Fib ratios because many traders stare at by the levels, even though there is no scientific proof, those are words, that these ratios have an inherent connection to market movements. And some traders argue the significance of the levels is more psychological than mathematical. Basically, the long and short of it, pun very intended, are that Fib fan lines are a unique way and a dynamic way to identify potential support and resistance by using the Fib sequence, and by understanding how to draw these lines to combine them with other indicators and analysis tools, you can enhance your ability to predict the market. Sorry, guys, my brain had a little bit of a push back there, but yeah, super happy to be here with you guys, and also super happy to grab some coffee if you would like any.
Interrupt?
What? Please. Yeah, please.
Yes, OpenAI. Thank you to White Nubian Kings. That's awesome. Here it is. Thank you for that. Brief. OpenAI. This is news coming out of OpenAI. Obviously, you know, we can be associated with Microsoft, but that's whatever. OpenAI says we're releasing OpenAI O1 Mini, a cost-efficient reasoning model. We've been hearing about more of these small language models, SLMs, that are going to be on our phone and devices that don't need to be connected to the cloud. Apparently, I don't know, there's really not much more than this, but that's what they're saying there. Let's click this link and find out. Well, I probably should see where it goes before I show it to you guys. Right, Adair? You never really know, right? Yeah, you know. Here it is. Yeah, it goes to OpenAI's website. They are announcing the OpenAI O1 Mini Advanced Cost-Efficient Reasoning. I haven't read all this, obviously, but that's coming in from OpenAI. We obviously knew that they had another headline today with that $150 billion valuation, the last funding round there. I believe they raised about $8.5 billion based on that 150. And I was just telling Adair when we got in the morning, I'm like, didn't they just raise at 100? She's like, I think it's kind of the same funding round there. It's just the number was misreported with that 100. Or different person. We're really unsure, but we've gotten two numbers here, both 100 million, and now today we're hearing about 150 million. And now this headline comes in. Small language models could be kind of the new thing. We'll see. Maybe they don't take off. Maybe they do. We're still in the very nascent stage of AI. There goes 424 on Softy, and we are now above 19.4 on the NQ September contract. 19,417 is the high. And all the Mag 7, they're all going up, baby. Are they all in Greensville? Yes, they are. All of them, with Microsoft being the biggest laggard on the day. Funny enough, I had a sick trade right now on Microsoft today. I was able to take, what did I take? I think it took 45, oh no, more. I took about more than that, man. I got in at 18s. I took it out at 60, whatever that is. 40 some odd pennies there. 40 some odd pennies. It's blowing through 424 though, so should have held on to a piece for the dream. Zigging and zagging with 424, but a great entry. And look, toot my own horn or anything over here, but we kept waxing poetic about this 423 area as a level of resistance. Well, guess what? It clears it, comes back down, and look at that hammer candle off 423, man. I was happy when I got into this trade. I'm even happier that I executed on it. We'll see what we can get with some of these Mag 7 names going into the afternoon. 223.07s just got printed on AAPL. Sorry, 223.05s just got printed here on AAPL on this last little candle. The 27s are the IB, not the IB high, the high of the day, excuse me, that we printed at 1110. We haven't been up here since that time. Do we reject off this general 223 area? Is this a possible double top on Apple? Let me tell you, man, Apple has been ranging up multiple storms as of lately. Like, look at this. It can't even get above the pre-market high. And then it's found itself in a nice little range here with 221.5 to the downside, essentially 223 to the upside. If you look at Apple on, like, let's go the half. It's pretty rangy here. I mean, ever since that big boy drop on September 3rd, we've been ranging, trying to hold 220 as the low. This seems to me like accumulation, whether to the downside or the upside. It feels like accumulation after a bit of a bigger move, obviously, to the upside. So we'll keep eyes on this one. But 223 has been a solid level since basically the 9th, with multiple rejections off 223. So does today change? We'll see. We put in higher lows than yesterday and higher
Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Yeah, thank God. Thank
Off
you.
to Apple we go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Save me with that. Thank you. You saved me with that.
Did I? Okay, sorry. I couldn't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I'll keep singing, because that's what I do.
No, I actually didn't read it that way, but a good save it there. Basically, on the 10th, we printed that low that we printed on the 9th. We've been putting in successively higher lows and higher highs since that time, but 223 still acting as a bit of a top and has been for the last 4 days, 4 trading days, that is. So we'll keep an eye here on Apple and see whether or not it rejects that general 223 area. It already did a big boy retracement. I didn't even notice. Okay, so got into 223.07, right down Adara, right into 22 and a third, trying though to hold that closing print from yesterday. That comes at 222 and 2/3. Funny enough, trying to hold up there. We'll see what we get. Let's flip to some of these small cap gappers, see how they were doing. So Woof is back at VWAP here, but I got to tell you, there wasn't a whole lot of respect between Woof and VWAP last time. It did breach it decisively, got down to about that 455, 458, put in a lower high. So 3 successive lower highs right now on Woof. I don't want to trade it off VWAP. It didn't set up properly the last time. Don't want to take my chances this time. PLCE, though, continuing to go. Now, it's not giving you that parabolic move like it was during the midday at around 12 and change, but it's been respectful of the 10 moving average on the 5. This high, though, kind of the line in the sand, that 11 3/4. Let's see if it's able to take that out. GEVO also holding above the volume weighted average price, and EGIO as well above the 10 exponential. So those ones are still in play, but they're not moving in the same way, obviously, as they were before, as the trading volume dies off a little bit here. Dara, looks like we are now below again, 19.4. Do we hold it this time, though? I'd like to see a 19.4 hold. Let's see what we get. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I shorted the Qs here. I have a feeling this isn't going to work out. I'm risking into 472.50s. Like, I'm not, to be clear, I'm getting out before it hits that level. Like, I don't want to short the Qs into high of day as my risk. Like, no. But I like the way we hit that 472. Also, to be clear, do I love the idea of shorting the Qs while I'm long a larger tech name? Not necessarily, but okay, that's not the ticker, Dara. Broadcom has been moving, like it's been kind of strong on its own, in its own right, which is why I was cool with that. So also both positions on both really strong, or really small, sorry. And I'm risking 50 cents on both. Again, just working with my risk parameters there. So for Broadcom, we will add if we break above that 165.30 area. I have a feeling though, this might be a bit dicey. I'm gonna watch out just given the way we're kind of stacking here. I think this could be a bit of a reversion, but we're going to stay in Broadcom for now. I have no reason to leave as it currently stands. That 140.64.50 level has just been so wild that I think I owe it at least that much risk. We're about 10 cents in the money on Broadcom, but about 10 cents out, well now like 20 cents out of the money on the Qs. I have a feeling the Q trade, I'm going to get pushed out of here, so we'll just be watching out for that. But guys, if there's any tickers you're watching out for, you're like, hey, what did Sean trade? What did Neil trade? What should I trade? I don't know. You guys, you always want to trade your own book, right? But also, let us know here if there's any tickers you're looking at, and Sean and Neil can give you some insights on that. They can provide some Neilage, some Seanfidence, shedding some light on those tickers. And you're like, how do I vote, though? Do I have to go to a polling station? No. Just make sure you're a subscriber and get in that chat. Exclamation point join, space, $, ticker. Let us know. That's what we really want to hear there. Also, shout out to Nicole Harris in the chat mentioning that news with Apple and the FDA approval with the hearing aids. I don't want to keep waxing poetic about that. We know how I feel about that. I think it's a really, really great opportunity there for them, or an opportunity.
Are you gonna buy them?
Okay, I don't know if I'll buy them because like the idea of having to wear like headphones to have a hearing aid, I feel like you might look kind of like talking to people. You know what I mean?
No, but for like, wouldn't it work as a practical thing if you had?
That is practical too.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, you're right. That is.
I don't know. I'm not trying to put any pressure on you.
No.
I'm a shareholder and everything.
No, I don't feel pressured. That's true. I don't feel pressured. I am curious. I would probably have to go and ask a lot of questions. I think it's cool. I know they had like their medical person at the meeting. I think they should probably train the Apple employees. I would say make sure that they know everything 100%. Because I have a feeling like you go into ask and like, oh, what? So I would make sure
if you're going to sell a medical device, you got to be ready for it.
That's what I'm trying to say. That would be my biggest thing. That being said, I've talked about it enough that I think it's pretty clear. I think it's a really good opportunity. I hope that this opportunity is capitalized on well by the company is what I'll say to that.
I like that.
Also, the Q's still kind of whiffling here. AVGO kind of whiffling here. If we get any kind of pickup here above 20s, I'll get out of this Q's early. And I have no issue not going to my full stop. Like I said, if I don't like what I see in the book, I trust that more. Case in point, Tesla, I didn't give the whole area of risk, and thank goodness I didn't. So that's what I'm trying to say here. Let's see what this candle tells us, though, in the Q's, because this last candle looking pretty bullish, and then we reject 30s. Wow, Sharif. Wow, things are getting spicy in this market. I'm staying in the short for now. Well, I'm just, the Qs. I don't know what we're trying to do here, Sharif. I'm feeling very bamboozled.
I agree with you, but it's higher lows.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm trying to get into Microsoft here. Microsoft's just going, guys. It's not letting me in. I fat-fingered in and I fat-fingered out. I got in. I got out by accident over here. I'm trying to get back in. It's not letting me in. It's going without me here. Softy strong. I'm assuming that it is the open AI news, possibly giving Microsoft a bit of a push up, because Microsoft was the laggard on the day in Mag 7 world. It still technically is. It's only up Apple now is. Excuse me, I stand corrected. Apple's only up 0.1. Softy a third. Are we in yet, bro? We're still not getting filled here. I'm trying to get filled at a better price. I don't want to chase this. I kind of feel that we might be holding up here. It's hard to tell, obviously. Adara making that point very clear. Hard to tell what the future is doing here. And by future, I'm talking about the NQ, because we're trading these tech names.
You never know what the future holds.
Oh, yeah, that's actually true. That's not controversial.
It's a pun and it's true.
There you go. So I'm trying to get in. It's, let's see here, a little bit of a pullback. Do we get printed now? We're about to get printed. And we're not printed, Adara. And it's going without us. So frustrating. That's okay. That's all right. Into a new high goes Microsoft 424.75. I'm kind of annoyed with this because that's a mistake, but that's just the way it is. We'll see if we can weasel our way in at a better price. If it does come down a little bit, 19,422 now, the high of the day on MSF or on the NQ September contract. Let's see what we do here. Do we get in on the soft one here? What are the other Mag 7 names doing? Yeah, I'm going long here on Softy. So we are long on Microsoft. Let's set up said beak wetters possibly here at these levels. See what we get. If we can get a nice little pump up. We already got a pump up and we're already 20 pennies in the money. Go soft one. Let's see if we can get up into maybe 425. That'd be a nice little move. Oh, baby. All right, we moved up into the 80s. Let's see if we can weasel up into the 90s, and I'll flatten out over here. Let's go, Microsoft, getting that nice open AI midday bump, or so it seems. Up 0.4 now, was negative on the day, and the biggest laggard, no question about it. Let's go print 90s, Microsoft. I want to get out of 425, baby. We're still printing mid to low 80s right now. Anything in the 90 prints, and I'm gone Zeno on this name. But it has been a good day. The future's continuing to move up in the green direction. Let's go, Micro. Somebody's selling at 86 and 85 here. Why is it? There it is, Adara. Boom.
So happy for you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. On MSFT, it is now on the way to 425 or so it seems, up 0.44%. All the Mag 7 names with greenery right now.
Yeah, so 420 Bud Monster asking if there's any AI stocks with announcements after hours or for today. Not sure, not that I'm aware of, right? But we do have Adobe earnings tonight, which could get kind of spicy. I am excited to trade Adobe because I have not traded it ever, and now I'm a lot more comfortable trading these spready stocks live. They are my oeuvre, so I'm very excited for that. Also, speaking of spready stocks, I'm still long Adobe. I'm long Avgo. Avgo is pretty spready here, but here's my thing with Avgo. I don't like that we have just had gone and made a nice push up here in the Qs and Broadcom kind of stagnant. I did add as we got above 165.25s. That was planned. We're now risking here, just to make sure I'm risking the same amount. We're going to risk into 164.95s. That was also a pretty nice level of support. So I'm like cool with risking that. We're going to see what we do here at 165.60s. I don't really want to add any more here just because that's kind of what got me in that first Broadcom trade. But to be fair, I have to remind myself, it's not the ad that got me, it's the place I added and kind of the flagrant disrespect for market things that was going on with that trade. So it's all good there. I tried to get long Starbucks as well. I did not get filled. It doesn't look like I'm going to. SPUX, I was short. I got out. Like, I like that we're still kind of trying to climb these highs, but it's not the best opportunity in the market as of right now. Was happy with that long earlier. The short idea was decent, but it was definitely should have been more of a scalp. I want to shout out Obi once again for calling that one out for me. Literally, he was just lurking behind. He was like, I was like, and she was like, what are you looking at?
Did he startle you though?
No, not really. I don't know how he didn't startle me, but he did not startle me. So shout out there, because that is a gift.
I had to adjust my entire approach.
Yeah, and he's good at it now. So Sharif will approach the desk differently because he knows I'll jump if he doesn't. He'll like walk in front so I can see him in my peripherals and I know he's on his way.
I know, I do it on purpose because like anytime I'd come through the back, like you guys can't see it, but we have like this pole separating this trading desk from the big desk where Brendo and I and Adair sit in the morning, and you can't really see who's coming because the pole blocks, and we have a monster TV hanging on it as well. So he used to come from the back, just like sneak in on her, and she would always like jump and turn, right?
Yeah, it's pretty violent. It's pretty violent.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It's good times.
Good times.
All right, did you have anything?
Oh, yeah, you can kind of see the setup there.
There
so
it is.
The makeup. Yeah, so Sharif would come from behind the makeup thing, and I'd never see him.
So I come from around the side, if you guys can see, but now I come from this side as opposed to that side. You're doing a hell of a job there, Ram. I probably hard to control that, but yeah, good times on this desk, man. We always have a lot of good times.
Sorry, there was a super chat from Michelle Hebert. Thank you for the $2 super chat. BTC bull flag on weekly. Okay, I actually was looking at the BTC chart earlier today on the weekly, and I forget what I thought I saw, but I will pull it up because maybe I'll remember if I see it. Sorry, that's not actually analysis, but okay. Oh, that's the daily. I was going to say the daily. It looks a little dicey to me. Okay. Hey, this could be a bull flag on the weekly. The other thing I'm seeing on the weekly that is maybe of note here is we have lower highs and lower lows. So that, to be fair, could be a bull flag. We did this nice push here off that 40,000 level, but look, we got like 72,000, right? 69,000, 67,000, 64, 58. So I think that could be, I would probably wait and see what we do here with regards to this close, because I don't want to say flat bottom break, nor do I want to say this is a breakdown. We, again, do have that bullish push up, but the lower highs to me are worth noting. I would say wait to see how it shakes out on that. Chris J saying I need more coffee. We always need more coffee. I feel you, Chris J. But make sure you get your coffee so you're energized before that afternoon segment, which is brought to you by Real Trading. If you want to hear some real trades, if you want insight on your real trades, get into the chat. Let us know.
Thanks.
Exclamation point. Join. Space. $, whatever ticker you're looking at. And Neil and Sean will provide their wisdoms, their insight, and their knowledge on those tickers for you as we do every single day. Also, we are out of Broadcom here if we are able to get filled, because like I said, there we go. We got filled exactly how I wanted to. If we stay below 165, I'm going short here because you got to flip the style up. But if they hate Sharif, let them hate.
They're going to hate.
And you have to watch the money pile up.
The money will pile up just like this Adair. It's going to do it just like that. There you go.
Yes.
Now it's blocking all our positions, which is fine.
Right? Also, happy with the management here. I think I might have gotten wicked out, but it's all good there, baby. How are you doing over here, Sharif? I'm
keeping my eye on Apple, Adair, because it just printed another new high, $223.23. Shout out to the OJMJ. As it comes back down, let's see if it tests 223 as a level of support. We continue to move up on the future. We've cleared 19.4, I'd say by some distance, about 35 points or so. In fact, it is 35 points. 19,435 is the look right now on the NQ September contract. And I'm trying to figure out how to weasel into this trade. Now, I don't know why I want to trade Apple. Because of this 223 level. Why am I looking at Apple right now? There's stronger names. Google looks better than Apple at this level, quite frankly. Even Amazon. Let me show you what I'm seeing right now.
Amazon looks good.
Amazon looks good at this level. Higher lows, but it's having trouble with 186. I'd love it off the 10 exponential on the 5, as it's been, very much respectful of the last little bit. In fact, I'd say since 110, so the better part of half an hour now, all the bounces into the 10 exponential have been bought up, but this 186 level on AMZN is a bit elusive right now for the long. So we'll see if that can continue in the right direction. Apple coming into 223 as the future pulls back in, still above 19.4 though. Is this an entry opportunity for me on Apple? Now, if I get into this trade, I can't just use 223 as my out. That's not a good idea because it's likely going to breach 223. It's at it right now, and there it goes. So putting the stop on the south side of the whole dollar is not the move. Now, what is the move, though? Well, the 10 exponential. Go ahead.
I just said tell us, Sharif.
I'm thinking out loud.
Sorry.
So the area over here that I see the 10 exponential at is 222.75. I can choose to front run that and try to get in a little bit higher in case it doesn't come back in. Whoa, it might come back in. Apple's really turning around here. Is this a buying opportunity though? All right. So let's get in here, and I'm gonna risk to the bottom side of the 10 exponential. Okay, so I'm trying to think about this. Yeah, indecision. I don't like this candle on Apple, man. That's an inverse hammer candle. It's not what I want, but the level is good though, and the future's holding up. I'm going long. All right, so we're long. Where are we long? I don't even know. I can't see because the thing. It's not your fault. Let's put a beak wetter possibly in front of the whole dollar here to de-risk. Can't see still where I'm long. I'm going to have to look at my blotter. We are long 86s. Okay, so we'll see what we get. Now, I'm going to have to put my stop in on this one. I'd like a hold of the 10 exponential, which I already mentioned is at $0.75. So we're going to put our stop in and around that area for there. All right, we already took the print, baby, as we moved up into the whole dollar there. Already took the print at 223. Now let's see if it bounces back up. I'm going to have to change my stop quick as you like because I have it for the entire amount. So we'll go ahead and put that in there. And we shall wait to see what we get. Now I'm going to wait on the other side, the north side of that 223 level. If I don't get stopped out, I'd like to wet my beak on the other side. So we're just going to put it, well, there is a topping tail there at 10. So I'm going to put it at 8s and see if it can print in and around there. Here comes 223 again. All right, so we're printing 3s now. If we print 8s, I'm going to be done with this trade. So let's see what we get. A little zig and zag at the whole dollar. Some good buying, though, but definitely nothing like what we're seeing on Meta and Softy, because they're both back up into, well, Softy's back up at highs into 425, so more strength there and more strength on Tesla as well. Even NVIDIA is back in the game. It's above 120. Okay, so the future looks like it wants to go again. Does the dead one want to go? Do you want to print me, bro? Print me, bro. Trust me, bro. I'm waiting at 8s. I'm not asking for too much here. Let's go. So we'll pack our patience and see what happens there. But the future is getting a nice little pump up there, Dara. A new high of day on the NQ September contract. It is 19,437. Good look today for these large cap names as we recover somewhat from some of the selling that we've been seeing lately. So good luck, packing my patience, and hopefully I'll print at 8s, but it looks like we are going to reject 223 here. So I'm either going to have to wait or get stopped out. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm short Broadcom. I was long Broadcom, then I flipped to short Broadcom. I don't know how I feel about this. Like I said, my reading the stock has been kind of iffy. And then this ad, I meant to add this a little bit later, and I forgot I don't have like the buttons. I need to set up some buttons tonight. I set up some buttons and some exit rules tonight, Sharif. Like, oh my gosh.
Which ones do you want to do?
Like literally so many buttons. I need like to figure out my stops. I need to figure out the one that lets you like go before the price hits. Like so you just have it sitting there and then it hits and you get
resting
filled.
Order?
Pardon?
A resting order?
That. Well, no. I have those. The one where it's like you're like you want to get more short, but it's already working for you. But if you press the order now, it's gonna fill you right away. So you want to wait. See what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what happened to me here.
I'm not sure I had to set it up here though. I know on my platform.
We'll figure it. Yeah, I'll figure it out. But that was kind of the issue here. Is I wanted to wait for it to get below 50s, but instead I didn't, and then it was an issue. I'm waiting to see what we do here at 165s, because I think if we keep rejecting 165s, we're good here. Let's see what happens though, because we've every time we look like we're gonna hold that 165s, we reject it. Like I said, we need to work more on the exit rules for when I'm adding to positions that I'm fully aware of. Cough, cough, this hot mess of a long earlier here today. And I have a feeling we're gonna get pushed out of this if we get above this 165, but I like the concept of this short. I just probably should have scalped everything out at 164.50s instead of adding where I didn't necessarily want to add. So it's all good there. You learn, you live, you laugh, you love, and you keep going and keep making trades.
Nice.
So we're gonna get out of that here though. That is all good. I mean, it's not, the trade could have been executed a lot better than it was, but it happened. We tried it. A stop limit order. That's what Saad's saying. I think that might be it, but I also, so like you're in the money, right? And then it's like in a long, right? If you want to add, so if like exactly in Broadcom, I wanted to add at 165, 40s or 50s, but then I couldn't press it there. And then by the time I got there, it had already pushed up. Right? I don't know if this is making sense. That's the type of order I want. I'll have to figure out what that means. But also, I can't believe it's already, we have 1 minute left to vote, guys. Vote, ! Join space, $ticker. Let us know here what tickers you're voting for, because we want to know what's making you tick on this very exciting day in the markets. Wow, Moderna still maturing to the upside. Look at that. Look, higher high, low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high, steady uptrend. I clearly got out of this long a bit early, but great look here for mRNA. Let's see what it does at $70.50, because that is definitely going to be a pretty interesting level here. Tesla's been chopping and churning. I've totally missed that. Look at, wow, Tesla. First it does this kind of bull flag, a bear flag up, fake out, then pops higher, pop lower, then we come back up here, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. Now we hold here at 229.80s. I think this could break out. I want to watch what we do in the book. I have no problem taking a quick scalp long, and I would wait to see what we do here. If we get back to 230s and we hold, I will scalp that to the upside. Qs, what are you up to, Qs? Qs here, 472.80. Shout out to Sean going #real trading in the chat. I agree, and I think real trading is about learning every single day. It's about taking the real wins and the real L's in front of you guys. Like I had Moderna. This was like a multi-dollar winner. You take some losers as well, and that's, I think, what happens. You get take the good with the bad, the happy with the sad, and you get a little bit of everything, and that's what I like about the show. We all have different styles. We all have different types of tickers we trade, and we're going to give you different opportunities and approaches to the market, and I think that's pretty dope. So shout out to that. What Unity, some people talking about here. So let's take a look at Unity to unite us all. Unity. Great move up. Then we get this topping tail candle here, push lower. Let's see what we do with the 90 MA. Because this to me looks like it could reject even further. Palantir looking kind of similar here. Look at this. We kind of made a higher low from that like 34.90 area. Let's see what we do with VWAP and PLTR. What are you doing over here?
I'm waiting for a print, Adara, that's not coming because for whatever reason it won't break through that 10s, but Apple's still above the 10 exponential on the 5. So my anticipation is I'll get printed in a hot second here as we're printing 8s. I'm waiting for 8s to cross. I don't know why all of a sudden the seller's at 8. That's kind of a random number to have a seller at. That's why I put the out there so that I wouldn't encounter the issue of the 10s. So we'll pack our patience. Apple having certainly trouble with 223, but it is still above the 10 exponential on the 5. The future, not even looking back right now. It is on its way here to 19,400 and dang 50, Katina man. And we're printing 8s, and we got the print, Adair. We took another 20 penny winner there on AAPL. Where did I get in? I got in at 86. What do you say? Thank you, Katina man. We've been trading Apple today a bunch. I also traded, what else I trade today? The Katina man's got NVIDIA 118 long, bro. You get the bottoms every time. That's so frustrating, Katina man. That's a great trade, though, brother. We're going to have to shout you out there. The Katina man's long from over here. Basically, look, the Katina man is a support and resistance trader. And this is a beautiful area with which to intersect. Look at the pre-market high over here with that 118 and a quarter. Comes back in there. He's like, nuh-uh. Takes it long. Shout out to him, man. Up 2.92%. By the way, I was telling the boys on the floor this. Jensen was at the White House. I didn't know Jensen was going to the White House.
I told you, I read like weird reports about it, and they were so last minute-y.
And like the thing is, when Jensen goes to the White House, I'd like to know. Right? They're probably like, yo, bro, why is China using your AI GPUs with AWS? Didn't we tell you not to sell them?
It's the weirdest story.
Like, are we gonna, is Wayne Brady gonna, Neil knows exactly what I'm talking about there. I hope people understood that in the chat. If you watch Chappelle's show, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not going to finish it, but you can check it out, Chappelle's show. Yeah, no, seriously, though, that would have been nice to know. Obviously, NVIDIA having a decent day today, up almost 3%. Jensen was speaking to reporters after the meeting. I don't know if he met with Biden or met with some of his economic advisors or Gina Raimondo.
Gina Raimondo is
yeah, that's what I figures because she's a commerce secretary. So she's probably involved. And her department, Adara, is the one that's actually putting the restrictions on export. So, makes sense that she'd be involved there. So, yeah, no information coming out from that just yet. Let's look at NVIDIA. Let's see the ticker over here or the news blotter, see if anything came out about what Jensen was saying earlier. Nothing that I'm seeing here. Reporters live, CNBC reporters catch up with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang after White House meeting, says, I trust that the Biden admin is going to make great decisions. We're at the beginning of a new industrial revolution. We have to strive for American technology to be the safest, best choice. Okay, Jensen.
That's very weird and sci-fi movie-ish. Okay, thanks.
Right? So that's the commentary that came there from Jensen. Yeah, not much else for me to do here. A couple of minutes until I weasel my way up to the big desk. I just want to let you know that the soft one is absolutely exploding to the high side. Just printed up a new high there. Great recovery today from Microsoft. It was dead weight literally all day. Then we got news about this new small language model going to be released by OpenAI, and that seemed to be the catalyst there, because since that time, the softie has not looked back. That's a beautiful move up from the lows there at 419.75, breaking through 425, and quite frankly, knocking the door of 426. So fantastic day for Microsoft today, and I'd say it looks the best in the afternoon. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day. Let's put some respect on NVIDIA's name, but definitely a great recovery, Adara, midday for Microsoft.
Yeah, great recovery midday there for that stock. This whole market has been wild. I am in 2 longs to kind of end the day here. We'll see how both of these go, because we're on both right now. Tesla, I am long. I got long 230.50s. I want to talk about this. I got long 230.50s, and I know I said I was going to wait for 230s, and I was like, Adara, if the 230.50 holds, you can risk this pretty decently here. Get that push up. Nice. Okay, these both popped up here. Good look for Broadcom. I know I said I was going to trade this list because some questionable things were happening, but we're not adding to this. We're just going to let this chill. We have a decent size here. We're going to see what we do here at 70s, but I would love a 166 print, so we're going to actually get ready to get out a decent amount of this at 60. I'm good to go. Do you want to say goodbye to the peoples? Okay. Sharif does not want to say goodbye. I'm joking. I showed it to Sharif because you'll see him again in like 2 seconds there. But yeah, Sharif will be there in the end there. Not in the end. He'll be there in the green screen for you guys with Sean and Neil with our audience segment. If you're already kind of switching over to this stream from the morning, into the afternoon stream, and you're like, hey, how do I vote? You guys have to watch our stream to find out. Just get in the chat, !Dwayne space $ticker, but not right now. Wait for tomorrow. Thank you very much to Bears versus Bulls saying personal thank you for today's lesson. It was the first time seeing. Personal thank you to Bears versus Bulls for everything you do every single day here. This Tesla definitely weaker than the market here. I think if we get this pushback above 230.50, it's going to go, and that's why I'm willing to give it 50 cents, because I think this thing goes, it's going to go. We do have some higher lows. We have a bit of a bullish flag-ish look on that, so we're willing to try this name. And this is the thing, sometimes I'll take these trades heading into the end of the midday. If I see stuff I like, I'm going to go after it with aggression, a viciousness. Let's get going. Moderna getting close to a decent short level, says Derek S. Yeah, I've got some levels on Moderna. I was trading that one fairly aggressively earlier. Yeah, I agree. Look at this pause here. And Moderna, every time we get to the whole level, it's worth noting, the book on Moderna gets so choppy. That thing is do I have to keep going? Must I? Must I really? So just be aware of that. We did get out of Teslas. We broke below the 230 there. And Broadcom getting a little weaker there as well, but we're still in that trade. But yeah, with regards to Moderna here, that 70, certainly some chop and churn. This looks more bearish than some of these other whole dollar level pauses, though the 68 was also pretty bearish. I would say, though, look what we did at 68. We quadunk. Then we come back to that previous support level and we bounce. So I would watch to see what we do here. If we can hold that previous, this power bar low here around 69.55s, I think that's an okay look. Hopefully you guys have had a pretty interesting trading day. Also, I get stuff out of Tesla and it comes back. Good times. Yeah, tonight things to do are work on some better, more cohesive exit rules for adding to positions, and also figure out some order keys. So it should be a pretty exciting night for me, that is for sure. Hopefully you guys have some fun Thursday plans ahead of Adobe earnings tomorrow night. Also, you won't be getting Adobe. It's not going to be Obi and I in the midday, but Obi will be on the show tomorrow as well. So that should be pretty fun as well there. Tesla not going to drop far, says Steve Byron. Yeah, I think that could be true. I might take another pop at this if we hold support at 230.25s. I don't know. I think my read on Tesla has been a bit of a messla today, and I think it could hold, but I don't want to be risking too aggressively here, especially heading into the end of my trading session, because I only trade on the midday. That being said, I think Broadcom, which I had more size on here anyway, I think Broadcom might be holding up. So let's see what we do here. We're going to also get a small position here in Tesla if we hold these 25s. We're going to take some shares here. We're going to risk it into, and it's already pushed lower here. I'm going to risk it into 230s. I have a feeling this Tesla is not necessarily going to hold, but I like the look here. Unity, Unity canceling its runtime fees. That was the catalyst in Unity. Let's take another look at Unity, which I have not a sinking feeling. That makes that sound depressing. I have a feeling it might be on the run down, a sneaking suspicion. Here's the thing though, this is interesting. I said this 19 could be bearish, right? But now we flipped from resisting or rejecting the 90 MA to bouncing off it. Let's see if we can keep bouncing, because I think maybe if this unity bounces off 19, then we clear 1940s, and then that push above 1960s. Given the strength of the market, that could be a good look. Let's take one last look here at our futures before we switch to our future, which is going to be the afternoon show. Qs pushing higher here. Nice look, higher highs, higher lows for the Qs. What about the SPY, you may ask? Let's spy the SPY for you guys before we say bye-bye to you guys, or I say goodbye, because you're going to see Sharif with that green screen in 2 seconds. Yeah, the SPY here looking pretty darn good as well, up about 0.85% near that 560 level, which has been pretty interesting for the SPY. Let's see, we get a bit of a doji here at 559.20, but that is going to be the end of our show. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did on this very exciting trading week and afternoon. We'll see you guys tomorrow. It'll be the same bat time and the same bat channel, but right now we're going to flip over to that big desk and that green screen. See you guys.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Adair on the How to Trade Midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. There is a look at the triple Qs. Over 1% we go. We just reclaimed 19,400, pushing well above there. Good look for the future. The NQ performing very well, but the Russ up over 1.8. It's the leading index on the day. The Dow, the laggard, down, only up 0.5%, with the ES somewhere in the middle there, about 1% or a little bit less than 1% in the clear. But a good look today on these markets. Let's have a look at the first ticker as decided by you guys. PLTR, great look for Palantir since being added to the S&P 500. It was running up into that, breaking that $30 technical level. Today they announced that they're going to have this Palantir AIP bootcamp. Nothing new, they've done this before. They invite corporations to come into the bootcamp, learn how to use their AIP software. So good luck for them today, but green.
But green. Yeah, it's weird to say but green because that makes it seem like the market's down or something. But no, it is green for Palantir, but it's not as strong as the overall market. I mean, like the market's up a point. Palantir, which has been a huge high flyer since the announcement they're going to go on the S&P 500 next week. It's next week, right? Oh, sorry, no, check that. It's what is it, 23rd? Well, it's 2 weeks. 2 weeks tomorrow. But anyways. You still have some time for it to happen. I think it's a bit disappointing today. It couldn't really break out past the 35 to be able to get more than a point above it. And now you're just kind of curling off a VWAP here. So it had a double top at 35. I feel like that was like low-hanging fruit today. And then you see it essentially, come to the chart for a second. There we go. So it broke out in a nice way. That was probably the best trade. I had longs back into previous high. Neither one of those held. I had a top breaker pullback. It was even short off the 35 level. I think we're back to looking longs above VWAP, which is also that 35. It's a good trend, and the market is not really slowing down here. I think this just needs to play a little bit of catch-up with the rest of the market. So let's see it actually hold on. Catch it on the other side of this trade back into the upside. You have to remember, like, it's not just that it's being added to the S&P 500 for this last move, right? Like, this was already something which had gone 200 period to like 50% move to the highs, into a pullback back into 30, and then you had the announcement made official, and so you get that last little leg. So
no, I don't have